Chapter 6. Speech. Thought. Attack. Creature. Chapter 6. The 7-page Muda, but it's a fanfic. Uzumaki home. This is the happiest day of my life. Issei wailed in joy, while the boy managed to squirm his way to Naruto's leg and wrap himself around the man. I'm actually touching my hero.
Naruto's eyebrow twitched and the blonde looked to Griselda for some help, but the woman simply held her hands into the air and walked to the dining room with a chuckling Asia behind her. This caused Naruto to quickly look to Kurama for aid, but the fox merely scoffed with an amused grin and retreated as well.
Traitors. Naruto grumbled in a low and silent voice before glaring down at Issei and attempting to push the boy away from him. And can you give me some space? Backing away from Naruto quickly and kneeling in respect, Issei was still visibly in tears. I'm sorry, Lord Naruto, but today will go down as one of the greatest days in my life. Well, until I finally lose my virginity, that is. Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep and long breath. God, this kid is like pervy sage times 10 without any of the charm that made him admirable.
Daddy, we are waiting for you too. Coming, Asia. Naruto replied back in an exhausted voice, as he knew tonight was going to be one long dinner. So leading Issei to the family dining room, Naruto took his seat at the head of the table, which was directly across from where Griselda was seated. Meanwhile, to Naruto's left was Issei and to his right was Kurama. The latter of whom had an empty seat by his side, while Asia had her seat right beside Issei.
Hey daddy, is big brother Jono going to come by for dinner? Naruto shook his head. No, I believe he is spending time with the others around town. Oh, I see, that's unfortunate. Guess Issei will have to meet Jono another day.
Naruto nodded and began to pass food around the table, but he momentarily stopped once he saw the sheepish look on Issei's face. Which was a direct result of Kurama giving him one hell of a stare down.
Kurama won't bite. Naruto spoke up, which got Issei's attention. Well, not without good reason. Or bad reason. He does have a small history of violence, but I wouldn't be too afraid. Sorry, I'm just a little surprised by the little guy. At that comment, Kurama growled, which made Issei yelp. I am mean, a fox with red eyes and 9 tails sitting at the kitchen table is a little strange. All foxes in Italy are like this. Naruto deadpanned without an emotion in the world's worst lie ever. Seriously, do they even teach you kids in school? Issei, holding everything Naruto says as the gospel, merely nodded sheepishly and totally bought into the man's poor lie. Yeah, we don't learn much in school. So that's probably why I've never heard of a fox like Kurama, but I know that the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the liver. Asia sighed. The cell, Issei. The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Oh, sorry, I suck at chemistry, the young pervert admitted, which earned another sigh from Asia. However, the girl didn't have it in her to keep correcting the boy. Hey kid. Naruto glanced to Kurama, who was using their connection to speak telepathically. Yes, Kurama? Have you noticed something off about that pervert yet? He's no normal human? No, I haven't. Naruto admitted before looking to the pervert and taking a serious moment to actually observe and gauge the boy. This quickly making the boss of the Passione come to a shocking realization. He has a sacred gear. So you finally noticed, but this boy's scared gear is much different than anything we have seen in this dimension before. If anything, Asia has brought something quite unique home with her. If I were you, I'd try to question the boy and figure him out. Try to see if he is even aware of his power, or even more so see if he's a threat. Naruto nodded and looked to Asia, while at the same time using an old Anbu hand signal that Jiraiya had showed him years ago, which was a form of communication Naruto taught his children and underlings. This of course caused Asia to raise her eyebrow. As unknown to everyone else, the father and daughter exchanged a quick conversations. Target. Unknown. Questioning. Follow lead. Asia slowly raised her left arm and gestured back to her father.
Affirmative. Follow. Your signal, Captain. Hey Issei. Naruto spoke up finally, while everyone looked to the man. So tell me, is there anything in particular I should know about you?
Issei seemed momentarily confused at the man's sudden questioning and didn't really know how to respond. You know, like hobbies, likes and dislikes. Asia quickly chimed in to help get the boy talking. Oh well, I like your books and my dream is to one day to be the harem king. You want to be a harem king? Naruto replied back in a dry and emotionless tone, while at the same time having a slight hint of disbelief behind his eyes. Issei saw this and even noticed Griselda was glaring a hole into his head. 2 responses that made the boy quickly hold his hands up in defense. But those aren't my intentions with Asia. I would never consider a friend like her in my perverted fantasies. Oh, so my daughter isn't good enough for you? Naruto asked in a cold and deadly voice, which instantly made Issei shudder. I'll let you know my little princess is the most perfect girl in the world. Yeah, Issei, am I not pretty enough for you? Asia asked in a non-serious and mischievous voice. That's not it at all. Issei quickly yelled in his own defense, which of course made Asia giggle and Kurama sigh in annoyance. I know that, Issei, I'm just messing with you, Asia revealed. Kid, please don't get distracted and get to the point. Naruto nodded and cleared his throat. Well, while your dream is unconventional, that isn't what I was meaning to ask. I'm just curious if you're working with anyone, like a job or an apprenticeship. Issei quickly shook his head. No, I don't do anything like that. Naruto nodded, as he was reading the boy's emotions for any hint of deceit and could tell so far he was telling the truth. While at the same time using questions that could imply a number of things from having a day job to working for a potential enemy. Are you a part of any group or organization? Maybe an after-school club or something even more organized? Naruto continued on calmly. Besides sometimes helping out my buddy in his photography club, no. Naruto nodded and intertwined his fingers, as he could at least assume the boy wasn't affiliated with any group that was around the area. However, Naruto had to be sure to check every possible angle that he could think of. Tell me, do you have any special abilities or gifts? Naruto asked bluntly, while not getting to the exact point of his true questioning. Considering he knew Issei had a scared gear, but didn't know how much Issei knew. Well, I've never really been good at anything and I don't have any real special gifts. I'm about as average as they come. Issei answered, which made Naruto nod. So you're just a regular high school boy and there is nothing unusual about you. Asia chimed softly, which made Issei nod. That's basically what I'm saying. Griselda, who had been observing the conversation the entire time, was a little confused, as Naruto's sudden interview of the pervert was a little out of the blue. Especially considering how Asia had managed to even join in on the question a little bit towards the end. Naruto on the other hand smiled as he finally could say with confidence that Issei was completely ignorant to the world around him and the sacred gear he held. Well, that's good, but our food is getting rather cold, so why don't we stop all this pointless talking and dig in? Naruto purposed with a soft laugh, while everyone merely nodded in response. One hour later, dinner had finished a short while ago and currently Asia was standing alone at her doorstep with Issei. The latter of whom she was exchanging goodbyes with before the boy went as awesome Asia. I still can't believe your dad is Naruto Uzumaki. Issei laughed loudly, as he was still ecstatic about meeting the man. Asia giggled. I can't believe you said your dream was to be a harem king right in the face of both my parents. My daddy grew up around perverts so that didn't faze him too much, but I thought mom was gonna tear into you. Issei laughed and rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. In hindsight, that wasn't my best of moments. Well, if you really want to become a harem king, the first could help you. Asia began with a small grin slowly forming on her lips. After all, I bet I could have some fun turning you from a perverted loser to a ladies' man. Really, you would do that for me? Issei asked in a stunned voice, as he didn't even argue the loser comment. Considering Issei knew enough about himself to know that was true. Of course. But why? Asia giggled with a small gleam in her eye. Turning the biggest pervert into an absolute chick magnet now that could cause some serious chaos. And I do love making a little bit of mischief now and then. I am my daddy's daughter after all. Issei turned pale, as he now finally saw a new side of Asia. On the outside, everyone saw a sweet, kind and gentle girl. However, the side of Asia that not many saw was the cunning and sly trickster that she truly was. An individual that Issei was now involved with and could potentially turn on the boy at any moment with a hellfire of pranks and mischief. In fact, just thinking of Asia turning everything around on him made him reconsider her offer. You know what, maybe I'm okay dying a virgin. Asia laughed and spun Issei around. Oh, don't be like that, Issei. Me and you are going to make heads spin at school. Hee literally. What was that? Issei asked nervously, as Asia spoke the last part in a low and dark voice. Oh, nothing, Asia replied with an innocent laugh, while she slowly pushed the boy off. But me and you will start working on Operation Harem King this weekend. Walking off, Issei nodded with a nervous smile. Alright, Asia, sounds like a plan.
Asia watched Issei walk away and merely shook her head. A harem king. Fit imagine if daddy tried to do something that stupid. That pervert is actually a genius. I've been thinking too small. I could have a mommy harem. But first I have to ensure I get the harem started with Griselda. Hee I have just the prank in mind to get things rolling.
With Griselda slowly tracing her fingers along the phone in her hands, Griselda began to chew on her cheek and her nerves began to grow. It's just one phone call. The woman tried to tell herself, as she was seated alone on her bed. A phone call with your daughter that you haven't spoken to in weeks. Griselda tightened her hold and closed her eyes, as she tried to summon up the courage to dial the number. Everything will be fine. Xenovia is a smart and good girl. There shouldn't be anything to be afraid of. Griselda mumbled, while she began to dial Xenovia's number, but ultimately stopped and tapped her foot impatiently against the ground. Or maybe I'll call her tomorrow.
Tossing her phone against her pillow and groaning in frustration, Griselda began to tug on her hair. I've faced demons and monsters and yet I'm too afraid to call my own daughter. God, I'm the worst parent ever. Plopping backwards onto her bed, Griselda looked up to her ceiling with an empty stare. However, as the woman gazed out in her trance, the phone she discarded only moments ago began to ring, causing the woman to grab the phone and answer the call without even looking.
What is it? Griselda asked, her tone slightly annoyed and frustrated. Mom, came the nervous voice of Xenovia from the other end. Jerking upright, Griselda held tightly onto the phone with a surprised face. Xenovia, what a nice surprise. The angel began, but quickly her surprise shifted into her normal assertive and at times frightening personality. That you finally decided to call your mother, honestly I raised you better than this. Xenovia yelped on the other side, showing the fearless warrior of heaven was quite in fact afraid of her adoptive mother. I'm sorry Mom. I've just been really busy with the church, Xenovia replied.
Griselda sighed, as she was giving her daughter a hard time despite she herself not making an effort to pick up the phone and reach out. In fact, the woman had just moments ago practically talked herself out of calling Xenovia altogether.
That's alright Xenovia, you're forgiven. There was an audible sigh of relief on the other end. But tell me, how are you? Well, I'm doing fine, but I'm a little exhausted. The church is currently a mess and I've been scrambling around all over these past few days. I don't know much about the situation, but I do know that heaven has lost all its major footholds. All this chaos is giving me loads of stress and Irina has been making everything worse. Seriously, she just never knows when to stop. But do you know what's going on? Griselda nodded and took a moment to collect her thoughts. Yes, I'm aware of the full situation and I'm currently working for the group responsible for everything that is transpiring with heaven.
What? It's a long story Xenovia, but it's a story you should hear. Just not over the phone. Griselda began softly, while slowly standing to her feet and moving towards her window. Can you come see me as soon as possible?
Well, I have duties with the church. Forget your duties. Griselda cut in sharply. Mom, I could never, Xenovia shouted in surprise. Xenovia, just trust me, okay? I've never once led you astray since the day I took you in. So please come see me, and whatever you do, don't tell people you're coming to see me. Mom, what is going on? You're acting very strange. Are you in danger? No child, I'm actually better off than I've ever been. I'm currently in Japan with Asia.
Wait, why are you with Asia? Xenovia asked loudly. Shouldn't she be with the church? I thought it was strange that I haven't seen her, but I just figured she was lost in all the chaos. You know how she can be sometimes.
So you don't know anything? Griselda mumbled softly, while she gazed out her window for a brief moment. Xenovia, the church excommunicated Asia a few days ago and that sparked events you couldn't imagine. What? Asia was excommunicated? Why am I just now hearing about this? Xenovia yelled on the other end. Griselda sighed. I don't know Xenovia, but I'm going to text you the address of where I am currently living. Please just come see me as soon as possible. Okay Mom, I will make visiting you in Asia my top priority. Xenovia declared softly. But I will want answers when I see you. And you'll get them. Alright Mom, I'll see you soon. Good, and Xenovia. Griselda replied before taking a small pause. Yes Mom, I love you. Xenovia smiled on the other end. I love you too. With Asia, Daddy. Asia yelled loudly, while the girl slowly walked through the hallway of her new home. I'm in my office, Asia. Naruto called back, which caused the girl to happily skip her way towards her father. Wasn't dinner fun? Asia began loudly, while she came to a stop at the door frame of Naruto's office, allowing the girl to see her father at his desk, while Kurama was rested on a leather sofa.
It was interesting to say the least. Naruto admitted with a slight smirk.
Asia nodded and walked into the room. So are you gonna tell me what was with you questioning Issei for? Of course, but first sit down, because this is going to be a rather long talk. Naruto replied sternly, while he motioned for Asia to take an empty seat before his desk. Asia obeyed and took a seat without question, as she saw how serious her father was acting at the moment. In fact, it was rare for Naruto to show his serious side around Asia. Considering ever since the passing of her mother, Naruto always goofball around Asia for the simple reason of distracting the girl and keeping her spirits high. Showing that Naruto was a caring father before anything else. Is something wrong, Daddy? Are you mad that I brought a boy home? Because I don't have romantic intentions with Issei. I just wanted to be his friend. Naruto laughed and shook his head. Asia, that's not the case at all. I don't care who you spend your time with as long as you're happy and safe, but let me explain my reasons for questioning Issei. You see, Kurama informed me that Issei had a sacred gear, and as such I started to try and deduce multiple things about the boy. Like if he worked for any of the factions or even knew about his sacred gear. Kurama chimed in. We were trying to assess if he was a threat or not, considering we didn't want you being in any possible danger. Naruto nodded. However, from my brief questioning I was able to figure out he was just a simple pervert. A pervert with a very peculiar sacred gear. Asia glanced towards Kurama with a confused look. What do you mean, Kurama? Honestly, I'm not sure. It's not like anything we've seen in this dimension before. It's almost like the sacred gear is alive or at least has its own soul. It's difficult to describe unless you felt it for yourself. Me and Naruto tried to come up with a few theories, but we don't have anything solid yet. Asia bit her lip and fumbled with her fingers. So let's say Issei is an ordinary boy with an interesting sacred gear. Would that mean some of the factions may seek him out? That's the logical assumption. Naruto began, but frowned as he felt his daughter's emotions. But you're not asking for any assumptions, you're actually afraid. So tell me, Asia, why are you afraid? Well, Asia drawled out softly, while she rubbed her arm nervously. The reason Issei was with me in the first place was because I found him with some random girl. You should have felt this girl's emotions, Daddy. It was just like the devil you killed back in Italy. So because I was afraid of something happening to him, I stepped in and ended up taking Issei home with me to get him away from that girl. That was incredibly reckless. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I'm sorry. Asia began, while she dropped her head down. I was going to tell you both sooner when the time was right. But you have to understand I couldn't just stand by and let something bad happen to someone. Especially after knowing what could have happened to me. Naruto folded his arms and frowned. So Issei has a sacred gear that has obviously placed him on someone's radar. Meaning he is not only in danger, but also a danger to be around. His sacred gear may explain why the biblical factions have an interest in this area. Perhaps they know something of his ability that we do not. So we should help Issei. Maybe the Passione could do something for him, Asia began, while she looked directly into her father's eyes. Perhaps, but at the moment Issei isn't on my list of priorities. Your safety on the other hand is at the very top of my list. Naruto began, which made Asia's eyes grow wide. So would you want me to stay away from Issei? Asia asked quickly, which made Naruto hold his hand up to calm the girl down. Now I never said that, and even though it could be an option, I know better than anyone how stubborn you are. So trying to control who you spend your time with would only come to backfire against me. You're my child after all. Naruto explained before he stood to his feet and maneuvered around his desk. Instead, me and Kurama had just finished having a discussion about what to do with you. What to do with me? Kurama nodded. With everything that happened in Italy along with our plans moving forward. Me and your father both agreed it's time we take better precautions with keeping you safe. However, we are not going to do so at the expense of your freedom by giving you restrictions or bodyguards. Naruto chimed in, while he took a seat on his desk and grabbed a small wooden box. You know what these are, correct? Those are your sage pieces. Naruto nodded and pulled one of his sage pieces out of the box. Yes, these were inspired by the devil's evil pieces, but unlike the evil pieces they don't give any special abilities. Instead, each group of pieces are infused with a different type of chakra. The basic pawns only have regular chakra, while the next tier of pieces have some natural energy added with the chakra. It's not a large amount, but enough to help foster the ability for individuals to learn senjutsu. Then the pieces that Jono and Bruno have are like the ones before them, but have Kurama's chakra mixed into their pieces. However, by far the strongest piece is the king, which has all the power of the other pieces and some chakra from the Sage of Six Paths. Asia was surprised, as she knew from her father's stories just what kind of power that single sage piece could give. That's incredible, Daddy, but are you okay with sharing such power with other people who could misuse it? Well, for one, I'm not sharing my power, as any chakra I or Kurama place into these sage pieces are not gone from our bodies. Considering like a battery, we just recharge our chakra over time.
Also, there is a reason I haven't given this king piece to anyone, as me and Kurama both believe it would most likely kill any normal humans we would give it to. Since the heavy amounts of chakra would be too potent for any normal human to handle. Considering the king piece would recode someone's genetics at an accelerated rate that would destroy someone's body at a cellular level. Meaning there isn't many individuals that could take the king piece.
With Jono and yourself being the only two exceptions we can think of, as you're not necessarily normal children thanks to your father's genetics. Which is why if you wish to still be a part of this organization and help me, then you're going to do two simple things. Naruto began, while he held the piece in his hand outward to Asia. First, you will take this piece and absorb it into yourself. Then second, you will start Shinobi training immediately to learn how to protect yourself and others. But I'm a pacifist. Asia protested, as she absolutely hated fighting and bloodshed. And I'm not going to bury my daughter. Naruto cut back, while his voice was firm and absolute. I've seen enough people I care about die, and I'm drawing a line here, Asia. Either accept my terms or I'm sending you back to Italy. It's for your own good, kid. Asia was surprised, as her father was never this firm with her. However, she understood his reasons and simply nodded. Okay, Daddy, I'll accept your terms. So what piece is that? Why the king, of course, Naruto revealed, while he handed the shogi piece to his daughter. Nothing less for my baby girl. You know daddy, from the reports I've been reading about the devils to inform myself. Asia began, while she looked at the sage piece in her hand. The devils have the leader of their peerage as the king. So why didn't you make yourself the king of your sage pieces? Well, for starters, these pieces are used to morph people's genetics to basically match my own.
So I really can't overwrite my own genetics using, well, my own genetics. Also, those who take in my sage pieces are essentially transformed to be my generic children. Meaning you technically have more than one genetic older brother now. Considering all of my top capos have taken a sage piece. Naruto explained, while he flashed Asia a wide grin. Besides, devils take pride in being a king, like it means something. When kings are as numerous as grains of sand, but I am no such thing. In this dimension I'm in existence like no other.
Asia absorbed what her father was saying, but her line of sight was completely on the king piece within her hands. Well, if I become the king, does that mean everyone else that has one of the lower pieces become my little peerage?
Naruto chuckled with a soft smile. If you would like.
Asia got a small gleam in her eyes. Get to boss them around? Hey, don't you already do that? Well, yes, but now I have an excuse to do so now. Asia replied back with a sly grin. Naruto shook his head and stood to his feet. You have full reign over those poor boys, but after you absorb your piece you should get some sleep. Because tomorrow starts your training and I'm not holding back just because you're my baby girl. Asia lunged forward and hugged her father. I promise to work hard and make you proud. Naruto smiled and slowly brushed Asia's hair. I know you will, Asia. You're an Uzumaki after all. Backing away from her father and smiling wide, Asia slowly held the sage piece close to her chest. Well, here goes nothing. The girl mumbled, while she suddenly pushed the piece into her body, resulting in the king piece melting into her body. Naruto watched with a careful gaze as Asia seemed to slightly shake and chakra began to envelop her torso. Though without even a single warning, Asia fell backwards into the chair she was in only moments ago and continued to tremble. Asia, are you okay? Naruto asked nervously, while he quickly bent over his daughter. Gritting her teeth and looking up, Asia slowly nodded. I do think so, but could you go get me a glass of water? I'm on it. Kurama, watch over Asia for me. Asia watched her father dash out of the room, and the moment he was gone the girl stopped trembling and grinned from ear to ear. Then standing to her feet, Asia began to stretch her arms out wide and twist her torso. So Kurama, I say we have 20 seconds before daddy comes back. 30 if he panics too much and makes a mess. As if on cue, Asia and Kurama heard glass break. Kami, fucking damn it. Naruto yelled loudly, which made Asia giggle. Kurama shook his head, as he looked at the girl who was faking her condition only moments ago. You sly little vixen. What could you possibly want? Do you know how to do that ninja writing stuff that Grandpa Minato and Jiraiya were known for? Fuinjutsu? Asia smiled and nodded her head. Yeah, that. Kurama scoffed and held his head up high with pride. I've been alive for centuries and have been around two very proficient Fuinjutsu users during my time being sealed in Mito Uzumaki and your grandmother Kushina. So yes, I would say I know some. Does daddy know any? No, the kid never took time to learn any. Why are you curious to learn some? Asia swayed from side to side with a large grin. Maybe, but I just came up with a great prank on daddy if you're up for it. Will it get under your father's skin? Asia nodded with an innocent smile. Most likely. Kurama flashed a toothy grin. Oh, count me in. That weekend, with Naruto, it was a Saturday morning in the Uzumaki house and the boss of the Passione was just now starting to slowly wake up. In fact, as Naruto started to bend upwards, he stretched his arms and allowed his covers to fall off his bare and exposed chest. What time is it? Naruto groaned as he glanced to his nightstand and looked to his clock. 9 in the morning. Well, guess I'll take a shower, make breakfast and get Asia ready for some more training. Rolling out of bed, Naruto was completely naked, as his late wife Aurora had a slight tendency to sleep naked. A trait that after spending years married to the woman was something Naruto picked up. That's why currently naked Naruto was stalking his way over to his closet to grab some clothing. However, as the man opened his closet he was met with an empty space void of anything. What the hell? Where are my clothes? Hearing a giggle, Naruto turned to his closed door, as he easily recognized the sound of his daughter. Asia. The father seethed in a low voice, while he ran to his door and peered outside. Then as he scanned the hallway of his house, Naruto saw his daughter standing at the edge of the hallway with her tongue stuck out. Meanwhile, in her hands was a pair of Naruto's clothing. Then without warning, Asia opened the door to their bathroom and disappeared inside. You come here, little missy, Naruto yelled loudly, while he grabbed a potted plant to hide his manhood before running after Asia. Then running to the bathroom, Naruto slung the door open, but was confused, considering he didn't see Asia, but the shower was running water. Asia? Hee have a fun day, daddy. Asia giggled from behind her father before she pushed the man from behind and sent him stumbling into the bathroom. Dropping and breaking the potted plant, Naruto looked over his back to see Asia at the bathroom door right beside a smirking Kurama. "Asia, you're in so much," Naruto began, but stopped the moment Kurama used one of his tails to slam the door. Then at that moment a large array of seals filled the entire bathroom completely. "Fuinjutsu? Are you kidding me?" The blonde groaned as he walked to the door and tried to pull it open, but found the room was sealed tight. "Pranked by my own daughter and that damned fox. Can my luck get any worse?" Unfortunately for Naruto, his question was answered as the shower turned off and the curtain to the bathtub slowly pulled back to reveal Griselda. And Naruto, Griselda, blushing a deep shade of red, as she saw Naruto in all his naked glory. The woman quickly concealed her eyes and tried to look away. What are you doing in here? Are you trying to make some kind of move on me?" Naruto held his hands up nervously and began to look for a towel or anything to cover himself up. "Listen, this is a big misunderstanding," Naruto began, as he suddenly discovered there was no towels, no pairs of spare clothing or anything that could cover up the two naked adults. "This is all Asia's doing." "How did Asia get you naked and in the same room as me while I was showering?" Griselda yelled in embarrassment, as she was glad the curtain was at least present to conceal her body from the man. "She's sly and takes after me too much," Naruto groaned in annoyance, as he suddenly found a note stuck to the ground. "Wait, there is a note." "Well, what does it say?" Naruto looked down at the note and began to read its contents out loud. "Dear silly daddy, I bet you're wondering how I pulled one over you again. Well, it was quite easy, as I know Griselda always takes a shower every day during the same time you wake up to make breakfast, so I knew where to lay my trap. Next, with the help of Kurama, I used clones, genjutsu and fuinjutsu to lure and trap you with Griselda. Bet you're regretting showing me all this cool ninja stuff. Sadly, it's too late for regrets. Instead, I have a game in mind, so let's have some fun. You see, Kurama has placed quite the interesting seal on the bathroom that only has two ways of escape, and before you try, no, you cannot force your way out because Kurama sealed your chakra when you were asleep. Isn't fuinjutsu neat? Kurama promised to show me some later. Now here is my game, daddy. You can either sit in that bathroom butt naked all day with Griselda until me and Kurama let you two out. Or you can find the key to break free that Kurama placed in a storage seal within the room. Have fun. Love, your precious little trickster. P.S. Here is a hint because I love you. The key is hidden in only a place Jiraiya and Issei would think of looking." Naruto crumbled the note in annoyance and growled. "This is an odd feeling. Pride in someone else's pranks." Naruto began before spiking the note into the ground and yelling. "Too bad it's overshadowed by all this rage. You raised an absolute monster. You realize this, right?" Griselda asked, while Naruto simply nodded his head and leaned against the bathroom sink. "But I can get us out of this situation."
Glancing to the woman, Naruto lifted his brow. "I don't think you understand the scope of how fucked our situation is. My chakra is sealed, so we are at the mercy of my daughter and Kurama. Unless we find the key she hid, which knowing Asia probably doesn't even exist."
Griselda rolled her eyes and allowed her angel wings and halo to appear around her body. I'm more than capable to escape our predicament. So turn around and cover your eyes while I break the door down." Turning away from Griselda and closing his eyes, Naruto heard the angel step out of the shower. "I wouldn't if I were you, Griselda. Fuinjutsu from my dimension is serious stuff. My dad was able to bend space and time with fuinjutsu, and he wasn't even the scariest fuinjutsu user I've heard of. Hell, Kurama's first container, Mito Uzumaki, sealed him within her body by herself using fuinjutsu. Trying to brute force your way through will only backfire."
Pushing out her hand to where her palm was facing the door, Griselda summoned a ball of light within her hand and prepared to blast the door down.
Naruto, feeling the woman preparing her attack, slightly opened his eyes to see the angel's exposed naked backside. This of course caused the man to blush and slightly back away further behind Griselda, as he knew things were not going to end well and he didn't want to get caught up in the backlash. In fact, Naruto was right to warn Griselda, as the moment she fired the ball of light, she was blasted away from the door and flew straight into Naruto, knocking both individuals down onto the tile floor and entangling their bodies to where Griselda was on top of Naruto with her breasts buried into his face.
"Okay, maybe I should have listened to you." Griselda groaned in pain, while she pushed herself up to look at Naruto. Noticing the man was completely unconscious with a trickle of blood coming down from his nose. "Naruto, are you okay?"
From the outside of the bathroom, Asia chuckled with a pleased expression and looked down at Kurama. "Well, Kurama, my work here is done. So I'm gonna go hang out with Issei," the small girl declared happily, while slowly turning away from the door.
Kurama nodded. "Just remember to stay in a heavily populated place and keep your eyes open for danger. We still don't know the full scope of what kind of dangers involve that pervert."
"I know, Kurama, and if anything bad goes down, I'll signal for help." Kurama grinned from ear to ear. "Good, and in the meantime I'll stay here and enjoy the kid's suffering. I mean, people used to call me a demon, but if anyone is a demon, it's you, Asia. I'm so proud."
Asia laughed and waved goodbye. Well, just remember to let daddy out if things get too bad in there.
Hee, I'll think about it. Kurama mumbled, while he watched Asia walk away before taking a seat in front of the door. It's high time that brat gets a taste of being caged against your will. And I'll be here to enjoy every second of it. Later, with Issei and Asia meeting up at a local shopping district, Asia and her new perverted friend were walking slowly among the crowds of people. This was an ample opportunity for Asia to gather some intel about Issei's taste in women along with his ability to communicate with the opposite sex. Considering if Asia wanted to turn Issei into a ladies' man, she had to figure out just how pathetic he was. So that is why the young blonde was constantly pointing to girls for Issei to approach. So what about that group of girls over there? Asia spoke up, while she discreetly gestured towards a group of young high school girls.
I don't know, Asia. Issei began nervously, while he slightly retracted back.
Asia huffed and crossed her arms. You know, I think you're afraid to actually talk to a girl. You're damn right I am. Girls hate perverts, and no matter what I say, every girl I meet figures out I'm a total perv in like 10 seconds. Well, that's because you spend those first 10 seconds having a staring contest with their breasts. Asia deadpanned before taking a long sigh and slinging her arm around Issei's shoulder. But I'm going to let you in on a little secret about girls. Which is? Issei asked softly. Asia smiled with a devilish grin. Girls don't hate perverts, Issei. Girls hate creepy guys who peep on them in the shower. Girls actually like when guys are perverted. Because believe it or not, girls have sexual desires just like boys and enjoy being the center of someone's sexual focus no matter how dirty or pure that might be. With that being said, you're the creepy type of pervert. Meanwhile, someone like my daddy is the charming kind of pervert. That's why your sexual life is non-existent and my daddy has someone breathtaking like mom around him. So I need to be more like Lord Naruto. Exactly. Asia began, as she maneuvered her way around Issei and stood right in front of the boy. So I'm going to show you one of my daddy's signature pickup moves he taught my older brother, the shoulder touch. The shoulder touch? Issei mumbled in confusion. Asia nodded with a small grin and rested her hand onto Issei's shoulder. All you gotta do is walk up to a girl, touch her shoulder and give her a cool smile and just say hey. Asia then quickly backed away and motioned for Issei to follow her example. Come on, show me what you got. Charm me, pervy boy. Awkwardly extending his hand out and touching Asia's shoulder, Issei nervously squinted his eyes and flashed a goofy smile. Hey! The boy spoke up, which slightly made Asia cringe. That was a start, but daddy always said experience was the best teacher. So see those girls over there? Asia asked, while she pointed to a group of girls sitting at a bench. I think they go to our school. So pick a target out of the group and give them the old shoulder touch. I don't know. Oh, don't be scared, you got this. Asia cut in, as she shoved the boy forward. Stumbling forward, Issei looked to the girls nervously and then quickly glanced back to Asia. Noticing his friend had a wide-open grin and 2 thumbs up for encouragement held by her face. This of course caused the boy to pump his fist and walked off towards the girls. He's going to mess this up. Asia mumbled softly as she watched Issei casually stroll up to the girls and awkwardly gave one of them the shoulder touch, resulting in the girl jerking away from Issei and yelling with a deep-rooted hatred at the pervert. Get away, you gross loser, the girl yelled loudly, while Issei began to stumble back nervously. Swing and a miss, Issei. Asia giggled, as she did slightly enjoy seeing the boy fail. However, as a group of boys approached from a distance and suddenly started beating down on Issei, she groaned. Well, either those are some angry boyfriends or some white knights. Regardless, now I gotta do damage control. Sighing to herself, Asia walked forward and approached the group of 4 boys that were circling and pummeling the everlasting shit out of Issei. Meanwhile, the group of girls Issei had approached were merely watching with a pleased expression. Excuse me. Asia spoke up, as she tapped on one of the boys' shoulders. Then as they momentarily halted their beatdown, she smiled and folded her hands together. Could you please stop hurting my friend? Wait, you're friends with this perv? One of the boys asked, while he stomped aggressively onto Issei's chest, making the pervert wheeze in response. Why, yes I am. Asia replied as she extended her hand out in a friendly manner. I'm Asia, by the way, Asia Uzumaki. Hey, I know her, one of the girls shouted out. She's that new girl who tried to cover for the peepers we caught by the girls' shower house. Asia glared at Issei. You still got caught? Yes, Issei cried in response before he was kicked in the face. So you're some kind of sick pervert like this loser? Another one of the boys asked. You even admit to helping your perverted friend spy on our girlfriends? God, you two are scum. I'm a prankster, not a pervert, Asia whined in response. Plus I was helping Issei so he would help me. She's a bitch in my book, one of the girls insulted. You should teach her a lesson too. Stay away from Asia, Issei yelled loudly, but that of course earned him another kick to the face. Shut up, the boy who had stuck Issei ordered, while he simultaneously glared down at Asia. And I think I will teach. Asia held her hands up in defense. I wouldn't if I were you. The girl tried to warn in a genuinely concerned voice. This won't end well for you if you do. And why is that? One of the boys asked. Well, let's say you actually could hurt me, which you can't by the way. Asia declared, which made the boys snarl. My big brothers would probably find who you are and torture/kill you. I mean, I've seen some of my brothers hospitalize someone for bumping into them. So hurting their precious baby sister wouldn't work well for you, and heaven have mercy on your soul if my daddy got involved. He burned a guy to death last week because said person made distasteful suggestions about me. Seriously, I don't want to see you four die over something silly. One of the boys laughed and turned to his friends. This bitch is actually crazy. Making up stories like her family is something to be afraid of. Stupid whore. The boy insulted before twisting his torso and slapping Asia in the face. However, at that moment, two things happened. The first was that even though Asia was struck in the face, she didn't move or even flinch. Second was that the boy's hand bent backwards at his wrist and dangled to where his fingers were touching the backside of his arm. This of course caused the boy to absolutely cry out in pain and recoil backwards. I tried to warn you, Asia yelled in surprise, while she lunged forward towards the boy. Let me fix your hand. Stay away from him, another boy yelled, while he ran straight at Asia. Unfortunately, Asia was slightly freaking out and had her left arm waving around, which quickly smacked into the boy and planted him into the concert. Oh no! Asia shouted before twisting her torso quickly to the newly injured boy. This of course caused Asia to smack a third boy with her right hand and instantly sent him flying a good couple of feet into the air. I'm sorry. The final boy, stricken with fear, turned around to run, but in the process of fleeing ran into a metal pole by accident and managed to knock himself unconscious, resulting in Asia standing among four incapacitated boys and one slightly beat up Issei. So maybe the king piece was a little too much, Asia thought to herself, while she slightly bent down and tried to discreetly heal each of the boys that had been injured, while noticing the girls Issei tried to hit on had ran away in fear. With Jono walking around his apartment, Jono was doing a mental check for everything that he needed to accomplish. Of course, this forced him to scavenge around his apartment and check his personal inventory for any items he might be running low on. However, as Jono was busy doing that, the cat he had adopted was sitting on the back of his sofa with her eyes glued to the man. I'm out of milk and it looks like we are also out of cat food, Jono mumbled softly, while he looked to his new companion with a smile. You seem to be quite the little glutton, which is odd considering I don't think I've ever seen you actually eat any of your food. At this rate you'll be quite the fat cat. The cat gave a low annoyed growl, which of course caused the gangster to laugh. I'm only teasing you. The man joked before taking a seat and flicking on his television. But I'll go to the store later tonight. After all the work I've done for the Passione, I need some time to rest. The cat slowly stalking her way onto Jono's lap, the man smiled and began to stroke the creature's backside. Speaking of the Passione, I wonder how father is doing. I should probably take some time to check on him. No, I'm sure he is busy today. I'll make a point to visit some other day. With Naruto, naked and sitting with his back pressed against Griselda's own, Naruto was looking up aimlessly at the ceiling. It has been several hours since Naruto had been caged naked with his angel assistant, but in that time Naruto had tried to think of any way to escape. He had of course formulated a plan to free himself, as he knew his daughter better than anyone. However, this plan of freedom Naruto thought of was a path he refused to take, considering his freedom most likely came at the expense of humiliating himself and more importantly Griselda. Unfortunately for Naruto, he was about to learn that time wasn't on his side. Naruto. Griselda began, her voice sounding both nervous and embarrassed. Yes, Griselda, what is it? I have to use the bathroom, Griselda revealed, which of course caused both adults to blush. I see. Naruto mumbled softly, while he slightly shifted himself. I could turn away from the toilet and run some water to make some noise if you're embarrassed about me hearing or seeing you pee. Steam rolling out of her ears, Griselda shook her head. I don't have. The woman stammered before whispering something in a low and embarrassed voice. What was that, Griselda? Naruto asked, while he felt the woman's back shudder. I don't have to pee. The woman replied slightly louder, which instantly made Naruto jump in surprise. Okay, we need to find a way out of here now. Covering her breasts with her arms, Griselda turned to face Naruto. But we have searched all over this room for a way to get out and there is none. Well, not exactly. Since there is still one option left. Naruto began in a slightly defeated voice. Asia said the key to escape is in a place that only two perverts would look.
Which is? Naruto sighed. The key to breaking this seal trapping us is most likely hidden inside a storage seal. The storage seal was probably drawn somewhere on your body during the night and hidden well enough to where I would have to frisk you to find it.
Meaning? Griselda stuttered, while Naruto simply nodded.
My daughter is both evil and a queen of pranks. Naruto then sighed and chuckled to himself. The newer generation surpassing the previous, I think I finally understand the will of fire the old man Hokage always talked about. Unfortunately it looks like we are trapped here at my daughter's mercy.
Well, we don't have to be. Griselda began, which made Naruto's eyes widen. I mean, if it gets us out of this situation I'm okay with you searching my body. Are you sure? Naruto asked in a surprised voice, while the angel merely nodded her head and uncovered her breasts, allowing the two massive mounds of flesh to slightly bounce and jiggle. I want out of this situation and I trust you won't go too far. Griselda began, while she bit her bottom lip nervously. Just get it over with as quickly as possible. Nodding his head and reaching outward, Naruto grabbed onto Griselda's beasts, which caused the angel to whimper and twitch in response. Then wasting no time, Naruto began to look for any storage seal that could have been hidden under her breasts. Considering that's the first place a pervert like Issei would look. Unfortunately, as Naruto fondled the angel's massive breasts, he couldn't locate any sign of a storage seal. In fact, all Naruto accomplished to do was make Griselda's face bright red and her lungs short of breath. I can't find anything, Naruto huffed as he released his hold on Griselda and watched the woman's breasts bounce. Asia was probably lying and there is no way out of here. Well, there is still one place you haven't checked. Griselda began, while she slowly shifted her body and pointed her backside towards the blonde. Why, you can check H here. Naruto gulped as he watched the angel glance back in his direction. Her breathing was bated and her face was red, while he could practically see the steam coming from her breath. I don't know, Griselda. Just do it already. The angel demanded in a voice that made the man ask himself a single question. Which was Griselda starting to enjoy this entire situation. However, Naruto didn't have time to get his answer. Instead, he simply took a deep breath to steady himself and continued his search. A few hours later, with Asia, it was a few hours after Issei had got his ass kicked and Asia had accidentally roughed up the pervert's attackers. In that time the duo had spent the day hanging out and Issei had showed Asia all of his favorite hangout spots around town, which to Asia's surprise were actually fun and not perverted. However, during the entire time Issei had not stopped talking about how amazing Asia was for what she had done to those four boys. That is why currently Issei was going on about how great Asia was, while the duo were walking together deep within the town's secluded park. Seriously Asia, what can't you do? Issei asked with a wide grin. You're a great cook, super nice and are like some kind of martial arts master, plus your dad is Naruto Uzumaki. Asia giggled and shook her head. I'm far from any kind of master. Besides, none of that would have happened if you didn't peep on those girls in the first place. Issei nodded and lowered his head. I know, but… Issei suddenly raised his head and pointed to the sky. From this day on I will stop being a loser pervert. I will model my life after the great Naruto Uzumaki and become the harem king. Shaking her head and laughing, Asia patted her friend on the back. Well, you have a lot of work ahead if you want to be even remotely close to my daddy. After all, he is the greatest man I've ever known. Which is why I'll do my very best, Issei replied in a determined voice. Mark my words, I'll be a better man and friend to you, Asia. Well, if you wish to become a better version of yourself, my daddy is a good example to follow. Issei nodded with a goofy smile, which caused Asia to smile back at her friend, considering she was happy to hear that boy wanted to be better than what he currently was. Though her mood was quickly swayed as she felt something vile and bloodthirsty. In fact, the amount of killing intent Asia could feel was enough to make her shudder and her eyes darken. Issei, watching the fear flash across the girl's face, instantly determined something was wrong. Asia, what's gotten into you? The boy asked, while he noticed the blonde slightly zone out. Her top lip curling against her teeth, Asia tightened her fists and dug her nails deep into her hands in order to regain some composure. We are not alone, the girl whispered in a low and nervous voice. Huh? What are you talking about? Issei yelled loudly, while the brunette quickly swiveled his head from left to right. There isn't anyone around this park as far as the eye can see. Issei was both right and wrong in his observation, as nothing was around the duo except for trees, bushes and empty pathways. However, Issei wasn't like Asia. Considering Issei was using his single sense of sight to survey their surroundings, while Asia had something much more reliable to pinpoint the individual or rather individuals who were stalking them. This of course made the girl question why they were being followed. Were they after Issei? Or were they after her? Maybe both, or perhaps there was another reason even Asia couldn't imagine. Regardless, Asia knew that unlike the situation with the 4 boys earlier, this encounter was going to be much more serious. Why, you can come out. I know both of you are watching us, Asia shouted to the surprise of Issei, while at the same time clicking her teeth at her stutter, hoping whoever was watching didn't pick up on her nervousness or fear. Almost instantly, a young man with long white hair dressed in familiar robes came stalking out of the tree line. His twisted grin and sadistic glare were enough to place Asia on guard, while Issei tensed up. Well, what do we have here? A fellow excommunicated member of the church all the way out here? The man began, his voice sounding both excited and insane. I'd this is a total coincidence, but I think you know better than to believe that. I recognize those types of robes and even the weapons you're trying to conceal, Asia called back, as she tried to hold her composure. You're an exorcist of the church. Now what is an excommunicated member of the church doing in Japan following me? Laughing loudly and gripping his face to calm his insanity, the man merely grinned at Asia. Why, I'm here to help collect that little sacred gear of yours. After all, even I know of the great healer Asia Argento. Argento? Issei mumbled in confusion, as he had a million questions about what this man was talking about, though he also knew right now wasn't the right time to get his answers. So you're after me? Asia began softly, while she glanced to the side. And what about your comrade? What are they after? After all, I recognize you from a few days ago, Yuma. Issei's eyes grew wide as he watched Yuma casually walk out into the open with a smirk on her face. Asia on the other hand shuddered, since currently the young girl could feel even more negative emotions radiating off Yuma than their first encounter. In fact, Yuma's emotions were so putrid that they made Asia sick and completely overshadowed those of the man she was with. For starters, girl, my name isn't Yuma. It's Rainare, and you're an annoying little pest, but after what I plan to do with you and your little pervert, all your sins will be forgiven. After all, I was just trying to get close enough to steal that loser's sacred gear, but imagine my fury when you came marching in and interrupted my plans. However, thanks to Freed, I learned you have quite the remarkable sacred gear yourself. Twilight healing. A wonderful sacred gear that shouldn't be in the hands of some snot-nosed brat, Freed yelled loudly, while he pulled out a sword. No, that kind of ability belongs to someone like Rainare. Issei gritted his teeth and pointed his fist at Freed. Oh, and what makes her so special? I don't know what the hell light healing, sacred healing, or whatever it is called means, but I know that nobody is better than Asia. It's because she isn't human, Issei. Asia mumbled softly, as she knew that she needed to call for help soon, considering she was now in a situation she couldn't get herself out of. What, not human? Issei yelled in response. That's right. Rainare began softly, as her eyes and hair began to darken in color, while giant black feathered wings propelled outwards from her backside. I'm a fallen angel. Chewing on her cheek and frowning, Asia pulled on Issei's sleeve. Listen, Issei, I want you to run. I want you to run and not look back. Stunned, surprised and confused, Issei locked eyes with Asia. I'm not going to leave you behind. You run and I'll hold them off for as long as I can. You'll die, Issei, and I'll die a virgin if it means you'll be safe. Moved by Issei's resolve to keep her safe regardless of how useless it was, Asia had her focus on Issei and not the former exorcist or fallen angel. This was unfortunate for Asia, considering Rainare had lifted up her hand and summoned a spear of light. Issei on the other hand saw these events transpiring, and the moment the fallen angel began to move her arm, the pervert moved forward and shoved Asia onto the ground, resulting in Issei standing over top of Asia, while a spear of light was buried into his stomach and protruding out from his spinal cord. Issei! Asia shrieked in terror, while the boy coughed blood from his mouth before collapsing backwards. Tilting her head back in disbelief and roaring in laughter, Rainare pointed a finger at the bleeding Issei. What an idiot! I was just trying to immobilize you before you could run. Meanwhile, that idiot tries to be a hero and changes a non-lethal attack into a killing blow. Kneeling down over Issei and hearing the condescending laughter of Rainare and Freed, Asia held her hands out and began to desperately use her twilight healing on the dying boy, realizing that Rainare's attack had completely eviscerated the boy's internal organs. Hang in there, Issei, Asia begged as she tried her absolute hardest to heal the boy. Rainare watched this and smiled before summoning another spear. See how useful the twilight healing of yours is. Rainare began as she threw another spear directly into Issei, which stabbed the boy in the chest. Issei! Asia shouted, while she moved one of her hands up towards his new wound. This is great! Rainare yelled loudly as she summoned a third spear of light. Let's see what happens first. You heal that boy or I kill him. Asia's eyes grew wide, and at this point she was starting to panic, so fully moving her body to shield Issei from Rainare, she continued to heal Issei, but at the same time she began to pump out and spike her chakra, hoping someone in the Passione would feel her chakra and come rushing to her side. Considering her current abilities and limitations, all she could do was try to keep Issei from dying and hope someone will appear soon to save them. Dad, Jono, Kurama. Anybody, please come help me, Asia thought, as her emotions began to rise and her eyes began to burn. However, as an intense hot and sharp pain filled her left shoulder, Asia saw Reinare's spear poking out from her body and into Issei's. You think I won't attack you as well? Reinare taunted with a loud laugh. Hell, this is a perfect chance to test the scope of my new sacred gear. So show me how much you can heal before you and that boy die. Asia gritted her teeth as she felt another spear brush past her side, giving her a decent gash in the process.
This of course caused the girl to whimper in pain, but held her resolve to heal Issei. As her body was in pain, her emotions were a mess and her eyes felt like they were on fire. However, she was healthy enough to continue and knew if she stopped trying to heal Issei for a moment the boy would die. So that is why she had to ignore her own injuries and focus completely on saving the boy's life. Don't give up, Issei. Asia cried in pain, while a spear flew past her cheek and sliced her once more. Hang in there. Issei, barely holding onto any semblance of consciousness, looked up to Asia. His hazy vision locking eyes with Asia with a bloody smile. So this is the last thing I see before I die. It's not boobs, but I'm okay with that. Though I never knew Asia had such beautiful crimson eyes. If only I stopped looking at every rack I saw I would have noticed. Hey, guess I really am a shitty guy that got what he deserved. Couldn't even protect the one decent friend I have.
Still pumping out her chakra, Asia was hoping, no praying that anyone would come to her aid, but by now her father should have at least arrived. However, considering her prank this morning, that meant Naruto was most likely still trapped. Meaning she couldn't rely on the man like she always had. Then to make matters worse, Asia could visibly see that Issei had too many serious injuries for her to keep up with. This has been fun, but that boy is on his last leg and I'm bored. So I'm going to finish this up and then go extract your scared gear, which will kill you as well. With that being said, Reinare conjured one final spear of light and grinned. So just let the boy die and accept you both are not long for this world.
Ignoring Reinair completely, Asia continued to heal Issei and refused to let the boy die.
An action that made the fallen angel sigh before tossing her final spear forward. Considering she just needed Asia barely clinging to life. So she didn't mind striking the killing blow through Asia. However, to Reinare's shock, the spear stopped mere inches from touching Asia's back. This of course caused the fallen angel to glare at the man who had stopped her attack. A man with blonde hair that brought the spear up close to his face before shattering it within his grasp. Just who are you? Reinare yelled in rage, while she glared at the man who appeared practically from thin air. Just a very protective and very pissed off older brother. The familiar voice replied without emotion, which of course caused Asia to glance backwards and practically choke on her tears. Jono, the girl cried in relief, while at the same time finding his hands softly ruffling her hair. I'm sorry I took so long. I'm not as fast as father's after all, but I'll take care of everything from here just as he would. Reinare glared at the man and turned to Fried with anger in her eyes. Fried, take care of this. The fallen angel began, but froze as she saw the former exorcist face down. His head planted deep into the ground, while a few plastic shopping bags were neatly laid beside him. What? Yeah, I already took care of him. Jono began, while he slowly stalked forward. A large amount of killing intent already leaking from his body. Now you're next. Laughing and holding out her hands, Reinare shook her head. You really want to fight me, human? Appearing right in Reinare's face much to her surprise, Jono kept a calm and fierce composure. This won't be a fight, you piece of shit. Lifting up a fist and snarling at Jono, Reinare opened her mouth to speak. However, instead the fallen angel took a strong right hook to the face. A blow which not only disoriented the woman, but also dislocated her jaw and cracked her teeth. Muda! Jono yelled before delivering a quick barrage of fast and strong punches to Reinare's chest, resulting in a final blow that sent the fallen angel propelling backwards straight into a shadow clone of Jono. Muda muda muda! The shadow clone roared as he unleashed a secondary barrage of punches and kicks, which used enough force to snap Reinare's rib cage and even her broke her wings. Muda! With that final shout, Jono's clone tossed Reinare forward like a rag doll, where the original Jono was waiting with two Risengans in each hand. Then in the most unconventional use of a Risengan ever, Jono began to use the balls of spinning chakra as blunt objects to beat Reinare down with. Muda! Jono yelled, while he kicked Reinare in the stomach and sent the fallen angel flipping up into the sky, where two more shadow clones were already waiting for her. Muda muda muda! The two clones shouted in unison, while they both relentlessly beat down on the fallen angel who had hurt Asia. This of course caused Reinare to experience more broken bones and practically incapacitated her from moving or fighting back. Muda! With one final blow to the face, Reinare went sailing downward back to the original Jono, who caught her mid-fall by using her torso as a punching bag for another barrage of punches. Rias! Jono yelled as he kept Reinare bouncing upwards from his punches, while her internal organs began to turn to paste and her eyes began to roll back. Then allowing the fallen angel to fall towards the ground, he continued a horizontal assault of punches that pushed the nearly dead woman forward. Muda muda. Finally summoning a veil of red chakra around his torso, Jono manifested 2 large hands of pure chakra and started to pummel Rainare into the dirt. Muda muda muda. Jono screamed, while he created more and more arms of chakra to beat down on Rainare for another solid 2 minutes without mercy, ending in the man stepping away from a hardly recognizable and dead corpse of a fallen angel. Jono, I need your help, my friend is dying, Asia cried in despair. Not even wasting a second glance on the fallen angel he had killed, Jono ran over to Asia and hunched over beside his sister, while his sacred gear burst to life. Let me help you heal him. My scared gear can repair his organs and you can focus on keeping him alive, Jono explained, as he kept his eyes down on Issei's bleeding body. I have a million questions, but they can wait once we stabilize your friend. Asia nodded. We need to heal Issei enough to move him. Then we can go home and I'll tell you and Daddy everything. Jono could accept those terms and glanced up to his sister, but once he did, he was completely shocked to his core. Asia, your eyes. What about them? Asia asked in concern, as the burning sensation from earlier had died down.
With disbelief, Jono shook his head and blinked, thinking he was seeing things. However, he quickly realized was real and it left the man completely dumbfounded. Asia, you have the Sharingan.
I have the what? Later at the Uzumaki household, seated in a chair in front of her father's desk, Asia was looking directly at her father,
who had Kurama on his left side and Griselda on his right. She had just finished retelling the story of her day, which ended with her and Jono saving Issei and discovering she had somehow managed to unlock the Sharingan. Speaking of Issei, the pervert was actually unconscious and laid out on a sofa within Naruto's office. Considering Asia and Jono both agreed it would be the best move to keep him safe.
And that's everything that happened. Asia finally finished, while everyone digested the information she gave. So you have the Sharingan. Very interesting. I personally hate those damned eyes, but I like you. Kurama began, as he was the first one to speak up. I'm curious if it's a byproduct of your king piece, Naruto's genetics, or Sasuke giving his power to Naruto and having an effect on your birth. Regardless, you clearly have the Sharingan in some fashion and I'm curious to find out why. That's the first thing you say, Naruto yelled, while he glared at the talking fox. A fallen angel targeted my daughter and you want to know how she got the Sharingan? Kurama scoffed. We know why she was a target. That idiot wanted her scared gear and didn't know she targeted the wrong girl and died for it. And what if more fallen angels come for Asia? Naruto yelled loudly. That's why we're training her, so she can actually fight back, so it would be beneficial to learn more about her abilities and potential.
Naruto nodded and took a deep sigh. Yes, but now we have to determine what to do about the fallen angels. Considering they attacked and injured my daughter, which is something I won't stand for.
Well, for now we can't do anything, as there is no fallen angels to talk with. Griselda began with a small amount of anger in her voice. But can we please talk about Asia's punishment? Punishment? I didn't do anything wrong, the girl protested. You locked me and your father naked in the bathroom all day. And to make matters worse, there was no way out and we couldn't help you when you needed us, Griselda yelled back, while a large blush covering her face as she remembered her time trapped with Naruto, which got a little too heated. But I did leave a way for you to escape. There was a key to break the seal hidden under the sink. But you said the key was in a place only a pervert would look, Naruto yelled in disbelief. Giggling and shooting finger guns at her father, Asia smiled. That's called misdirection, Daddy. Shaking his head and laughing, Naruto slapped the desk. Oh man, you really got us good, Asia.
Don't encourage her behavior. Griselda scolded sternly. She needs punished or she will continue this behavior.
Naruto nodded and sighed, but the man was suddenly met with a sad and completely fake look of regret from his daughter. One that completely shattered any chance of Naruto punishing Asia.
Daddy, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to give you a small prank to make you laugh. The manipulative daughter began with fake tears in her eyes. If it was so bad, I won't do pranks anymore. Jumping up and over the desk, Naruto hugged Asia tightly. No, it's okay, sweetie. You can prank silly old daddy as much as you want. You really mean it? Asia asked, her voice sounding sad. However, the devious look she gave Griselda and Kurama said otherwise. In fact, Griselda's eyebrow twitched and Kurama merely gave the girl a proud grin. Yes, my precious baby can have whatever she wants, Naruto declared loudly. Asia nodded and backed away from her father. Well, in that case, I do have something I want right now. Leaning against his desk, Naruto nodded. Name it and it's yours. I want Issei as a member of my peerage and your blessing to allow him into the Passione. Folding his arms and closing his eyes, Naruto sighed. He did risk himself to protect you,
So if he wishes to join, I shall make an exception for him to join. The leader of the Passione began, while he glanced to Griselda. Could you wake the boy for me? Approaching the sleeping form of Issei, Griselda quickly held her hand out and smacked the boy across the face. This was a poor choice, as the boy simply moaned and turned on his side. Harder, Rias. Issei mumbled through some perverted sleep talk. Griselda's eye twitched and she turned to Naruto. Can't I just kill him and we be done? Naruto groaned and pointed his finger at Issei, which caused a bolt of lightning to zap the boy awake and send him screaming into the air. Damn it! The pervert yelled, but froze as he noticed his current surroundings. Asia, you're okay, and Lord Naruto is here, what happened? Naruto simply held his hand up to silence Issei and sighed. Honestly, there's way too much to explain right away. For now you should know this. You were attacked by a fallen angel, and yes, angels, devils and much more are all real. You were attacked because you and Asia both have very rare items within your bodies. My son Jono arrived and killed the fallen angel, and Asia saved you from dying. She tells me you risked yourself to protect her, and for that I'm grateful. For that you've earned my favor, and I'm offering you to join my organization, the Passione, which is a worldwide organization with the goal of creating peace. Asia herself wants you to become a member of her peerage by absorbing an item that will change your genetics and make you a human with incredible abilities. That will also essentially make you my biological child along with other side effects. Asia can explain everything and fill in all the blanks if you agree. Considering as an old friend of mine used to say, it's too troublesome for me to do it. So with all of that being said, will you accept my offer? Wait, let me get this right. Issei began, as for a brief moment he showed a small form of seriousness, but that was about to be thrown away. If I say yes, can I call you dad? Yes, no, Asia and Naruto answered together. Then sign me up, Issei declared happily, which caused Asia to beam with joy. And my peerage is growing, Asia chirped in a giddy voice. I can't wait for you to meet everyone else. Issei grinned and placed his hands on his hips. I don't know much about what's going on, but I'm on board. And you said the fallen angel was killed, but what about that other guy? What happened to him, Dad? At this question Naruto held his head down, as he was thinking he should just let Griselda kill Issei. While I'm having my people talk with him. A abandoned warehouse. Freed was nervous, as he was currently surrounded by 4 men he had never seen before, these men of course being Mista, Fugo, Narancia and Abacchio. All of whom were relatively silent around the man. However, the silence was interrupted by the arrival of Jono and Bruno. The latter of whom was holding a small tray with 2 cups and a bottle. What is going on? Freed shouted loudly, while he watched Jono pour 2 glasses of some kind of alcohol. I simply want to have a quick drink with you, Jono explained before he walked over to Freed and handed the drink to the man. A drink? The former exorcist asked. Jono nodded and held his drink up. Yes, but in my country we toast. So to your health. The gangster spoke before taking a drink. Freed, realizing it wasn't poison if Jono was drinking, shrugged his shoulders and brought the cup to his lips. Then as he felt the hot liquid slowly go down and burn his throat, he finished the entire cup in one go. Not bad stuff, a little rough on the throat though. Freed spoke up, which caused Jono to nod. I see. Jono mumbled, before punching Freed so hard in the stomach the man collapsed onto his knees and threw up all over the floor. The alcohol from moments ago coming up to burn his throat a second being back up. Hacking and wheezing from Jono's insane strength, Freed glanced over his back and watched as the man rolled his sleeves. I'm not going to speak? Well, let me speak for you then. See, my associate here Abacchio has a very useful sacred gear. See, he can play back and watch anyone as long as he is standing where that person was. So that means we can get information from you without needing you at all. Despite that you were involved with the person who hurt and planned to kill my baby sister. I think you understand where I am going with this. Jono began, while at the same time pointing at Naronica. Don't want anyone hearing your screams. The young gangster spoke up, while turning on a loud song through a boombox. You're gonna kill me? Freed asked, as he slowly started to regain himself. No, we're just gonna talk for a little bit. Jono replied softly, while he and his fellow Passione circled the man. But it's gonna be one painful fucking talk. Chapter 7, Family. Abandoned warehouse. Softly placing his hands against a thick and rusted metal door, Naruto pushed his way into the warehouse where the Passione had taken Freed. This instantly filled his ears with a loud song that was practically roaring throughout the entire building. Then as the strongest man alive approached the center of the warehouse, he found his son Jono, who was standing beside a headless body. Meanwhile, the decapitated head of Freed was dangling from the rafters above. Jono, noticing his father approaching, walked over to Naronica's boombox and flipped the device off. Having a little dance party? Naruto asked, while he kept his gaze away from the head, the latter of which seemed to be suspended by fishing line that had a hook pierced into Fried's eyelid. The boombox was Naronika's idea. He thought the noise would conceal any screams and avoid unwanted attention, but he and some of the others did dance. Jono admitted in a dry voice.
Naruto shook his head and laughed, as he truly had some bizarre subordinates. Well, did you manage to get information from this man? Jono nodded and pointed up to Fried. This whole incident was caused by a group of fallen angels that are acting independently from the entire faction. According to this man's word, there is a few more fallen angels within this town.
In that case, I want them dealt with. Naruto cut in a firm and powerful voice, which merely caused Jono to nod and hold his hands up. Nobody messes with our family.
I figured you would say that. So I already sent the others out to take care of them.
Naruto smiled and rested a hand on his son's shoulder. Good work, son. You're shaping up into a good successor.
Thank you, father, but this piece of shit also shared some other interesting things that you would probably like to hear.
Naruto lifted his eyebrow in curiosity. Oh really? Such as?
Well, the leader of these Rouge fallen angels is an individual who goes by the name Koka. Apparently he's just some high-up fallen angel who wants to cause war among the factions.
Never heard of him, but at least it's good news that the whole fallen angel faction isn't involved. Considering I would hate to make another enemy with a biblical faction, but I would do so if needed. However, the fact that this Koka wants to create conflict means he is a potential threat to cross off our list.
I agree, and I'll have the others start looking for Koka with the order to eliminate him, but this man shared something even more interesting. Go on. Apparently this Koka guy has his interest focused on holy swords and something called the Holy Sword Project.
Why does this sound familiar? Naruto asked, while at the same time resting his hand under his chin. I've definitely heard of the Holy Sword Project, but I'm always getting new information. So I tend to forget some things from time to time. Well, you probably heard it from Abachio and Naronika, as they are the two responsible for all information involving the Angel faction. Abachio is also the one who gave me the details during the interrogation. Apparently this project is pretty classified, but was one of the darker days for the church. Naruto folded his arms and scoffed. Why am I not surprised? Cause you don't like the angels, but that's not the point.
What you need to know is that the Holy Sword Project is a program where the church took young children and ran experiments to see if they had capabilities to use holy swords and treated them like lab rats, which resulted in the deaths of numerous children that failed to show results. The project was eventually deemed a failure, and the man over the project, one Valpierre Galilei, was excommunicated for his unorthodox methods. However, this same man is now working with Koka to revive and improve his old project. That's some good information, and we can talk with Griselda about this. She was pretty high up within the church and can probably give us some more insight. However, tell me, did Fried reveal how far along this new project is coming? Or perhaps he mentioned the kind of power these swords have? No, he was remarkably tight-lipped about most things, but from Abachio's intel, holy sword are powerful and if in the right hands can cause a good amount of destruction. However, they are most lethal against devils and fallen angels. So these swords wouldn't be a threat to us, and especially not you, father. Holy swords might not be a threat to us, but these swords could cause some conflict between the factions. A conflict that could lead to war, and that war could end with heavy casualties and collateral damage for humanity. So it would be wise for us to get ahead of this potential situation before things get out of hand. Considering if this Koka wants to cause war among the factions, then these holy swords might be his game plan to do so. Jono nodded. I agree, father. I'll make sure everyone places their focus around this development. Excellent, but tell me, how goes your work expanding the Passione within Japan? Good. We have begun purchasing businesses within the area to operate out of and have also started to disband local gangs and organizations. In fact, the whole expansion is going faster than we first imagined. That's good, which means you guys won't be hindered by helping me with these factions. Considering I haven't made any contact yet, but I feel it's only a matter of a few days before Asia manages to set a meeting between myself and the devils. So having some additional help would be beneficial. I'm surprised you haven't made contact already, as we have been fully operational within Japan for a few days now. Jono commented, which made Naruto nod. Yes, I've had ample opportunities to simply approach the local devils and make contact, plus Asia herself has had chances to propose a meeting. However, me and Kurama believe it's best for Asia to first establish a close friendship with the devils. Considering talks would go better if the devils viewed Asia as a friend, since they would be more inclined to listen and cooperate with us. Jono nodded. That makes sense, father, as the devils probably wouldn't listen to us if they were uneasy with our group. However, do you think a few days would be enough time to establish a good friendship between Asia and the devils? Of course, Naruto chirped with a wide smile. Both my children are natural leaders that gather friends quicker than anyone I know. I mean, it's because of yourself that the core members of the Passione came together under me. Never forget that, Jono.
I guess you make another good point, but why don't we clean up and get out of here? Naruto nodded and started to walk towards the exit. Yeah, let's get out of here, but... The leader of the Passione began, but stopped as he noticed Jono slowly picking up Fried's body. Leave him. Leave him? Jono asked in surprise, as he planned on disposing of the former exorcist's body. Why? Placing his hands into his pockets and walking away, Naruto looked up with a hardened expression. It leaves a message. Understanding his father, Jono dropped Fried and grabbed Naranika's boombox. Then without sparing a second glance he followed Naruto out of the warehouse, leaving the decapitated man for anyone to find. With Asia, a few days later, the sound of the school bell chiming off loudly, Asia smiled happily and began to skip her way towards the main entrance. Then as the girl came shooting out of the building's doors she held her arms up in victory. As just like her father she quickly grew to hate school. I'm free, Asia yelled before the sounds of a panting Issei could be heard tromping slowly from behind. Lady Asia, slow down. I can't keep up, the pervert cried, while he eventually caught up to Asia and began to hunch over to take deep breaths. Asia, watching her newest peerage member, couldn't help herself from giggling. You're really out of shape, Issei, but don't worry, ELP fix that. Well, are we finally gonna do some of that training Dad mentioned a while back? Laughing at how Issei now referred to her father as his own parent, Asia nodded. Yes we are, but Griselda called me during our lunch break and said we have something to do before we train. Which is, meet everyone else in the Passione, silly, Asia declared, which made Issei gulp, considering he had heard some horror stories from Asia about the Passione, which made the teenager apprehensive about meeting them, since he felt a simple boy like himself wouldn't fit in well with a bunch of hardened gangsters. Do you think they will like me? Issei asked nervously. Asia shrugged her shoulders. Maybe, but I know they at least won't kill you. Kill me? Issei yelled in shock, which of course caused Asia to clamp her hand over the boy's mouth. I said they won't kill you. Don't freak out so much, Issei, Asia warned in a low voice, as she didn't want to attract unwanted attention. We don't want anyone hearing you.
Now what are you two talking about? A familiar masculine voice asked, while at the same time holding back a small chuckle.
Issei looked to the voice with surprise, as he saw his new teacher Mr. Bucciarati slowly approaching him and Asia, the latter of whom merely kept a small smirk and waved the man off. Oh, nothing that needs your concern, Asia replied back in a friendly and slightly authoritarian tone, which caused Issei to look at his friend, considering he would never dream of speaking to a teacher in such a fashion. Very well, Lady Asia. In that case I shall see you soon. Bruno laughed while he walked past a stunned Issei and patted the boy on the shoulder. Oh, and Issei, the gangster masquerading as a teacher, began as he leaned into the boy's ear. Welcome to the Passione. With that being said, Bruno casually walked away from the pair, which made Issei point at the man with a shaking finger. Is he? Issei began, but stopped as Asia laughed. Yup, that's Bruno Bucciarati. My daddy's third in command behind my big brother Jono. Asia explained in a small whisper. My daddy assigned him as a teacher to oversee this area and take action if something bad were to suddenly happen. I see. Well, he seems nice, Issei admitted with a wide smile. Maybe meeting everyone else won't be that bad. Asia gave her friend an eye smile. Bruno is a remarkable person, but he isn't like the others. Trust me, Issei, no words could prepare you for Naranaka or Mista, and heaven help you if Fugo lets his temper get the best of him. Also, if Abachio offers you tea, don't drink it. Issei shuddered. Why not? Does he poison it? Asia sighed. If only. What is that supposed to mean? It's really for the best that you don't know, Asia explained, while she made a motion for Issei to follow her. But none of that is important. Right now we should get moving since our ride should be arriving soon. Our ride? Issei asked, as he caught up to Asia and began to walk by her side. Yes, Mom is picking us up and taking us to a meeting point for the Passione, Asia explained. Oh cool, beats walking or riding a bike, Issei replied in a giddy voice. Asia nodded in agreement and slowly approached the gates of the school, which was where the main road and their ride was waiting. However, as the duo were mere feet from the gate, a voice suddenly called out to Asia. A voice that piqued the girl's interest and caused Issei to muster a surprised blush, considering the voice belonged to none other than Rias Gremory. Asia, wait, the buxom redhead called out, while she ran towards the duo. Asia, stopping in her tracks and looking back, noticed Rias was waving around some papers within her hands, while Issei merely kept his eyes glued to the girl's massive bouncing breasts. Oh hello Rias. Can I help you? Asia asked in a friendly voice. Stopping before Asia and holding the papers in her hands outward, Rias mustered a friendly smile. I finally got the papers to make you an official member of the Occult Research Club. If you would like, we can head over to the clubhouse and fill these out together. That's great, but unfortunately I have a commitment with my parents that I can't miss. So perhaps we can schedule another time to make me an official member. Asia purposed, while Rias seemed momentarily disappointed at the sudden development. However, quickly shaking her feelings away, Rias simply nodded. I understand that family is important and the club isn't going anywhere. So he can easily make you an official member another day.
Clapping her hands together and flashing a smile, Asia took a slight bow. Wonderful. If you would like, I could take those papers and fill them out on my own to save some time.
That's a good idea. Here, take them. Rias began while she handed the papers off, but in doing so finally caused her to take notice of Issei, who was sticking closely to Asia's side. This confused Rias, as both were people of interest for the redhead and she couldn't understand why they were together. In all honesty, the local pervert and new girl being around each other seemed off to her. Though Rias didn't get much time to stew on those thoughts as Asia spoke up. Well, I'll be seeing you soon, Rias. Asia began before she turned to Issei with a grin and held her application forms close to her chest. Come on Issei, let's go. Don't want to keep mom waiting. Rias watched with curiosity as the blushing pervert followed after Asia, which resulted in the two coming to a stop at a large blacked-out SUV. Then as the side doors opened, the devil saw a glimpse of Griselda, which instantly caused Asia to perk up. Hey mom! The blonde yelled loudly, while she waved at the woman. Griselda pointed her thumb to a few open seats. Get in Asia, and the idiot rides in the trunk.
Oh mommy, you're not very good at pranks. Asia replied in a way too friendly tone. Be nice to Issei or I'll show you some more pranks I have in mind.
Rias watched the beautiful blonde woman grumble something under her breath, while the two teenagers climbed into the car before the vehicle drove off. However, the devil got just enough of a glimpse of Griselda to tell that the woman wasn't human. Considering the woman had a very strong presence that wasn't found in most humans. In fact, if Rias wasn't mistaken, she was sure the woman was an angel. Meaning that if she was Asia's mother, there was a whole side to the girl that she needed to figure out. Just who and what are you, Asia Uzumaki? Rias mumbled softly, while she slowly turned around to go find her queen and tell the girl of the new developments. With Asia, riding with a smirk on her face, Asia looked directly into the eyes of a sour-faced Griselda. Meanwhile, Issei merely sat awkwardly beside his king and absorbed the awkward tension. However, Asia didn't care for the current mood of their environment and decided to ease the tension. What's the matter, mommy? You seem upset, Asia asked with a small amount of sympathy. I'm just thinking, Griselda replied simply. Oh, Asia replied, while she tilted her head with an eye smile. And what could you possibly be thinking about? Your punishment, of course, the angel answered without thought. Asia giggled and shook her head. I think you would learn by now I have daddy wrapped around my finger. I'm untouchable. Griselda nodded. That might be true, but I'll fix that very soon. I don't think you'll be able to change daddy anytime soon, if ever, Asia pointed out. I'm aware of that, Asia, which is why I'm now fully set on starting a relationship with your father. Considering not only is he a great man, but once I'm your actual mother, you'll no longer be immune from parental discipline. In fact, I will turn you into a respectable young woman and punish you for all your awful pranks. A malicious aura radiating from Asia, the young blonde looked towards Griselda with a wide and almost too friendly smile. So is this a declaration of war then, mommy? MND smile, Griselda merely nodded her head. If that's what you wish to call it. Just be prepared for your punishment after I marry your father.
Issei was sweating from the tension of the two females, as neither one was backing down. However, after a few seconds, Asia's expression switched to an overjoyed smile.
Well, looks like I'm well on the way to getting you together with daddy, which is what I wanted all along. But would you like me to let you in on a secret? Asia asked with a trickster smile flashing across her face. I plan on throwing many more women at my dad, as I'm looking to make a mommy harem. Though I don't know how daddy will react to this, but I do know one thing. You will have competition coming your way, so you better try hard if you want to win daddy's heart. Considering he might take a harem or choose a single woman, and if you're not careful you might not make the cut either way. Her expression turning into a flustered blush, the normal firm and prideful angel fumbled over her words. Asia. Winking at the woman, Asia simply reclined backwards. So if I were you, I would worry less about punishing your future precious daughter and worry more about getting my daddy to fall for you. Issei looked at his king with a dumbfounded expression, as he couldn't believe the sheer cunning of the girl by his side. Boy, I'm glad you're on my side, Lady Asia. You're a scary person to have as an enemy, Issei admitted with a nervous laugh, but shuddered the moment Asia snapped her glance in his direction. You're right about that, Issei, and I saw earlier that you were checking out Rias' Gremory. Asia began, while she let a small hum of satisfaction escape her lips. I could have a lot of fun with you and Rias like I do with daddy. Maybe even more. Oh God help me, Issei murmured in fear, which caused Asia to laugh. Silly Issei, God's dead. The girl began with a friendly smile. But don't worry, I'm here for you. That's what I'm afraid of, the pervert admitted. The car coming to a stop, Griselda sighed and opened the door closest to herself. Let's just head inside. Maybe you can torment someone else for a change. I resent that, mommy, Asia replied, while she left the vehicle. I don't torment anyone. Griselda rolled her eyes and entered the building they were parked in front of. Issei on the other hand stood by Asia and raised his brow. Considering he was confused by their current location, as they were standing outside of some sort of restaurant. Where are we? Issei asked, as he followed Asia to the entrance. Back in Naples, the Passione had many locations in which it operated out of. A local bistro was a popular location, which leads me to assume this is a building the Passione acquired to operate out of within Japan. Asia explained in a matter-of-fact voice, while she held the door open for the boy. So are you ready to meet everyone? As ready as I'll ever be, Issei grumbled softly. That's the spirit, Asia chirped before walking into the restaurant with Issei. However, once the duo entered the building, they quickly noticed it was rather empty of customers on one half of the restaurant. Considering one side was left emptied on purpose to avoid any unwanted listeners. Though besides Griselda relaxing at a table by herself, Issei noticed 4 individuals seated together at a table. This caused Asia to point forward at the boys and begin to whisper. The one with the long white hair is Leone Abbacchio. Don't let his scary expression intimidate you, he's a big softie. Asia explained, which caused Issei to look at Abbacchio. The latter of whom had a pair of headphones on and was ignoring everyone. Then the one beside Abbacchio with the hat is Guido Mista. He's sort of a goofball and doesn't like the number 4. So avoid anything in 4s around him. Issei looked at Mista and watched the gangster slowly sip on a cup of tea, but why? I don't know, but the one with blonde hair is Panicotta Fugo. He has a small anger problem, but is an absolute genius. Asia revealed, while Issei noticed Fugo was holding a notepad with a math problem written on it, which the final member was trying to solve. Okay, what's 6 times 5? Fugo asked loudly. Asia giggled. The one that Fugo is trying to teach math to is Narancia Girga. Don't let his soft features fool you, as he isn't a girl. Seriously, some dude tried to hit on Naruto one time, so he almost killed him for thinking he was a girl. Understood. Issei mumbled nervously, as he didn't know what to do next. 30, Naruto shouted happily, which caused Fugo to beam with pride. Very good, Naruto. You're really getting a grasp on your multiplication tables, Fugo praised loudly. Slapping Issei's back and grinning, Asia motioned for Issei to walk forward. Go introduce yourself to everyone. I'm gonna go ask Griselda where Daddy and everyone else is. Issei began nervously, but couldn't even get a word in before Asia skipped over to Griselda. So tightening his fists and taking a hard swallow, Issei slowly approached the table of gangsters. Hello, my name is Issei Hyodo, it's a pleasure to meet you all. For a split second the table looked to Issei with hardened expressions, which made the boys shudder. However, just as quickly as they took notice they instantly ignored the boy and went back to what they were doing. Okay, Narancia, you're doing really good. Now what's 16 times 55? Fugo asked, while handing the notepad over. Naruto quickly began to work on the new math problem, while Issei rubbed the back of his head and tried a different approach. So Lady Asia wanted me to come meet you guys since I'm the newest member of the Passione. So how are you guys doing? Standing to his feet and walking over to a small dessert stand, Abbacchio completely ignored Issei and grabbed himself some strawberry cake. Mista, seeing this, looked over his shoulder to his fellow gangster. Hey Abbacchio, grab me a slice while you're at it. Issei watched as Abbacchio walked back to his seat with 2 pieces of cake within his hands, thinking to himself that things were not going very smoothly at the moment. So all this angel and devil stuff is pretty crazy, right? Issei asked with a nervous chuckle, while still getting no response. I did it, Fugo. How's it look? Naruto asked, while he held the notebook up with excitement. Oh, you're finished. Let's have a look. Fugo replied, while he accepted the notebook, but his eyebrow quickly twitched when he saw what was written on the notebook. This being 16 times 55 equals 28. What is this? Leaning forward with a smug expression, Naruto lightly chuckled, am I right? His eyes narrowing, Fugo grabbed a fork from the table and stabbed it into Naruto's cheek. This caused the gangster to recoil back and yell, but Fugo quickly grabbed down onto Narancia's forehead. You stupid delinquent, are you messing with me? How many times do I have to teach you this before you learn? Fugo shouted before slamming Narancia's face into the table. You shit for brains. Oh boy. He's lost it now. Mista commented in a casual voice while sipping his tea.
Issei's eyes grew wide as he watched Fugo lift up Narancia and continuously pound the gangster into the table.
You just said 6 times 5 is 30, so why the fuck is your answer even less? Fugo yelled in absolute rage. Shouldn't we stop this? Issei yelled, while looking at Abbacchio and Mista. However, both ignored Issei, but to the boys' surprise Narancia suddenly shot upwards and held a switchblade to Fugo's neck. Did you just call me shit for brains? It's not nice to look down on others. I'll kill you, Fugo. I'll kill you. Larencia mumbled darkly, which caused the other gangster to click his teeth. You bastard. Fugo growled in response, as things were starting to get out of hand.
What are you idiots doing? The voice of Bruno yelled, which caused Issei to look back and see the gangster standing beside Jono and Naruto. You're distributing the other customers. Azranica and Fugo both backed down and took their seats like nothing happened. Asia on the other hand quickly ran up to Naruto and hugged the man.
Daddy, you're finally here. The girl giggled happily, while her father quickly lifted her up and spun her in a circle. Did you have a good day at school, sweetie? The proud father asked in a giddy voice. Being placed down onto the ground, Asia giggled and shook her head. Nope, I officially hate school. It's so boring. Can I drop out after I'm done with the devils? Absolutely, Naruto replied with a wide grin. But let's get down to business. I'm sure you're all faintly aware as to why you're here. Mista lifted his brow and leaned forward. A status update? Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Basically, but I also have a few more things to go over. For starters, you're all aware of our newest member, Issei. If not, get acquainted with him, as he is here to stay. After all, he did almost die trying to protect Asia from some fallen angel. So he has my respect. With that being said, the table who previously ignored the boy looked forward with slight interest, as they didn't know that detail about Issei. Only the absolute minimum that Jono had told them. So that did help Issei's standing with the group. Issei will be directly under Jono and given his daily duties for the Passione from him, but I will also be taking time to train Issei along with Asia myself. Considering I know you're all fully aware of the current Kokabile situation, and if things grow worse it would be beneficial to strengthen our manpower. Naruto explained, while he folded his arms and looked around the room. Any questions so far? The room remained silent and Naruto nodded his head and took a seat. Well, that's good, but I want each of you to share with me your personal progress with our expansion. Also, Issei, pay close attention, you may learn something from the others. From the side, Griselda watched the gang interact with each other, but was distracted by her cell phone receiving a text message. A message which caused the woman's eyes grow wide before standing to her feet.
I'm so sorry I have to go. The angel spoke up, while the entire room glanced back to the woman. My daughter Xenovia just got off her plane and is waiting for me to come get her.
Ah, Xenovia is here, I'm gonna go with you. Asia declared in an excited voice, while dashing to the angel's side. It's been so long since I've last saw her. Naruto waved the two girls off. That's fine, you two go get Xenovia and head home. I really only need my capos and Issei for this meeting. So just be safe and I'll see you both at the house. Griselda stood up and took a bow. Alright, I shall see you within a few hours.
See ya daddy and Issei, have fun with everyone. Asia instructed before leaving the restaurant with Griselda. Watching the two women leave, Naruto looked around to his most trusted men and Issei. Now back to business. So where were we?
With Xenovia, standing outside the airport dressed in a long white exorcist robe, while a hood was pulled over her blue hair.
Xenovia was standing around, while sticking out like a sore thumb. This of course caused multiple people passing by to glance at her. However, the calm and collected member of the church kept a steady composure and didn't show any emotion about the attention she was getting. That was about to quickly change though, as a familiar and excited voice began to call out to her.
Big sister Xenovia. It's me. Slightly shuddering as she recognized the voice, Xenovia didn't even get a second to glance over before she caught a glimpse of Asia leaping towards her with her arms wide open for a hug. Unfortunately for Xenovia, she wasn't hugged by Asia, but rather tackled to the ground, since the newfound king of Naruto's sage pieces still wasn't adjusted to her newfound strength in the slightest. Still, Xenovia was tougher than most, and though she was slightly dazed, she still managed to quickly compose herself. Hey Asia. I thought Ka-chan was coming to get me? The girl began, while at the same time patting the girl's head. Hovering over Xenovia and pouting, Asia crossed her arms before huffing. Well, no, I'm happy to see you, Asia. I'm very happy to see you, but you're not the first person I was expecting to see. Also, for such a tiny girl, you really knocked the wind out of me. Xenovia pointed out in a dry voice, which made Asia giggle. Have you been working out? Something like that, but why don't I help you up? Asia offered, as she extended a helping hand to the girl. Being lifted up, Xenovia tilted her head at Asia in gratitude before glancing around their location. It really is good to see you, Asia. I have so many questions for you and Mom, but I don't even know where to begin. Well, I ran ahead to find you. So let's go find Mommy and we can find a starting place for your questions. Xenovia chuckled. You're still referring to her as your own mom? Asia smiled wide. Of course. Getting our parents together has been a plan years in the making. Mommy even told me today she is planning on pursuing a relationship with my daddy. So my future mommy harem will be growing soon. Mommy harem? Don't worry about it, Xenovia. You got enough to worry about with the angels and everything else. Asia replied, while slapping the girl's back. Let me focus on the important things. You're right about that. Xenovia began, while she began to follow Asia in the direction of where Griselda should be. But Mom told me you were excommunicated from the church. Could you at least tell me how that happened? Asia sighed softly and nodded. I guess me telling you that now that wouldn't hurt. The girl began, while at the same time scratching her cheek to think of where to start from. Well, the quick explanation is that I used my twilight healing on an injured devil and the church found out and excommunicated me. Since me helping a devil went against the balance, heaven was trying to keep her, something like that. The longer explanation is that devil I healed was wanting my excommunication to happen and hoped I would kill myself in depression and he would revive me as his personal sex slave. Where is this devil? I'll kill him. Xenovia replied in a firm, but aggressive tone that made Asia smile. He's dead, my daddy got to him first. Asia explained in a simple tone, which instantly caused Xenovia to cool down. Good, I'm glad that degenerate got what he deserved, but I never knew your dad was strong enough to fight and kill a devil. I knew you'd talked about him in the past with me, but I never expected that. Xenovia admitted, which made Asia chuckle. Well, there is a lot you'll learn about my daddy soon. For example, he didn't fight a devil, because that would imply the devil stood a chance against my daddy. Asia explained before holding a finger up. A more accurate phrasing is my daddy crushed an ant that got on his bad side. Xenovia's eyes were wide in surprise, as she herself knew devils no matter where on the totem pole of strength were fairly powerful, especially compared to regular humans like Xenovia. Your dad must be a fearsome individual. Is he a member of one of the factions? Well, he's human if you're wondering. Asia replied and chuckled at the girl's stunned reaction. But trust me when I say my daddy isn't your typical human. Xenovia was left with even more questions than she first arrived with, but all her thoughts were momentarily placed on hold. Considering the girl finally caught sight of her mother, who was slowly approaching the two girls with a hardened and terrifying gaze. Asia, I told you to not run off without me. Griselda began in a stern voice, which caused the girl to snicker and rub her head. Sorry mommy, I got excited to see my big sister. Griselda sighed and stopped a few feet before the duo. Then by holding her hands to her sides, Griselda curled her fingers up and down, which was a slight and discreet way of her telling Xenovia to come forward. Stand there gawking like a nervous child, Xenovia. The angel began in a firm and assertive tone. Come here and hug your mother. Walking forward with a small unseen smile, Xenovia reached out and quickly found herself within the embrace of her mother. I missed you, the blue-haired warrior admitted. Griselda smiled and ran a hand through Xenovia's hair. And I missed you. I'm glad to see you're doing well. Suddenly both women found a third individual wrapped around them both. I love you too so much, Asia added in, while the mother and daughter duo both had a slight twitch in their brows. However, after a small moment the women just accepted what was happening and enjoyed the moment. But we should get moving, as Xenovia probably has a lot of questions. Griselda nodded and broke away from the girls. We can walk back to the car and fill her in as much as we can. Well, I already told her why I was excommunicated and about the devil daddy killed. So we could start around there with our explanation, Asia revealed. Have you told her anything about the Passione or your father? Griselda asked, which caused Asia to shake her head.
Nope. Then we could start there, but before that let's walk to the car so we can talk in private. However, while we walk, I would like to hear everything that has happened to Xenovia, as it could help us better explain the situation to her knowing what she has experienced. Could you do that for me, Xenovia?
Yes, that should be relatively easy. Xenovia began, while the trio started to walk towards the car. For the past few months I have been sent on numerous missions for the church with Irina. After finishing our last mission it was revealed that me and Irina both had been selected to take Excalibur swords, but that was slightly delayed as I discovered heaven was in quite the disarray. So that was why I reached out to Mom, as I was hoping she could shed some light on the situation for me. Thus here I am looking for answers.
So they wanted to give you a holy sword. Griselda began, while she began to think to what Naruto had shared with her about Kokabil. It makes sense considering you're a powerful individual who wields Durandal. Though it looks like heaven is really trying hard to raise the power of their forces. First they make me an angel and then they wanted to give you a holy sword. I'm almost hurt I was never offered one though.
Wait, you're an angel? Xenovia yelled in shock, while Griselda merely nodded and motioned for the girl to quiet down. Yes, but not so loud, Xenovia. Most will just think you're strange, but you never know who is spying on us. Xenovia lowered her head. My apologies, but how are you an angel?
It was a program started to increase the number of angels in heaven, since God can no longer create any and reproduction of angels has been going rather slowly. Though I should mention I was the first human to become an angel, as the program is far from complete. Essentially it was made using the same method and reasons as the devil's evil pieces. Griselda explained, while Xenovia tilted her head in confusion.
Wait, why can God no longer create angels? The devout follower asked, which made both Asia and Griselda frown. Because God has been dead for centuries, Griselda revealed, which completely shattered everything Xenovia thought she knew. In reality, heaven has been run by Michael and the other higher-up angels. They have kept a false sense of God to keep order, but discovering this along with one other thing is why I've left the church. Xenovia was at a loss for words, as she couldn't form a proper retort. Instead, she merely froze in place, which left the three women standing in the parking lot of the airport. Asia felt bad for her friend, as she could understand the complete confusion going through her mind. Griselda on the other hand sighed and bent down onto her knee before resting a hand on Xenovia's shoulder. The second reason I left was because I was told how expendable I was to the church. I learned they completely turned their backs on Asia and would have done the same to myself or even worse, my precious daughter. However, the man I've chosen to follow and even slightly fall for is nothing like heaven and the angels. He would trade his very life just to save a single one of his subordinates. He's a man of integrity and honor who without a doubt will achieve his goal of world peace. Just who is this person you speak so highly of? Xenovia asked, as she had never seen her mother speak with such a burning conviction before. Asia's father, Naruto Uzumaki, the leader of the Passione and the world's strongest human. Griselda replied before standing tall on her feet. When heaven excommunicated Asia, they created an enemy. One who took all of heaven's power on earth and left the angels in complete chaos. Since that day I have been working closely with Naruto to help him create a better world. So God is dead and you're working with Asia's dad, who is some kind of extremely powerful human? He's more powerful than any angel or devil. In fact, his power was enough to leave Michael and Gabriel shaking in fear. Xenovia lowered her head and her eyes seemed to zone out. I don't know what to say, the girl admitted, as she chewed her cheeks. I do. Asia spoke up finally, as her eyes suddenly met Xenovia's. Leave the church. Leave the church and come be with your family. You're a remarkable warrior that could easily help the Passione, but above that you're someone that I and mommy both care for deeply. So it would mean the world to have you here with us. But to abandon heaven. Xenovia stuttered in disbelief. Is something I've already done fully and do not regret my choice. Griselda cut in, her tone sharp and firm. But you're a grown girl who can make her own choices and I will not force anything on you. I love you and would respect any choice you make in life, but I've told you my reasons for leaving. So I hope you at least take those into consideration. Xenovia looked at her mother with a stunned expression and then glanced over to a smiling Asia, thinking to herself that these were two of the most important people in her life. People that were seen completely insignificant in the eyes of heaven. Then to make matters even worse, she was serving someone who wasn't even there, making all her last actions and deeds feel hollow. Thank you, but if what you say is true and I know it is coming from the both of you, then I can no longer stay as an agent of heaven. I will instead stay with the people that mean the most to me. My family, Xenovia declared, while she smiled softly. I shall choose to stay here with the people I love. Griselda leapt forward and hugged her daughter out of pure joy. This makes me so happy, Xenovia. You have been the only thing missing from my life these past few months. To have you back means the world.
Xenovia felt a warmth in her chest, but her eyes went wide as Asia barreled into her side. I'm so excited, big sis. We can go to school together now and you can even join my peerage.
Your peerage? Hee. There is some more we should tell you about my daddy and the Passione before we take you home. Though we can do that on the ride home. Asia explained with a soft laugh, which caused Xenovia to laugh. Very well. Griselda smiled and began to walk off. In that case, let's get moving. Asia grinned ear to ear along with Xenovia, while the two girls followed after the angel. With Naruto finished with his meeting, Naruto was slowly entering his office. Meanwhile, Issei was following closely behind with a curious expression. Hey dad, the perverted boy began, which made Naruto's eye twitch. I thought we were going to train after the meeting? Sighing to himself, Naruto walked over to a bookshelf and grabbed an aged leather notebook. Before we train you physically, I want to learn the power of your scared gear, along with whatever dwells within you. Dwells within me? Naruto nodded and he glancing through it. Kurama and myself both feel another presence within your body. In a way it's similar to mine and Kurama's bond, but yet completely different. I've been doing research in the notes of the man I took the Passione from and discovered there has been documented cases like yours before. However, it's still up in the air to determine both what your scared gear is, as you've never manifested it, and what lives within you really is. And how are we gonna do that? Simple, Naruto began, while he closed the notebook and tossed it onto his desk. We are going to enter your mind. Now sit down in a meditative position. Wait, enter my mind. Issei stammered nervously, as he began to sweat. I don't think you want to do that. My mind is kind of a twisted place. Naruto glared at Issei with a hardened expression. If I see a naked Asia wandering around her thoughts, I'll have a baccio give you a tea sampling. What does a baccio do to tea? The pervert yelled in response, but Naruto simply ignored the boy. Just get on the floor. The boss ordered, which Issei obeyed without further question. Next, copying Issei's pose, Naruto sat cross-legged from the boy before activating his Sharingan and Rinnegan. Now let's get this over with. So just relax and take some deep breaths. Issei watched Naruto reach outward and place his hand on his forehead. This made the boy feel strange and his eyes suddenly grew heavy. So blinking, Issei was met with momentary darkness, but once his eyes opened, he was now standing with Naruto in a vast open void. What the hell? Not hell, Issei. This is your mind, but some would probably argue those are both one and the same. Naruto explained, while he placed his hands to his sides and looked around. Though this place is pretty empty and I was expecting a lot more beasts. Though my mind looks like a sewer, so I guess you can't really predict what you'll find. Though I figured there would at least be some kind of cage holding back whatever demon or monster lives in here. Wait, what? Issei yelled in fear, which caused Naruto to glance at the boy. Yeah, that's how it was for me and Kurama. The blonde admitted before he tried to imitate his nine-tailed partner. He was always going on and on about how great he was and how he would get out and kill me the first chance he got. Man, when I think back, Kurama was a real asshole back then, but after a few years I finally got through to him and we became partners. I'm sure it will be hard for you at first, but after some time you might get whatever lives in here to work with you a little bit. Wait, just let me get this right. There's a demon living in me, Issei yelled again, which made Naruto shrug. PFF, I don't know, the blonde replied, while he slapped the boy's back. Just be prepared for some big giant asshole to come making threats to kill you and take your body. Trust me, it's annoying at first, but you'll learn to handle whatever's within you. It's what I did after all. I'm really not liking this, Dad, Issei admitted, which made Naruto laugh as he felt large tremors in the ground. Oh, looks like whatever it is has finally come over to see us, Naruto pointed out in excitement, as a crimson silhouette began to take shape before the duo. Oh god, it's massive, Issei began as he started to sob in terror. Naruto grinned ear to ear and looked up to the intimidating dragon glaring him and Issei down. So I take it you're the one that's been living inside of Issei. Mind telling me just what and who you are? The dragon's slitted eyes focused directly onto Naruto before he released a deep hum. You're an interesting human, much more so than the groveling pervert that has control of my power. The dragon began, his voice loud and commanding. I've gone by many names in the past. Red Dragon, Welsh Dragon, Red Dragon Emperor, and even the Red Dragon Emperor of Domination. You however may call me Deidrig. Now you human who radiates power, tell me your name. Naruto folded his arms over his chest and smirked. That's quite boastful of an introduction, but allow me to introduce myself. Naruto declared as he struck a pose reminiscent of Jiraiya by bouncing on a single leg. I am the man who has no enemies in the north, southeast and west. I am the discipline of the strongest of the Sannin and a sage of Mount Myoboku. The world's strongest man, greatest chef and the author that makes thousands of women swoon. I'm the man from another dimension. A proud father and the leader of the Passione. The one and only Naruto Uzumaki. Issei looked up to his idol with stars in his eyes, so cool. Deidrig on the other hand sighed in annoyance. I see, so you're an idiot just like that pervert I'm stuck with. The dragon insulted in a rather disappointed voice that made the blonde fall flat on his face. But now introductions are over, I assume you're curious about myself and my relation to the sacred gear that is within Issei. Recomposing himself and standing to his feet, Naruto looked at Deidrig with a serious gaze. Yes, that is correct. Well, allow me to explain myself. Years ago I was locked in mortal combat with my eternal rival Albion, the Vanishing Dragon. During one of our many battles we were interrupted by the Angel, Devil and Fallen Angel factions, all of whom were at war with one another. This enraged us both and we lashed it against those who interrupted our glorious battle. Unfortunately, our actions lead to the destruction of our bodies and our souls being sealed into scared gears, which were handed down through the generations from one user to the next. From then on, mine and Albion's users would meet in combat and fight each other, continuing our battle throughout the centuries. You Issei Hyodo are the current user of my power, the booster gear.
Awesome, Issei mumbled, as the whole story just made his life get even more interesting.
Naruto on the other hand scoffed and waved his hand around the area. So what's the price for this power? His soul, his body, maybe something else entirely? Nothing. Together he and I will become partners and defeat our enemies and most importantly Albion, Deidrig declared, which made Naruto's eyebrow twitch. Wait, you're gonna work with Issei just like that? The blonde asked in disbelief. No, I'm gonna take your body or help yourself, you miserable human?
Of course. He might be a pervert with little drive, but it's within my best interest to help him. Also, he seems to have you to help him as well. So I have high hopes for my future partner. Deidrig replied, which made Naruto grind his teeth.
Then suddenly at his moment of snapping, Naruto began to laugh in a voice that made Issei and even Deidrig slightly nervous. Partners just like that. The man chuckled darkly, while his eyes grew a murderous intent behind them. That stupid fucking fox. Issei was surprised as he was suddenly no longer within his mind. Instead he was back inside Naruto's office, where the man was now walking out of. Dad, where are you going? Issei asked nervously. I'm gonna kill him, Naruto replied as he vanished, leaving a rather confused Issei behind. With Kurama walking around on all fours, Kurama was currently in the basement of the Uzumaki household, an area of the house that was dedicated to the curious fox who worked on various projects and experiments to help further humanity. Though as the fox used one of his 9 tails to grab a flask with some sort of fluid, the door to the basement suddenly opened. Ah, you're finally here, good. Kurama began, while he placed the flask down and looked up to a confused Jono, the latter of whom was descending down the basement staircase.
Father mentioned after our meeting you wished to see me, Kurama. Jono began, while at the same time bowing in respect to the creature. How can I be of assistance?
Kurama grinned with a wide toothy smile. Well, I have a project in mind, but I need your help to make my idea work. Considering you're the only person I know that's Sue. I'm flattered, but why am I so important? Jono asked, which made Kurama chuckle. Well, there is 2 reasons that makes you useful to my plan. The first is your scared gear, which is quite useful and versatile. The second, however, is that you luckily took after your mother in the intellect department and are not a complete idiot like your father. Kurama explained, while making sure to find some way to insult Naruto. Basically, you make the perfect assistant for my current objective, which is to produce an organic body for myself using a combination of science, Fuinjutsu and your scared gear. Jono blinked in surprise before looking down at the fox. But why would you want to make a body, Kurama? And is such a thing even possible? Kurama smirked. Kid, if you haven't realized, your family makes a habit of making the impossible possible. Besides, I'm essentially a creature made of pure chakra with no real physical body. So I want to have my own body to be more of my own individual. It's a selfish request, but if we can create a body for myself, it would be easier for me to operate for the Passione. Considering I would draw much less attention by possessing a humanoid bodyverse walking around as a red-eyed 9-tailed fox. I understand completely, Kurama, and I shall help you in any way that I can. Jono began, while taking a slight bow to the creature. I promise you that we shall create you a body, and an Uzumaki never goes back on their word. Hee, then let's get started. After running an errand for Asia this morning, I am a little behind on my work. Jono nodded and was about to walk forward, but a sudden loud bang alerted his attention to the exit of the basement, where his father was standing with his foot shot outwards. Meanwhile, the door to the basement was hardly hanging on its hinges. Fuck you, Naruto yelled loudly, while he pointed at Kurama. Fuck you, Kurama instantly yelled back, while he pointed a tail at Naruto and didn't even bother to question the context of the insult. And don't go around breaking my door. Naruto held out one middle finger, quickly followed by a second. Fuck you. The most powerful man in the world yelled again, which caused Kurama's eyes to twitch. Jono, since I lack the ability, please flip your father off for me, the fox instructed in a calm voice. I'd rather not get involved in your quarrel, Kurama, Jono admitted with a nervous laugh. Yeah, don't bring my kid into this, asshole. This is between you and me, Naruto shouted, while he pointed at the fox. I'll do whatever I want. Besides, what's got you so pissy? Did Asia finally tell you she likes me better? Kurama asked, as now he was just trying to make the situation worse. Fuck you, Kurama, Naruto growled in frustration, while he folded his arms. Let's be partners. It's in my best interest. There is no catch involved. The blonde began, as he mimicked what Diedrich had told Issei. I got stuck with an asshole fox that's mocked me and made my life hell. Meanwhile, Issei got a cool dragon that wants to help him. So fuck you, you unhelpful bastard. Kurama's eyes twitched once more, as it finally started to hit him why Naruto was so frustrated. You're mad because I wouldn't help you when we first met and that I antagonized you for several years, the fox asked, which made Naruto nod. And what, do you want some form of apology? That would be acceptable, Naruto replied in a matter-of-fact tone. In that case, Kurama started off, as he slowly walked forward and glared at Naruto. You can eat shit and die. You were an annoying brat all those years ago and you're even worse as an adult. Ah, Naruto yelled, while he pointed a finger at the fox. You bitch. Is that the best insult you have? Maybe if you weren't such an annoying dumbass, maybe I would have helped you more. The fox sneered in a taunting manner, which made Naruto grind his teeth. You wanna fight, jackass? Naruto challenged, which made Kurama growl. Bring it, you fucking idiot, Kurama yelled back, as things were getting worse and worse. In fact, Jono knew it was only a moment of time before he would have to break the two apart, if that was even possible. It's every other week with these two. Jono sighed to himself softly, while at the same time shaking his head. And they ask why I moved out. With Asia walking in front of Xenovia and Griselda, Asia was currently leading both women to the door of the Uzumaki household. Though as they approached, the door suddenly opened to reveal Jono, the latter of whom was slightly scratched up and looked exhausted. "Big brother, what happened?" Asia suddenly asked, which made the man simply sigh and ruffle his sister's hair before he walked past all three women. "Father and Kurama are at it again. So I'm heading home, I'll see you later, Asia," the gangster explained, while he walked off without any further interaction. Asia puffed her cheeks and stomped into the house, where she found both Naruto and Kurama rolling around the floor biting and tugging on each other. Meanwhile, Issei was huddling into a corner cowering in fear. "What are you two doing?" Asia asked, which made both the individuals stop. Naruto mumbled nervously, while Issei suddenly ran up and hugged Asia's legs. "Oh, thank God you're back, Lady Asia," the boy sobbed in relief. "I don't know what is going on, but it stops now. We have a new guest," Asia explained, while she held her hand out to Xenovia, the latter of whom was looking onto the scene with wide eyes. "Everyone, this is Xenovia. She shall be living here with us for the foreseeable future. Xenovia, allow me to introduce my daddy, Kurama, and Issei." Xenovia looked between the supposed strongest man, demon fox, and crying pervert with a mixture of emotions, as this was not how she expected her first introduction to go. Griselda, on the other hand, walked forward and pinched Naruto's ear, followed by the woman lifting the man up onto his feet. "Honestly, Naruto, I can't leave you alone without you causing some sort of mess. Though I can see where Asia gets her knack for creating trouble wherever she goes," Griselda began, while she forcefully dragged Naruto over to a sofa. "I will just have to be the one who keeps order within our family and keep both you and Asia under control." "Our family?" Naruto mumbled softly, but was quickly forced to take a seat. "Sit and behave," Griselda instructed, as she was starting to use her assertive behavior more and more around Naruto. Something that made Kurama snicker at an amusement, but that only caught the angel's attention. "And Kurama, you're just as bad. You act all high and mighty, but you cause just as much trouble as everyone else." "He started it," the fox protested, "and I'm finishing it," Griselda replied back with a dead, emotionless stare. Xenovia watched her mother chastise everyone and shivered. "Maybe I shouldn't stay here. I forgot how scary mom gets when she is angry."
Asia giggled and waved the girl off. "Oh, don't be like that, big sis, but let's properly introduce you to everyone," Asia purposed, while she cleared her throat and silenced the room. "Let's stop all this fighting and arguing and welcome Xenovia into her new home, everyone. As she not only will be living here, but will also join my peerage in the Passione." Naruto, hearing this, finally calmed himself and stood up. "It seems every time I look away you're adding someone new into my gang, but since she is Griselda's daughter I have absolutely no issue with that." The most powerful man alive then stalked over to Xenovia and suddenly hugged the girl. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Xenovia. My little Asia has told me all about you, but my name is Naruto. Though if you like you can call me Dad. As anyone who my little Asia looks up to as an older sister is someone I see as my own child as well." Xenovia was surprised by the man's words and affection, but was filled with a warm feeling, considering the girl never had a father or father figure in her life. Why was so drawn to a heavenly father? However, despite everything that has happened, she finally got that fatherly affection she always yearned for in a way she never imagined. "Oh, okay," the girl stammered nervously, while Naruto backed away with a wide grin. "So Xenovia is here to stay, but where are we gonna put her?" Naruto asked in a curious voice. "I mean, our house is quite small, but we could always buy a new place or renovate our current one. Building onto our house could be beneficial, as we do have the space for additions," Asia began, while she looked to Xenovia. "Though that could take some time and we do have limited house space, as we didn't expect for multiple people to live here so suddenly. So we can plan for additions, but in the meantime Xenovia can take Griselda's room." Naruto lifted his brow in curiosity. "I'm all for building onto the house, but why not place her in the guest room? I know that's Kurama's room, but it's not like he needs the area to sleep considering he's made of chakra, so it can be a temporary adjustment." "Actually, my room isn't open any longer," Kurama spoke up, which made everyone look to the fox. "Asia had me cobbled together a surprise this morning for Issei, which I would have told you about if you didn't barge into the basement looking for a fight." "Wait, a surprise for me?" Issei asked nervously, while he looked to Asia in fear. "Should I be afraid?" Asia giggled. "No, silly. See, I figured your training and work with the Passione would go better if you lived with us. So I had Kurama take your things and place them into the guest room, which is your new room." "And what about my parents?" Issei yelled. "Oh, Asia had me use the Passione's resources to send them on a 6-year vacation around the world.
Meanwhile I told them you would be living with a friend to finish school as it was a trip for two. They were remarkably okay with leaving you behind. I mean they already packed their bags and took off. I don't blame them. Wait, so my parents abandoned me? Issei asked in a soft voice, while he suddenly looked down. Naruto seeing his underling slightly downside and patted his head, as being left by your own parents would hurt. It's okay Issei. The blonde tried to comfort, but to his surprise Issei suddenly looked up with a happy grin. I just totally upgraded on parents. Lord Naruto is the dad I always wanted and Griselda is the perfect mom. Plus I have two adorable sisters now. This new family kicks ass. Issei yelled happily, which made Asia clap her hands happily and Naruto drop his mouth in surprise. Wait, you're way too okay with this, and me and Griselda are not married so she isn't your mom. Oh, speaking of Griselda, since Issei and Xenovia have rooms of their own, Griselda will be staying with you daddy. Since your bed is big enough for multiple people, Asia explained, which made Griselda nod with a pleased smile. Oh, that's a very smart idea Asia. The angel praised, while showing that she really was trying to pursue a relationship with Naruto. Wait, what? Naruto yelled in confusion, while everyone seemed to be finished with the conversation. Come on Xenovia, I'll show you to your new room and we can help mommy move her things into daddy's room. Asia explained as she and Xenovia disappeared up the stairs. Hey Kurama, mind showing me where you placed all my stuff? Issei asked, which made the fox shrug his shoulders. Sure, why not? Kurama replied as he and Issei walked to the pervert's new room, leaving Naruto and Griselda alone in the living room of the house. Well Naruto, why don't me and you work on dinner for everyone? The angel asked. Wait, are you okay with all this? Naruto asked, as everyone seemed to be on the same page except for him. I mean, won't this be awkward? I sleep naked after all. Oh, you're still worried about that? Griselda asked with a small laugh, while she playfully slapped the blonde's chest. Naruto, we have already seen each other naked. Besides, if it makes you feel better, I'll sleep naked too. What? Naruto stammered nervously, while the angel merely giggled and walked off. Come on Naruto, dinner won't start itself and you're the cook around here. Naruto stood motionless by himself, as a thought suddenly occurred to him. All of this happened so quickly, but was executed with near flawless precision. This wasn't some random coincidence or events that lead to their current situation. No, somebody planned this out beforehand and there was only one person with that kind of cunning genius, his daughter Asia. That little trickster struck again. Naruto grumbled to himself, while asking just how much more did the girl have planned and what exactly was her end goal. The answer was simple, but Naruto would never figure it out, as Asia's master plan was already in full motion. As step 1 was to start the harem. Step 2 was to make room for more women. Then finally step 3 was to fill the house with a Ka-san harem and create a new family for the young trickster. Chapter end. Chapter 8, Speech, Thought, Attack, Creature. Chapter 8. What are you? If you asked Naruto 20 years ago how his life would turn out, his answer would probably have been something along the lines of becoming Hokage and marrying his childhood crush. Never in a million years would he have anticipated the direction his life had taken. Everything from starting a life in a new dimension, creating a family and becoming the boss of a worldwide organization were thoughts that never once crossed his mind. Though during this time Naruto was foolish enough to believe that the surprises and drastic shifts in his life were slowly becoming less frequent and he was finally getting into a more manageable and predictable way of life. However, laying naked in his bed with his blue eyes shot wide open to the ceiling, while a sleeping and naked angel laid with her exposed chest pressed against his side, Naruto finally accepted the cruel fact that his life was out of his hands and he had absolutely no clue of what fate has in store for him. MMMMHH. Griselda groaned softly, as Naruto blushed once he felt her body shift against his own. Good morning Naruto. Good morning. The man replied with a soft blush, as he glanced to the woman from the corner of his eye, noticing that she was slightly shifting herself onto her side to make direct eye contact with Naruto. Did you sleep well? Griselda asked with a slight giggle, as she was actually amused to see the powerful man in such a nervous state. I didn't snore or take up too much space, I hope. I got an adequate amount of sleep with all things considered. Naruto replied in an honest voice, while he tried to force his eyes away from the naked angel. Unfortunately, his perverted instincts kept getting the best of him, which resulted in Naruto taking more than a few glances at Griselda. Well, I had a wonderful sleep. In fact, it was one of the best of my life. We should definitely keep this arrangement the way it is for the foreseeable future. But isn't this bad for you? I mean, couldn't you fall? Naruto asked in a dumbfounded voice. Well, we have done nothing sinful for me to fall. We only shared a bed without any sins, commented. So there isn't any chance of me falling. Though if we were to have sex I would fall. Griselda explained in a rather upbeat voice, which confused Naruto, considering she sounded way too happy about that last part, since relations between two unmarried individuals is a sin. Well, I don't want you to fall, Naruto pointed out in a way of him trying to saying he wouldn't have sex with Griselda. Sadly for Naruto, he should have chosen his words more carefully. Oh, don't worry Naruto, all you have to do is marry me and we can have all the sex your perverted little heart desires. After all, sex isn't a sin. It's a beautiful union between a married couple created by God. So we'll just have to wait to fulfill your perverted fantasies when the time is right. Though then again, God isn't around to cast out any angels and I'm not a natural angel. So who even knows if I can even fall? Maybe we could test that out later. Naruto was speechless, as he had no intentions of having sex with Griselda or marrying her. However, now the angel had planted the thought into his mind of them pursuing a relationship. So that was why as Griselda slowly got out of bed and allowed Naruto full view of her naked glory, he didn't try to dismiss anything she said. Instead, he propped himself up on his elbows and looked at the woman, the latter of whom only laughed softly and winked at the man. I'm gonna take a shower and get ready for the day. How about you wake the kids and start breakfast? Griselda purposed, while she walked over to grab some clothes to change into. Then you can oogle over me while the kids are at school. I wasn't. He make some of your famous pancakes, Griselda cut off, as she didn't allow the man a single word and to defend himself. Then with a slight sway in her hips she walked out of the bedroom with a victorious smirk. Naruto, being left alone, roughly pushed his hands into his face and took a moment to compose himself. Then after a few seconds of trying to figure out what just happened, Naruto decided to just move on and get started on his day. So quickly dressing himself, the man from another dimension created a few clones to wake the children within the house, while he made his way into the kitchen to start breakfast. It didn't take Naruto long to get into the full swing of preparing breakfast while the three children slowly entered the family dining room. First was Issei, who looked like a zombie that just stumbled out of his grave. A sight that led Naruto to conclude the boy wasn't much of a morning person. This was something Naruto could relate to, as he himself wasn't one for an early morning either. Though Naruto over the years grew accustomed to early mornings, but he still to this day didn't understand where Asia got her love of mornings from. Considering as the second one to arrive to the dining table, Asia skipped over beside Issei with a wide grin, showing that Asia was wide awake and in very high spirits. Finally, Xenovia was the last of the trio to arrive at the dining table and seemed to be somewhere in between Issei and Asia in terms of mood. This was because she wasn't overjoyed nor was she a half-dead corpse. Instead, Xenovia seemed to rather calm and collected, but wasn't fully awake either. Did you sleep well last night, Daddy? Asia asked with a loud giggle, while she saw her father twitch. A response that gave Asia plenty of information right off the bat. I managed, Naruto replied in an offhand tone of voice, while the man continued to work on breakfast. Oh, I'm sure you did, Asia replied with a wide smirk, while she leaned over the table. I ran into Mommy this morning when she was headed into the shower. She said you managed very well. Spinning around on his heels, Naruto pointed at his daughter with a mixing spoon. What is that supposed to mean? And why are you calling Griselda Mommy? Me and her are not married. Asia giggled with an innocent smile before tilting her head to the side. Oh, I think you know. And the reason I call her Mommy is to help me prepare myself for our cover story. As to the outside world, we are a family of 4 who took Issei in under our roof. So I'm just getting practice in perfecting our cover. Asia lied in a believable way of thought, as she truly was trying her hardest to make Griselda her actual mother. Naruto sighed and accepted his daughter's words, as he didn't have it within him to argue with Asia. Considering his daughter was fairly sly and it was hard enough to win a conversation with her, let alone during the morning when Naruto wasn't at his best. Well, in any case, breakfast is ready, Naruto grumbled, while he began to lay food out for the 3 children, all of whom began to slowly place food onto their plates. This is what I needed, Issei yelled with passion, as within his first bite he was instantly filled with life and practically burst out of his clothing. I could get used to eating your cooking every day, Dad. It's so good, Xenovia moaned in pleasure, while the girl dropped her fork and rested her hand against her cheek. Is everything you touch perfect? Asia smiled and clapped her hands together. Amazing as always, Daddy, the girl declared before blowing a kiss to her father. Thank you so much. Beaming with a wide and happy grin, Naruto folded his arms in satisfaction and watched the trio devour his cooking. I'm glad you 3. Oi, dumbass. Where's my plate? The voice of Kurama spoke up, which made Naruto's eye twitch. Then as a vein began to pulse on his forehead, Naruto watched the fox stalk over to a chair before sitting at the table with the kids. While I'm waiting.
1. You're made of chakra, you don't need food. 2. I'm not getting you anything. Naruto cut back sharply, which made Kurama huff.
Just because I don't need to eat doesn't mean I don't get enjoyment from it. I mean, you don't have to be such bitch, yet here we are, which made Naruto blow steam out of his nostrils and point a shaking finger at the fox in anger. Asia on the other hand merely sighed in execution. I swear you 2 need couples therapy or something. Naruto and Kurama both looked at Asia with an annoyed look, as neither appreciated the girl's joke. Though before Naruto or Kurama could voice their displeasure, Griselda made her presence known by walking into the dining room fully dressed for the day and ready to go. "Well, looks like everyone is having fun this morning," Griselda giggled, while she walked behind Asia and Xenovia before resting her hands on the girl's shoulders. "Who is ready for school?" Asia and Issei both groaned at the angel's question, while Xenovia didn't have much of a response, considering she had never been within a formal school setting, so she was curious to have her first schooling experience. "Do I have to go?" Asia whined loudly. "School actually sucks more than mommy's cooking." Griselda's eyebrow twitched. "You little brat," the woman muttered softly.
Asia giggled and waved the woman off. "I'm only being honest because I love you. Besides, you try your best and that's all that matters."
"Well, Griselda's awful cooking aside, you have to go to school until we have made proper relations with the devils." Naruto spoke up, as his more serious nature took over. "Also, with Xenovia with you acting as your personal assistant and bodyguard, you'll at least have someone to make school tolerable." Asia nodded as her father was making good points about Xenovia being around to make things better. "Yeah, having Xenovia around will make things better, but Issei will also be there," Asia pointed out, but Naruto merely shook his head. "No, Issei won't be attending school today." "Hell yeah," the perverted teen shouted in joy. "Instead, he shall be spending the day with Jono learning about the Passione's operations," Naruto revealed, which made Issei shudder.
"Crap," the pervert muttered softly. Asia smiled with a gentle expression and stood to her feet. "It won't be that bad, Issei. Besides, Jono likes you. Kinda, but we should all head out so we can all get to where we need to be on time." Griselda nodded her head and held a hand to her side, which she used to point to the door of the house. "Asia is right. Everyone load up and I'll drive you to where you need to go," the woman commanded in a sharp tone, as all the children began to comply and walk off. "Naruto, I'll return shortly to help you with your daily duties with running the Passione. However, I ask that you and Kurama refrain from killing each other while I am gone." Naruto gave a smile, but Kurama scoffed at this request. "Please, we are not children."
"Oh, I'm aware of that," the angel replied with an exhausted sigh before leaving the house with the three teenagers. Naruto, noticing everyone was gone, turned to Kurama with a sour expression. "Eat shit and die." Closing his eyes, Kurama didn't even look at Naruto. "Yes, fuck you." With Rias seated at her desk within her first period class, the future head of the Gremory family looked at the empty desk by her side with a rather curious expression, considering normally the seat was occupied already by the new student Asia Uzumaki, but the girl who had captivated the attention of the young devil was currently missing. Now Rias wouldn't think much into this if Asia was a normal girl, but the young redhead was starting to suspect Asia wasn't as normal as she let on. The first red flag was how Asia appeared practically out of thin air with a new teacher that not even the student council president knew about. Then the second red flag for Rias was Asia's mother, or whom Rias saw Asia refer to as her mother. A woman that the devil could easily identify as an angel, despite the woman trying to blend into normal human society. The third flag was the pervert Issei Hyodo, who Rias found getting rather close with Asia and who just so happened to be missing from his desk as well. Issei himself wasn't anything incredibly special in the eyes of Rias, but was someone of interest that she had been observing from a distance. Despite that, Asia had clearly formed some relation with Issei for some reason. Rias just couldn't for the life of her figure out why, as she couldn't pinpoint any of Asia's motives, let alone deduce what Asia truly was, as she clearly wasn't an angel or devil. However, at the same time, Rias had a very strong intuition that Asia wasn't a mere human either. Rias struggled over the complete conundrum that was Asia Uzumaki, and just minutes before first period was about to begin, Rias was suddenly taken from her thoughts once she saw Asia walking into the classroom by herself with a rather happy smile, which was directed straight at Rias. "Good morning, Rias. I hope you're doing well," Asia began in a kind and sweet tone, showing her genuine kind-hearted nature. Keeping her rather calm and collected composure, Rias simply nodded in response and watched Asia take her seat. "Yes, I've been quite well. I hope you've been the same. I began to worry that you would be absent, as you're never late to class." Asia laughed softly. "Yes, my mommy had to drop off something to my older brother," Asia explained, as that something she referred to was Issei. "Then she had me help someone special before coming to class, so I was a little behind my normal routine." Rias raised her brow at this information. "You have a brother?" "Well, technically I have 8 older brothers and 1 big sister," Asia revealed with a giggle, as she saw the rather surprised look on the devil's face. "That's a rather large family. I would have never imagined," Rias admitted honestly, while now realizing her puzzle that was Asia Uzumaki just got even more pieces to work with. "I would love to meet them, but I am curious, did you manage to fill out those club application papers?" Actually, yes I did, Asia replied in a happy voice, while she reached into a small leather case that she used to hold her school supplies. Here you go. Accepting the papers with a rather pleased expression, Rias gave the forms a quick one-over before looking back to Asia with a smile. Everything seems to be in perfect order. I'll make sure Sona gets these after class lets out. Also, how would you like stopping by the clubhouse after school to familiarize yourself with the other members? Asia clapped her hands and tilted her head. Oh, I would adore that, but there's a slight problem. See, for the rest of the day I'll be having a new student following me around. So unless she could join us, I cannot accompany you to the clubhouse, as I have my responsibilities. I'm sure something can be arranged. I am the club president and Sona, the student council president, is a dear friend of mine. Rias explained, but quickly shifted her face into a confused expression. Though I find it rather odd that you're showing a new student around. I wasn't aware of another new student, and you yourself are still fairly new to this school anyhow.
Well, you will meet her soon enough, and once you do, everything will make a little more sense. Asia explained in a rather cryptic manner.
Rias opened her mouth to speak, but before she could say anything, the door to the classroom opened to reveal Bruno, who walked into the room with a calm and commanding aura. Good morning, class. Bruno greeted formally, while resting a briefcase onto his desk. Good morning, Mr. Bucciarati, the class chorused together. Bruno nodded and relaxed against his desk. Today, before we start our lesson, we have a new student to welcome. With that said, Bruno looked to the door and made a simple gesture with his hands for the person to enter. Please introduce yourself. Walking into the classroom slowly, Xenovia took everyone's attention away instantly. A response that made Asia grin ear to ear in joy, while Rias merely looked between both girls. As the devil managed to catch the quick nod that both Asia and Xenovia shared.
Greetings everyone, my name—it's a pleasure to meet you all. With her formal introduction out of the way, Xenovia took a calm and collected bow of respect. I look forward to getting to know you all.
However, calm and collected was the exact opposite of the classroom. Considering at first they believed Xenovia was just another new student, but no one was expecting for the girl to reveal her last name as the same last name as their last new student. This of course caused everyone, and especially Rias, to look at Asia with an absolutely dumbfounded expression. A reaction that made the rather cheerful blonde smile wide and giggle. Everyone is looking at me. I guess she should also mention. Asia began before clapping her hands together and smiling with childlike innocence. That she's also my big sister. Sister. The class yelled loudly, while looking between the two girls who shared absolutely no family similarities.
Yes, Asia is my younger sister. Xenovia spoke up in a rather firm and emotionless tone. With that being said, I hope you've all been treating my sweet baby sister well. If not, I'll be forced to kill you.
Asia laughed and frantically waved her hand around nervously. She's joking, guys, Xenovia is just funny like that.
Keeping a rather dry and serious face, Xenovia didn't back down on her declaration. No, I'm not. Dad even gave me permission to kill. Bruno folded his arms and sighed, as he should probably get a hold of the situation before it spiraled out of control. Xenovia, why don't you go take a seat in the back with your sister so we can start our lesson? Nodding her head and approaching the back of the class, Xenovia smiled at Asia before taking her seat.
Did you find everything okay? Asia asked, while she turned around in her desk to face Xenovia. Yes, everything was just as you explained it. Great, I think Daddy arranged everything so we will have all our classes together. That way you can stick close to me for the majority of the day. That's acceptable, but why is that girl looking at me still? Xenovia asked while cupping her hand around her mouth and pointing not so discreetly towards Rias. Is she trying to flirt with me? Her cheeks turning a crimson red to match her hair, Rias was at a loss for words. Asia on the other hand giggled in response. No, well I don't think so, though regardless that's my friend Rias I was telling you about. It's a pleasure, Rias. I hope my little sister hasn't caused you any trouble. She tends to attract a decent amount of misfortune. Xenovia declared, which of course earned a pout from Asia. Rias on the other hand laughed and extended her hand out to Xenovia. No, I've enjoyed my time knowing Asia and I hope to get to know her sister as well. Accepting the hand, Xenovia merely nodded, likewise. With Jono and Issei, within the Passione-owned restaurant, Jono was currently off in a back office of the establishment. He was seated behind a large wooden desk and radiated an intimidating aura that if anyone didn't know better would mistake the man for the boss of the gangster organization based off his presence alone. Though the most surprising thing was the black cat, which was snuggled into the man's lap and allowing Jono to stroke its back. Meanwhile, the only other person within the room was Issei, who was nervously flanking Jono's side and waiting in silence. The young teenager didn't know why he was here or what his role was, but he was told to stay near Jono and observe. So that's what he planned on doing until told otherwise. However, a sudden knock at the door earned Issei's attention and caused Jono to casually wave his right hand. "You may enter." The second in command of the Passione began, while the door opened to reveal Mista and an older gentleman who Issei didn't recognize. Issei then watched as Mista closed the door and carefully walked over to the opposite side of Jono, leaving the unfamiliar gentleman standing rather nervously before the group of gangsters. "Well," Jono began in a rather calm voice, while his hands trailed along the cat within his lap. "What brings you to my humble establishment? I've traveled all the way from Kyoto to meet with you. The fast-spreading rumor is that you're the new rising power in all of Japan from overseas." The man began in a rather erratic tone, showing that he was clearly shaken. "I request a favor in dealing with the local yakuza in the area. See, I owe them protection money, but I can't pay what they're demanding and they have my wife and daughter. So I ask of you to save my family." Issei was shocked by the man's words, but as he glanced over to his fellow gangsters he was more than shocked, considering neither Jono or Mista gave the man an ounce of sympathy with their facial expressions. Instead, Jono merely closed his eyes and sighed. "You come to me, a man you don't even know, and beg for a favor, fully realizing that you're just selling yourself off to another organization." Jono began in a stern and emotionless voice. "But I heard you guys are differ. And not to mention the disrespect." Jono cut in sharply, while he slightly inched forward and the man began to tremble. "Not once did you pay your respects for me allowing this meeting, nor did you offer your hand out in friendship. Instead you try to talk over me. It's just disrespectful." "I am sorry," the man cried out, while he bowed down and pressed his forehead onto the floor. "Please forgive me." Jono didn't flinch and instead turned his head to Issei. "You know I'll overlook the disrespect out of the kindness in my heart. However, in return I'll leave the fate of your life and family in the hands of my new little recruit. So tell me, Issei, what is your choice? Abandon this man or offer a helping hand?" Issei was surprised to be placed on the spot so quickly and knew in his heart what the right option was. However, the intense looks of both Jono and Mista made the boy question if this was some type of test and made his judgment slightly shifted. Though the moment he saw the man look up and gaze at him with a desperate face, Issei knew what he had to do. "We help him and his family," the holder of the boosted gear declared, which made the man gasp in relief and Jono nod. "Very well, Mista, have Narunika and Fugo save this man's family and discreetly eliminate any members of the Kyoto Yakuza that doesn't comply with our takeover of the area," Jono ordered sternly, while at the same time holding his hand out to the man begging for his help. "And you, the day may or may not come when the Passione comes to collect upon the debt you owe us. However, for now you may show your respect and sleep knowing your family will be safe and protected." The man stumbled forward and kissed Jono's outstretched hand. Thank you," the man cried out. Simply nodding and retracting his hand, Jono looked to Mista. "Show him out." "Right away," Mista replied, while he quickly showed the man out of the room, leaving Issei alone once more with Jono and the man's cat. "So tell me, Issei, what is your opinion on how the Passione operates? This of course is only a small glance at our organization and how we run things, but is still a good experience." "Well, I'm a little confused actually, Lord Jono." "Just Jono is fine. No need for any formalities with me, but share your confusion and maybe I can help." "Well, the Passione is out to better humanity and the world. Though we still conduct some illegal operations, kill people on occasion, and at times like now don't outright help the weak in need." "Well, let me explain something to you, Issei, and I hope you take this to heart. No matter how hard we try, people will break the law, kill one another, and always pursue their own selfish interests. A world without these horrible acts only lives in a fool's mind or an oppressed world. That is the harsh reality we live in, but the Passione strives for something better than that. We aim to be the world power that establishes and prode, while also giving out as much freedom as we can. We operate as a gang to raise our influence and power. We offer second chances to those who go against us, but if they threaten others and the peace we do not shy from killing. We also do not help everyone with a sob story, Issei. We must always remember that every action has a consequence that follows after our actions. So each choice must be weighed with knowledge and expectations of cause and effect. It's never wise to act off emotions. So we will soon see the effects of the choice you made here today. Let's just hope you made the right choice." "I never thought of it like that, Jono," Issei admitted honestly, which made the seasoned gangster nod. "And that's fine, you're here to learn after all. Father has taken a liking to you despite him not saying so to your face. With that being said, Father has high expectations for your future, but cannot always be around to help foster your growth. So he has asked me to mentor you and shape you into a valuable member of the organization." "Really? In that case I won't let either of you two down," the teenager promised in a bold tone, which made Jono smirk. "I'm glad to hear that. The Occult Research Club, Rias, was currently seated on a large red sofa within her club's headquarters and sipping on a cup of tea, which was prepared by her queen Akeno. The latter of whom was sitting across from Rias with her usual smile. However, the duo were not alone within the clubhouse, considering both Kiba and Kaneko were within the room as well. Kiba was busy relaxing against a wall, while Kaneko was munching on a snack and looking out of the clubhouse window. Currently the small peerage of Rias Gremory was waiting for their two guests Asia and Xenovia, but were also discussing how they should approach those two guests once they arrived. So let me get this straight, President. Kaneko began in a firm tone. That Asia girl I saw the other day not only came out of nowhere with a new teacher, but now she suddenly has a sister that came out of nowhere as well? Yes. Rias answered in a simple tone. And you suspect her mother is an angel? Kiba asked, which caused Rias to nod. Oh my, this Asia is quite the mystery, isn't she? Akeno chuckled in a rather amused voice. I wonder what her true intentions are. I mean, she did actively seek out to join our club. She's obviously more than she lets on. Which is why we should be on our guard around her, but also I've decided today we get to the bottom of who she really is and what she wants. Rias revealed in a serious voice, while setting her tea down onto a small table. So I want each of you to prepare for the worst, but at the same time don't act or speak foolishly. Of course, President. The trio of devils spoke together respectively, which earned a small smile from their king. Thank you. With that being said, the room fell into a momentary silence. However, that ended the moment Kaneko spotted both Asia and Xenovia approaching from the window. President, they're here. The youngest of the group announced. Good, Kiba, would you please show them in? Bowing to his leader, Kiba smiled. It would be my honor, President. Rias watched her servant leave and waited in silence for him to return with their guests. Luckily Rias didn't have to wait long, as Kiba quickly returned with both Asia and Xenovia in tow. Hello everyone. Asia began in an enthusiastic and cheerful voice that filled the room with positivity. I'm sorry we took so long, but I had to show Xenovia a few things around the school. You're fine. Rias replied with a friendly laugh, while holding a hand to a small love seat. Please take a seat. Why thank you. Asia giggled before taking her seat, which was to the right of where Rias was sitting. You're welcome. Rias began, but raised her brow in curiosity as she watched Xenovia stand protectively to the side of Asia, standing with an expression and body language of a bodyguard and not one of an overprotective sister. Xenovia, would you like a seat for yourself? No, I'm quite fine where I am. The blue-haired girl replied, which only raised the suspicions that Rias had. Very well, suit yourself. Would either of you care for some tea? Akeno makes a wonderful blend. Asia shook her hand and smiled. No, we are both fine. Rias nodded, but continued to find it odd how Asia even spoke for Xenovia at times. Obviously something wasn't right with the situation and it was driving Rias crazy. Well then, why don't we get down to business? Rias offered. That's acceptable. Asia began while she folded her hands over her lap. But tell me, what business are you referring to? Rias kept a calm and calculated gaze and thought over her words and actions with caution. There was a million ways she could go about this, but sometimes the most direct route is the best choice. What are you exactly and what is your motives? Rias asked in a stern voice, while her eyes hardened directly onto Asia. And don't lie to me. Oh, such ferocity. Asia giggled softly, while she looked right back at Rias with a cheerful expression. Well, I don't really understand what you mean. I'm just a simple and innocent high school student. I'm not a devil like you four. The room was silent, as the entire room of devils looked at the blonde with shocked expressions. Meanwhile Asia merely kept a rather amused eye smile directed at Rias. Oh, but I do have a hidden agenda of sorts. Asia added in. I want to become your friend. Shaken from her initial shock, Rias was now on full guard. Okay, you have 10 seconds to tell me who you really are and what you're after. Sensing the hostility, Xenovia slightly stepped forward to protect Asia, but was stopped by the young blonde who laughed and held her hand out. No need to jump the gun, Xenovia. I told you before we came here that there was no need for any violence. Now Rias. Asia began as she turned her attention to the crimson-haired devil. You already know the answers to your questions. I am Asia Uzumaki and all I want is to become your friend. Forgive me for not believing you, but you're very suspicious. You and Xenovia both come out of nowhere with a new teacher and you also happen to have a mother who is an angel. Nothing about you is normal. Rias pointed out. Well, for starters, Griselda isn't really my mom, but I would like her to marry my daddy. Mainly because I want a mommy harem. But let's not talk about my hobbies. Instead, I guess I should properly introduce myself since it's better if we are both on the same page. Though before that, Bruno, why don't you come out here as well? The room of devils was confused, but as they heard the sound of a zipper their eyes shot over to a wall, where a large zipper was undoing itself to reveal the new teacher Bruno Bucciarati, who walked out of the hole created by the zipper and walked over to Asia before bowing on one knee. I'm at your command, Lady Asia, Bruno declared, stunning the devils at the respect Bruno was showing Asia. Thank you. Asia replied happily, while turning her attention back to Rias one final time. Anyhow, I am Asia Uzumaki, daughter of the most powerful man alive, who wishes to outstretch a hand of friendship between humans and devil. The most powerful man alive? Akeno asked in confusion. I've never heard of him. Nor have I, Rias added in, while folding her arms across her chest. And what's this about wanting to establish a friendship between humanity and devils? The majority of humans don't even know that the factions or supernatural exist. True, but my daddy's organization the Passione does. We are a worldwide underground organization centered around creating and protecting peace. My daddy wishes to meet with the devils to build peaceful relations. So I was sent here to establish relations with you in order to set up a meeting between my daddy and your brother. So that's what you're after, but what if I were to say no? Rias asked. Well, that would be unfortunate because peace with all the factions. I mean, we already have bad relations with the angels since we took all their churches and kicked them off of Earth. So we could do something similar to the devils, but we truly don't want that. You kicked the angels off of Earth? Akeno asked in surprise. That's what I just said. Asia giggled. Nonsense. Rias shouted in disbelief. No human has the power required to accomplish such a feat. The three factions fought each other to a stalemate years ago, and despite the heavy casualties, no faction had the power to overtake one another. It's impossible for a human to do as you said. Well, my daddy did, and his takeover of the churches was off a whim. I mean, if he wanted, my daddy could annihilate all three of the biblical factions, but like I said, he wants peace, not bloodshed. So what do you say, Rias? Wanna help me and grant my daddy an audience with your brother? Rias was silent and didn't allow much of her emotions to show through. Bring your father here and I will decide if he can have a meeting with my brother or not. Well, I guess that's a start. Asia mumbled, while she turned her head to Bruno. Go ahead and call daddy and tell him to come to our location for a meeting with Rias. Bruno nodded and grabbed his cell phone. Right away, Lady Asia. With Naruto sitting behind his desk with a massive mound of paperwork, Naruto was busy signing his signature on one page, while his eyes glanced over another. Meanwhile, Griselda was by his side and pointing to different forms and explaining the logistics of each one. Sign here and we will have successfully purchased the oil industries in the Middle East. Griselda explained softly, while she looked to Naruto with a smile. That should not only increase the Passione's net worth, but will also give us a handy bargaining chip in dealing with a majority of Western governments. Naruto nodded and handed the signed copies to his secretary. And what are these forms? Griselda pointed to the form with a pleased expression. Risato sent these as a request to take a majority of the churches we have taken and transform them into free health clinics and shelters. The details of how they are funded and staffed and all laid out, and I've already gone through them. It's a reasonable idea that relocates some of the church deserters and gives them a purpose. All it needs is your approval. Trusting what Griselda was saying, Naruto signed the documents without having to read them for himself. Sounds great. Griselda nodded, but lifted her brow as the phone on Naruto's desk began to ring. So reaching outward, the angel grabbed the phone and brought the device to her ear. The office of Naruto Uzumaki, Griselda speaking. Oh, I see. Griselda mumbled in response, while holding the phone to Naruto. It's Bruno. Taking the phone for himself, Naruto smiled wide. What can I do for ya, Bruno? Wait already? Okay, I'll be over immediately. Naruto then hung the phone up and looked to Griselda. Looks like we have to take a break. Asia is with the devils and they are wanting to meet me. That happened sooner than expected. I thought she wanted to really get on good terms with the devils before moving forward. Naruto nodded. As did I. But maybe something happened to accelerate those plans. Regardless, would you care to join me for this meeting? Griselda smiled softly. I wouldn't mind at all. Well then let's go talk to some devils. With Asia watching Bruno remove the phone from his ear with a smile, Asia tilted her head and laughed. So is daddy on his way? Bruno nodded softly. Yes, the boss will be coming shortly. Asia nodded happily while Rias merely shifted slightly in her seat. So when can we expect your father to Ari? Hey princess. The chipper voice of Naruto called out happily, which caught Rias completely off guard. In fact, all four devils turned to the man with shocked faces and were frozen in place. Considering Naruto was currently standing off to the side with a rather cheerful expression, but it wasn't the man's appearance that left the devils stunned. Rather, it was how the man appeared in such a short time without alerting anyone of his presence. Then there was the angel to the side of Naruto, who was standing in all her beauty and glory. Daddy, Asia yelled happily, while she ran forward and hugged the man. You took your time getting here. Did you get sidetracked with Kurama again? Rias and the rest of her peerage were dumbfounded by Asia's question, which implied the man got there slower than normal, leading the devils to believe that maybe what Asia was saying about her father may have been true after all. Nah, that bastard fox was asleep and I've had enough of him for a while. Just got caught up with some paperwork that slowed me down. Naruto joked with a loud booming laughter. Boss. Bruno spoke respectively, while taking a knee before the man. I'm at your disposal. Naruto grinned and motioned for his subordinate to stand. Thank you Bruno, but you're free to go and enjoy the rest of your day. I'll handle everything else from here. Okay, but I shall be ready at a moment's notice if you need me. Bruno replied, which made Naruto nod and pat his subordinate's shoulder. I appreciate that, son, but Xenovia, don't just stand there awkwardly, come over here and give you old man a hug. Naruto teased playfully, while the blue-haired girl slowly walked forward. It's good to see you, Dad. Xenovia began while she was brought into a crushing hug along with Asia. You and Mom will be pleased to hear that I had a good first day of school. That's great, Naruto cheered in a happy voice, while Griselda merely coughed into her hand. Naruto, you can dote over the girls later. You have a meeting right now after all. The angel reminded in a firm voice, which made the man laugh loudly. I guess you have a point. So let's get down to business, Naruto declared with a shift in attitude before walking over to the chair Asia was in moments ago. Then by taking his seat he was flanked by his daughters and assistant. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, leader of the Passione and the strongest man alive. It's a pleasure to meet you, Rias Gremory, along with your little servants. Rias looked the man over from head to toe, noticing that despite being Asia's father he looked more like an older brother. Considering the man seemed to look rather young like most devils do, but despite his rather goofy and overbearing personality he held himself with an incredible aura of power. All in all, Rias was finding it hard to believe that Naruto was human. However, regardless of what Naruto was, she was a devil of House Gremory, meaning she had to present herself with elegance and power before those she spoke to, which resulted in Rias returning Naruto's introduction with a mere nod. Yes, I am aware of who you are, but Asia has expressed that you wish for an audience with my brother and not myself. Rias began in a rather bold and superior tone, which made Naruto inwardly sigh. Yes, I've been told your brother holds a good deal of power and influence among the devil faction, so I was hoping a meeting between him and myself would be quite helpful for both humanity and devils. Rias kept a rather neutral expression and folded her arms. I don't understand how humanity can offer the devils anything besides Esser. Well, from my understanding we can offer you a good deal of things. Naruto cut in sharply, as his jovial side was now gone along with his patiences, leaving a surprised Rias at the mercy of Naruto's cold-hearted glare. But I don't have to tell a child these things, as like you said I'm wanting to speak with your brother, not you.
Rias sucked her teeth in anger, but didn't speak a word. Instead it was Asia's nervous laugh that pierced the silence. Now daddy, be nice. Remember, you don't want another situation like with the angels.
Turning towards his daughter, hold her. I suppose you have a point, Asia, but still you know more than anyone that we Uzumaki have thin patience. True, but that's why I'm here to help you the best I can, Asia replied. Naruto nodded with a soft smile, as he truly loved and appreciated his daughter. And I'm grateful for that, but tell me, Rias. The man began slowly, while he looked back to the devil. Will you allow me to meet your brother? Rias thought over her response, as her words and actions did directly affect the devil faction, so she had to properly evaluate and weigh her next words carefully. However, before Rias could even formulate a thought, a large teleportation circle inscribed with the sigil of the Gremory house burst to life for everyone present to see. Then before anyone could say anything, the figure of Venelana Gremory appeared before everyone. Mother, Rias stuttered in surprise, as she would have never dreamed of the woman appearing in such a fashion. Naruto raised his brow in interest, as he had never looked into any information over the woman standing before him. Though he could at least tell from first impressions that she was rather unique, and that was enough to cause the man to eyeball her. Asia on the other hand caught her father looking the devil over, and this made the girl grin. Even more so when she saw not a single ring on Venelana's hands. My apologies, Rias, it looks like I'm intruding on something. Venelana began in a rather respectful tone of voice, while holding herself with high ladylike esteem. I can see my timing is rather poor, as you're among interesting company. Oh, think nothing of it, Asia spoke up in a happy voice, as she to everyone's surprise walked up to the woman and held her hand out. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Gremory. I am your daughter's friend, Asia Uzumaki. Venelana smiled softly and accepted Asia's hand. It's wonderful to meet one of my daughter's friends. My name is Venelana Biel Gremory. Asia nodded with a curious expression. Tell me, will Lord Gremory be making an appearance as well? Venelana looked slightly disheartened along with Rias, but off to the side Griselda's eyes began to widen slowly, considering she knew exactly why Asia was asking that question. Oh, I see, Rias hasn't told you yet, but we lost my husband years ago to a horrible sickness. So there currently is no Lord Gremory, which is partially why I am here. Rias slightly twitched at what her mother said, as she could only think of one thing involving her late father that affected her. Unfortunately, before she could speak to her mother, Asia nodded sadly. I'm sorry to hear that, Lady Gremory, and I sympathize with you. I myself lost my mom a few years ago and my poor daddy has been so alone ever since. Actually, I'm being rude, I should introduce you to my daddy, Asia declared as she ran over and grabbed her father's arm. Then by pulling the man out of his seat she discreetly sent Griselda a sly smirk and wink. That brat, Griselda mumbled softly, while she watched Naruto get forcefully dragged by his daughter. So she started, Xenovia whispered in exhaustion. Daddy, don't be shy and introduce yourself, Asia ordered, as she practically shoved the man into Venelana, an action that made the man laugh nervously and hold his hand out. It's nice to meet you, Venelana. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto greeted with a wide smile, which made the devil tilt her head. Naruto Uzumaki? I swear I've heard that name somewhere before, Venelana admitted with confusion in her voice, while she studied the man's rather attractive features. Well, my daddy is a famous author, Asia pointed out cheerfully. He writes all those dirty perverted books that people like. Asia? Naruto shouted with a blush, while looking down at his daughter. Venelana on the other hand perked up with intrigue. That's right. Oh, I love your books, they're so detailed and sinful. I'm a big fan. I even have all your books at home. I would love for you to sign them, Venelana admitted with enthusiasm, which surprised Naruto and made Asia giddy with excitement. Meanwhile, off to the side, Akeno leaned into Rias with a smirk and cupped her hand around her best friend's ear. Watch out, President. Looks like you might end up with a new daddy if you're not careful. And I emphasize the word daddy. Backing away with a blush, Rias was completely flustered. Akeno, the king stuttered, while looking directly at her mother and seeing that the woman was actually smiling. A sight that genuinely filled the girl with happiness, as her mother's smile was a rare thing to see after her father passed. However, Rias needed to focus on the reason her mother was here in person. Mom, can you please tell me why you're here? Being taken away from her rather pleasant conversation with Naruto, Venelana looked to her daughter with sadness. That's right, I should get to the point. I came here to tell you that the date of your marriage to Riser has been accelerated and Riser wishes to meet with you to plan for the wedding. I am sorry there wasn't anything I or your brother could do. So I'm forced to marry that disgusting man. Yes, I'm sorry, Venelana mumbled. Rias deflated in defeat, while Akeno merely rested a supporting hand onto her friend. Naruto and Asia on the other hand both frowned. Anyone could understand the situation by Rias and Venelana's words, but nobody could feel the emotions Rias was going through like the father and daughter duo could. In fact, it was a deep sadness and overwhelming depression that actually upset both Naruto and Asia. So you're forced into a marriage against your will and placed into a situation where you cannot experience love for yourself. Naruto mumbled softly, while he slowly approached Rias and bent down onto one knee before the girl. I'm truly sorry, but if you like I could try to help you. Rias was surprised to her very core, as a man who she was rather rude to and hardly knew was willing to help her. There is no point, besides you just want to meet with my brother. You could do that without pretending to help me, Rias replied stubbornly. I could, that goes without saying, but I truly wish to help you. Naruto began softly, while placing his hand over his heart. And if you will accept my help, I promise to get you out of your situation. That's a promise and I never go back on my promises. Asia smiled at her father with happiness, as she loved the man's kind heart. Griselda and Venelana on the other hand looked to the man with admiration, as they found his words endearing. Especially Venelana, who valued the man's resolve to help her daughter. So what will it be, Rias? Will you accept my help? Naruto asked with a soft and kind smile. Tears on the corner of her eyes and with no hope left in her heart, Rias merely nodded her head and looked at the man. Yes, I'll take your help. Naruto smiled and slowly stood up and looked over to Venelana. Alright then, where's this Riser guy at? I'd like to have a little chat with him. Chapter 9. Speech, Thought, Attack, Creature, Chapter 9, The Trap. Following after Jono, Issei tilted his head as the duo entered the threshold of the Uzumaki household. So Jono, why exactly are we coming to the house? The younger of the two asked with curiosity in his voice. Smiling and approaching the area that Kurama used as a makeshift lab, the second in command of the Passione merely looked over his shoulder to Issei. Well, I promised Kurama that I would assist him with a small project, so we are devoting some of our time today with helping him. Oh, I see. What's the project if you don't mind me asking? Kurama wants to create an actual physical body to use for himself. Though in my opinion he really doesn't need one all that much, but Kurama has always been kind to me and my sister growing up. He's a part of our family if he wants to admit that or not. So if he wants a physical body I'll do anything I can to help him. Issei smiled and pumped his arms with vigor. I totally understand and I'll do all I can to help. God, you're so fucking loud. I'm trying to sleep. Leaping into the air in fear, Issei yelped loudly and trembled as he looked down at the dimly lit staircase that led to the fox's domain. Maybe we should leave Kurama alone? Jono laughed and began to slowly descend the stairs to Kurama's lab. Oh, don't worry, Issei. Kurama is always a little grumpy. If you say so. The younger of the two mumbled apprehensively, while he followed closely behind. Coming down into the basement of the house, Issei found the space in absolute disarray, as documents with symbols he didn't recognize were thrown across the floor, while dozens of whiteboards were covered with the same symbols and even some rather complex equations. Wow, you've been busy since the last time I've been down here, Lord Kurama. Issei gasped in surprise, while he found the wolf-sized fox stretching his limbs from across the room. I mean, what is all this strange writing? Sighing to himself and glancing to the pervert, Kurama slowly stalked forward. It's mainly fuinjutsu from my dimension. It's a rather intricate art that has near limitless applications. I'm currently bouncing between formulating ideas for my little project along with crafting a few intermediate courses for Asia. Since she has asked me to teach her all I know of the art, she's taken a real shine to fuinjutsu and even genjutsu, but I'm not surprised as it fits rather well with her sly and cunning personality along with her pacifist nature. Issei nodded with a grin. That does sound like Lady Asia. The brunette began, while walking to a whiteboard and pointing to a few symbols. So this is fuinjutsu? Kurama's eye twitched in annoyance. Those are my notes that I wrote in cursive. Seriously, how dense are you? You're even dumber than Naruto, the fox yelled, while looking over to Jono. Kid, why did you even bring this moron with you? Jono merely sighed and rested his hands on his hips. Issei isn't that bad, Kurama. Besides, father asked me to help mentor Issei and show him the ropes of being in our organization. So please try and be nice. Kurama merely stuck his nose high into the air and walked off. Fine, I'll be civil with the idiot. I mean, he at least isn't as bad as your dad. Nor is he as distracting or destructive. Issei laughed nervously. Hee. Thanks. It wasn't much of a compliment. Kurama replied in a gruff voice, while he started to get to work. But tell me, Jono, how goes the Passione? Still placing all hands on deck with the Kokebile situation? At first yes, but it seems after we eliminated the fallen angels in town under his charge he grew cautious. So I've mainly had Abacchio working solo on finding Kokebile and discovering his plans. So far we haven't found anything, but if the fallen angels are as arrogant as the other factions, I'm sure his pride will result in us catching on to him. Yes, I'm sure you're right, but let's get to war. Oh Kurama, the sing-song voice of Asia cut in loudly, while the bubbly blonde could be found skipping down the stairs. Meanwhile, not too far behind Asia was Naruto, who had a rather hard and serious face. Lady Asia and Dad, Issei shouted in surprise, as he looked at the two individuals. I didn't know you were on your way home yet. Asia waved her peerage member off and giggled. Well, some interesting things have happened and Daddy has gone and done what he does best. Kurama scoffed at that declaration. Would be an idiot. Asia shook her head, but before she could get a word in, Naruto walked forward and rested a hand on his daughter's shoulder to silence her. Then by glancing at Kurama with a serious and blank expression, he simply nudged his head to the exit. Let's talk in private, Kurama. I need your counsel. With that being said, the fox merely nodded and didn't respond with his normal backhanded comments. Instead, he simply followed Naruto upstairs to meet in private. This of course left Issei and Jono in confusion, the latter of whom looked over to his little sister for answers. Asia, what's going on? Her eyes wandering about, Asia paid more attention to Kurama's work rather than her brother. Well, Daddy is finally getting involved with the devil faction. I'm not sure what he is currently thinking, but I'm sure he is informing Kurama on the situation and making plans moving forward. I do know that Daddy along with myself and a few others will be going to the Underworld. Though I think Daddy wants you to stay here and keep things moving forward with the Passione. After all, Daddy only trusts you to lead the organization in his absence. I see, that makes a lot of sense. I'm sure he will properly inform me once he and Kurama are done with their talk. Jono theorized, while Asia merely nodded and rubbed her chin. Yeah, most likely. The girl mumbled in an uninterested voice, while finally turning to her brother. Tell me something, Jono, are you making a body for Kurama? Yes, but how could you tell? The oldest of the siblings asked in surprise. Asia merely pointed to a whiteboard with little emotion. It literally says formulas to make Kurama a body in bold letters. I can read, Jono, I'm not dense like Issei. Said pervert face faulted, while Jono merely laughed at his expense. Besides, I have some beginner knowledge of fuinjutsu. So I can tell what some of this stuff is, but I have a better idea. Asia then turned to the whiteboard and the pattern of the Sharingan spun to life within her eyes. Then with a calculated gaze she began to visually memorize every single detail that Kurama had written so far before approaching the whiteboard with a marker in hand. Now let's see here if my memory is right. We can do away with this. Then add this there along with this and finish off with a little bit of that. Issei tilted his head in confusion, while he watched Asia erase and write new symbols he didn't recognize. Jono on the other hand stepped forward with shock on his face. Asia, what are you doing to Kurama's work? He may get upset if you mess something up, the oldest of the siblings pointed out, while his younger sister merely turned around with a devilish grin. One that instantly sent chills down Issei and even Jono's spine. Oh, that's okay, big brother, Kurama won't know anything about this. Though let me share a secret with you, Asia began, as she gave her brother an eye smile that concealed her Sharingan. Then slowly inching forward she began to whisper something softly into her brother's ear. A secret that caused Jono to stagger backwards in both fear and surprise. Hey Asia, you wouldn't, Kurama would never forgive you. I don't think I'm comfortable with this at all. Oh, he will be fine, besides it will be really funny. Asia then opened her eyes, which were back to their normal color. And of course you can, silly, after all I told you my plans, so you're an accomplice now. Though you could go against me, but you wouldn't do that. Would you, big brother? Jono slightly twitched as he looked down at his little sister with the considering the cold and eerie tone of his sister's last question was enough to persuade his allegiance. Of course IW wouldn't. Asia clapped her hands together and laughed. Wonderful. Oh, and Issei, if you mention anything you may have heard to Daddy or Kurama, it won't end well for you. Being the innocent bystander, Issei merely saluted his king with a trembling hand. I would never, Lady Asia. I am always on your side. I'm glad to hear that, but I suggest that you pack a few things, as I'll be taking both you and Xenovia with me as my personal guard during our time in the Underworld. So get ready for our trip. Understood, Lady Asia. Jono sighed and shook his head. Well, at least this time your pranks are directed at Kurama and not father. Asia giggled and swayed back and forth, while her hands were folded behind her back. Now who said I didn't already have some mischief lined up for Daddy later tonight? Because I don't recall saying such things. With Naruto and Kurama, and that's our current situation. Naruto finished in a rather calm voice, as he just retold the past events that transpired with Rias and her group of devils to Kurama. The latter of whom merely nodded and absorbed all the information given to him. So this Rias Gremory is locked into a marriage contract with another devil and you wish to help her? It's characteristically noble of you. But do we honestly have to waste our time with the politics of devils? I think so. Naruto replied simply, while he leaned back onto his personal desk. For starters, I like helping those in need, always have and always will. But my reasons stretch far beyond that. See, Rias is the younger sister of one of the four great Satans, namely the Satan Lucifer Searsex. However, you know this already and can probably assume helping her would earn his favor and cooperation. Yes, you do have a point, but why do I feel there is something else? Because there is, and that something is the reason I want your opinion on the matter. Kurama kept a neutral expression. Well, don't leave me guessing. Naruto sighed. Well, according to Venelana Gremory, the easiest and most civil solution to end this marriage contract that is available to us is a rating game. An idea I am completely for, as the devils view humans as a weaker subpar race and would easily underestimate us and pay the price. Well, that in. If we utterly annihilate and humiliate a high-class devil, their views of humans and our faction completely changes. Kurama cut in with a large toothy grin. I see where you're getting at, Naruto, as talks with the devils wouldn't bode too well for us since we wouldn't be taken serious. However, a public display of power would completely change their perspective. So you see the larger picture, but now gets to the part where I need your input. Considering it goes without saying I could wipe the floor with whatever devil they place against me, but as the leader and strongest member of our faction, I want my power to be a complete unknown to every single devil. Instead of me doing the fighting, I want a weaker member of our group to defeat and humiliate this devil. Leaving the devils asking if the weaker members of humanity are that powerful, just how strong is their leader. I like where you're going, as it would instill a sense of fear and caution. Leaving the devils to tread lightly around you and be more inclined to listen to your ideals and cooperate with our organization. Though I'm certain you have who you wish to represent you picked out. So tell me, who is your chosen champion? Jono perhaps, or maybe one of the lower capos of the organization. Naruto smiled and folded his arms over his chest. I decided to pick Asia. Kurama was completely dumbfounded. Asia? You want Asia to fight a devil? She's just recently started Genjutsu and Fuinjutsu training. Plus, if you haven't forgotten, Mr. Father of the Year, your daughter is a pacifist. Which is why Asia is perfect. I mean, nothing screams humiliation and defeat more than losing to a little girl who doesn't even throw a punch. Besides, she won't be alone, Kurama. It will be a rating game and she will have some of her peerage with her to help. I can't use Jono and the others, as they are needed on Earth to run the Passione and make sure no factions try to take over in my absence. However, I believe Asia, Xenovia and Issei could be a killer three-man cell. In fact, under my tutelage and your assistance, I'm gonna turn them into the new and improved Team 7.
So you want to train those three to fight a high-class devil along with his entire peerage? Does Asia or the other two even know about this?
Well no, but I'll tell them before we leave, Kurama sighed. Well how long do we have to train them? We leave for the Underworld tomorrow, so we have no time to train them. Of course we do. Our first meeting will be to set the challenge and then we prepare those three with some rigorous training. Kurama simply closed his eyes and thought to himself for a moment, but after a short silence he looked back to Naruto. It's not the worst idea you've had, but it has its own merit. Besides, those three are in need of serious training. So perhaps the weight of the situation would push them to grow? Naruto smirked. So you're for my plan, for now, but you should at least tell Asia and the others. Worst case scenario, they're against your idea and I'll fight the devil. Yeah, you're right, I won't force Asia into anything against her will. I love my daughter too much to do something like. We will talk to Asia and the other two later tonight at dinner and purpose the idea. If they say no, then I guess you can go turn the devil into a chew toy. Hey, I'd be delighted to. Later that night, it was a few hours later and Naruto was more on edge than usual. Currently the strongest man alive was making his final preparations for dinner, but that wasn't what had him so nervous. See, Asia was helping her father with cooking tonight's meal, but during the entire time she was skipping, humming and radiating an overflowing amount of joy. All of which were clear signs that something bad was on the horizon for Naruto. Considering Asia was normally a very bright and cheery person, but when she got like this it always meant she had a scheme in the works. So that's why Naruto was practically shaking once he opened the pot to stir the food cooking inside, as he was constantly waiting for the inevitable prank to strike. However, he released his near-100 sigh of relief when he realized the pot wasn't rigged with some sort of prank.
Daddy, Asia chirped in a loud and happy voice, which made Naruto jump in surprise and turn on his heels to face his daughter.
Why yes, sweetie? Naruto began, as he looked down at the swaying bubbly blonde. I've finished all my tasks and Xenovia is setting the table. So would you like me to tell everyone that dinner is almost ready? Shaking himself out of his fear, Naruto nodded with a nervous laugh. That's a wonderful idea, Asia, and thank you for helping Daddy with dinner. Asia grinned and shot forward and hugged her father. Don't mention it, Daddy. When I was living away from home I missed cooking with you. So it makes me really happy that we get to spend time together again. Plus I haven't had your super special dish in years. I'm really excited. Naruto smiled as he softly patted his daughter's backside. He truly loved his precious daughter and enjoyed every moment he got to spend with her. In fact, as they shared their small moment, Naruto began to think he didn't give his daughter enough credit. Maybe she didn't have anything planned and she was just happy because she got to be with her dad. I feel the same way, princess. Asia giggled and backward away from her father. Plus I want this dinner to be real yummy for your secret surprise. Naruto blinked once, then twice, before realizing he was right to buy a monster, one that couldn't be stopped. Well, I'll get everyone ready for dinner, Asia declared before skipping away from her father's view. Out of every foe I've faced, none scare me more than my own teenage daughter. Naruto mumbled softly, as he turned around and rested his hands onto the kitchen counter. You know this is all your fault. You're the one who raised her, while always allowing and even at times promoting her behavior. The voice of Kurama commented, while he stalked into the kitchen. Honestly, if you would lay your foot down she wouldn't be this bad. Well, it's cute when she pranks other people, Naruto countered before sulking. Besides, Aurora would always be the stern one to discipline the children and I would be the fun parent to cheer them up. I'm no good at being stern with either of the kids. I mean, what if I say something and they hate me or never talk to me again? Well, I guess that does explain why Jono isn't like Asia, as at least Aurora had proper time to help raise him. Honestly, you're so worthless you'll need a few new mates to help raise Asia and fix the years of your god-awful parenting. My parenting isn't that bad, Naruto argued with a pout. You're a loving father who devotes everything he has to his children and you would die for them both. I'll give you that much, but you're awful at discipline and placing your foot down. You're a good dad, but a mediocre parent. Naruto lowered his head and sighed. I'm trying my best here. I'm a single dad who is trying to obtain world peace, while raising a teenage daughter. Not to mention that fact that I was raised as an orphan and have no clue how to be a proper father. None of this is easy. I never said it was Naruto, but maybe you should start thinking of finding a new mate to help you with all your problems. Since from my perspective you've been doing a rather shoddy job on your own. So maybe a new wife could help fill the hole that Aurora left? Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, like I have time to date and besides nobody could replace Aurora. Kurama sighed and turned around. You don't have to find a replacement for Aurora. Just someone you care for and could survive your daughter. After all, I'm sure Aurora would want you to find someone to find happiness with again. That and also pick up the slack from your shitty parenting. Naruto shook his head and scratched his temple, while Kurama walked off. I can never tell if he is trying to help me or just uses moments like this to get free insults in. Though I wonder if he is right. Should I be looking for a new wife? However, Naruto didn't have long to dwell over his own thoughts due to the doorbell sounding off throughout the house. Oh, our guests are here, the voice of Asia shouted in pure glee in the next room. Hearing his daughter, Naruto stumbled out of the kitchen in disbelief, making it near Asia just in time to see the girl open the door to reveal Venelana and Rias Gremory waiting at their doorstep, both of whom were accompanied by Rias' entire peerage. What is going on? Naruto mumbled softly, as he watched Asia exchange pleasantries with Venelana. Stopping right beside Naruto, Xenovia looked to the man with a blank expression. When you left to tell Kurama the developments with the devils, Asia asked me to extend a dinner invitation to the Gremory household and their servants. She also made it very clear that I wasn't to tell you and ruin the surprise. Naruto's eye twitched in annoyance and he glared at the backside of his daughter's head, the latter of whom was busy greeting each and every guest with an overwhelming amount of joy. The worst part is, Naruto began softly, while only Xenovia could hear him, knowing my daughter, her schemes don't end here. Oh, I know, Xenovia replied in a dry voice, while she walked off without saying anything else. Why that? Daddy, Asia called out happily. Come over here and greet our guests. Sighing to himself and nodding his head, Naruto walked forward with a smile and held a hand out to Venelana. Welcome to our humble little home. I'm glad you were able to join us for dinner. Naruto then turned robotically to Asia and gritted his teeth. It's such a lovely surprise. Asia giggled and Venelana returned Naruto's smile and laughed. Thank you for inviting us to your household. I'm eager to see how human life differs from our own. I'm sure you'll find we are not all that different from any of you. Naruto then looked down to the children accompanying Venelana. Rias, it's good to see you as well, but forgive me for not knowing your peerage. Rias nodded and held a hand out to her servants. My apologies, allow me to introduce my peerage. This is my queen Akeno Himejima, my rook Kaneko Taju, and last but certainly not least my knight Yudo Kiba. While it's nice to officially meet you all, as you know I'm Asia's dad, though you can just call me Naruto if you would like. You've already met Xenovia and Griselda, but there is currently 2 other people in the house. Before you even try, I am perfectly capable of introducing myself. Kurama spoke up, as the fox approached the group of devils. I've gone by many names, but you may refer to me as Lord Kurama or Kurama the Great. Naruto pinched his eyes together and took a deep breath, while everyone else focused on the talking fox. How interesting, Venelana commented softly, while she looked at Kurama. He doesn't appear to be a yokai, but he's clearly not anything I've seen before. Is he some rare type of familiar or just a strange experiment? Nah, he's just a useless fox from my dimension, Naruto admitted in an offhanded voice. Who are you calling useless? Asia puffed out her cheeks and pointed at Naruto and Kurama. No fighting, you two, we have guests. Hey, what's all the commotion in here? Issei yelled out, while he walked out and froze in place, considering he was just as surprised to see Rias as she was to see him. Whoa, I didn't know we were having Rias over, Dad. Dad! Rias along with her entire peerage yelled loudly, while exchanging looks between Naruto and Issei. Wait, that perverted loser is your brother? Kaneko asked, while looking to Asia for answers. Asia merely answered with an upbeat yes, while Akeno scratched her cheek. But how is that possible? It's a rather long story. Why don't we all head to the dinner table and we can talk? Naruto offered, while holding his hands for the devils to walk further into the house. That sounds wonderful. Venelana began, while she gently wrapped her hands around Naruto's large biceps and gave the man a tight squeeze. Please show the way, Naruto. Blushing hard, Naruto led Venelana to the kitchen table where he showed the woman to an open seat. Meanwhile, Xenovia and Issei both followed Naruto and took a seat at the table. Asia on the other hand turned to Rias and grinned. I think your mom is thirsting after my daddy. The young blonde whispered with a giggle, which caused Rias to blush. How fun. How fun indeed. Akeno added in, which only added to the crimson tint on Rias' cheeks. You think they'll have sex later? Can you two stop? It's highly inappropriate to talk in such ways about our parents. Rias began sternly, while folding her arms over her chest in protest. No one will be thirsting for anyone here tonight. Well, I'm sorry to break it to you, Rias, but my goal here tonight is to get your mom hooked on the idea of having a relationship with my daddy. I've already got Griselda wanting to be my new mommy, and after dinner so will your mom. Oh, I'm building the most perfect mommy harem, Asia explained with a large grin. Actually, I even bet after I snap my trap I'll have you on my side of trying to get our parents together. Rias huffed in defiance. I doubt it. Besides, my mother is a very distinguished member of the Underworld. She would never have a relationship with a human. That's where you're wrong, sister to be, Asia giggled in a playful voice. Your mom is already interested in my daddy for how he wants to selfishly help your one for my daddy. However, daddy is also incredibly powerful in a literal and figurative sense with his strength and position in his organization. Again, more points that make my daddy an appealing choice for a single woman. Though the nail in the coffin is I had my daddy make his specialty for dinner tonight because I planned on having your mom over to taste his food. See, recall back to that treat I made on my first day of school and how it made you feel. Then know my daddy is capable of making something that is beyond description. Trust me, Rias, tonight is going to be a night you won't forget. You have to be kidding me. Do you know how ridiculous your entire plan sounds? Rias asked. Asia laughed in response and reached out to poke Rias on the nose. Oh sister dearest, you're too adorable if you think that is all I have planned. We are already in step 3 out of 7. You should try harder to keep up, but let me worry about getting our parents together. For now let's just go enjoy a nice family dinner. Rias watched with a stunned expression as Asia turned on her heels and began to happily skip away. Oh, I like her, and here I thought we were supposed to be the devils. Akeno commented with a laugh. She's definitely not as innocent as she lets on, Kaneko pointed out in a dry voice. At least her intentions are somewhat pure, Kiba added in. You brats are just lucky she's keeping her energy towards getting her idiot father together with those women. Kurama explained to the young devils, as he walked past them to rest on a sofa. Trust me when I say that little Vixen is dangerous when she is determined to do something. She has the brains of her grandfather, the willpower of her grandmother, and unpredictableness of her father wrapped in one. Rias looked to the strange fox with a slightly nervous gaze, as she thought over his words, though after a moment she motioned for her peerage to follow her. Come on guys, let's join everyone for dinner. The crimson-haired devil began, as she led everyone to the dining table. Venelana, seeing her daughter approaching the table, smiled and offered an empty seat to her side for Rias. The latter of whom accepted the seat by her mother with a calm expression, while Akeno, Kaneko and Kiba took the next 3 seats by Rias. Then from across Kiba was Issei, who had an empty seat by his side, as no one wished to sit by the pervert, but continuing on was Xenovia, Asia and then Griselda. Finally at the head of the table was an empty seat, since Naruto was busy with fetching everyone's meal. Leaving the table in an awkward silence, as Griselda gave Venelana a hard stare. Meanwhile the devil returned the look with a rather friendly, but uninterested smile. Though those were not the only silent showdowns going on at the table. Considering Rias was practically glaring a hole into Asia's skull, but the latter of the two didn't seem to care one bit. Instead she just kept a rather amused smile on her face, which caused Akeno to giggle at the tension and Xenovia to study both devils to try and understand what the situation was. Kaneko on the other hand was glaring at Issei, as she saw the boy obviously checking out Rias and Akeno. In fact, the entire situation looked like a disaster just waiting to happen, but luckily for everyone not 1 or 2, but 10 Narutos came into the room each with a bowl in hand. What in the… Rias mumbled in disbelief, while she watched one of the 10 take a seat at the table and the rest hand deliver a covered bowl before each person at the table. Then just as fast as they appeared each one disappeared in a cloud of smoke. You can make clones? Venelana asked with curiosity in her voice. I didn't know humans were capable of such advanced techniques. Or perhaps that's the work of some scared gear? That's just my shadow clone jutsu. It's a forbidden technique I picked up when I was about 13. There's a slightly embarrassing story behind how that happened, but let's not talk too much about my home dimension. Naruto explained with a small grin and booming laugh, while extending his hands outward. Instead, let's enjoy a nice home-cooked meal. After all, Asia had me make my best dish in rather large portions. Now seeing we have company, I know why that was. Asia shrugged her shoulders. Ya got me there, daddy. Naruto nodded and looked out to the table. Well everyone, please enjoy my sage-style ramen. Ramen? Rias asked in confusion. Is that a rather mundane and simple food? Yes, from my understanding it's a cheap option for humans. Am I correct in my understanding? Venelana asked politely. And just what is sage style? Akeno asked in an apprehensive voice. Naruto grinned and folded his arms. You know what, take off your lids and just take a small whiff. Doing as they were told, all 5 devils slowly removed the lids as instructed, which resulted in a plume of steam and aromas to overtake everyone at the table, forcing a large smile on Naruto's face as he watched all 5 devils literally be taken back by the sheer force of the scent of his cooking. Oh, hoo-ho. Venelana gasped out in a raspy voice, as just the scent of the ramen alone was enough to completely steal the air from her lungs and force her mouth to salivate in anticipation to get just one taste of the dish before her. Rias, who was trembling from head to toe, saw her mother's condition and could see the woman's face was in absolute bliss. Meanwhile to her side, Akeno wasn't faring much better, as her sadistic side began to surface and she looked on the verge of something that made Issei grin perversely. Safe to say the devils altogether were not prepared for the barrage of aromas from Naruto's cooking. Though the same could be said for the other side of the table, as Griselda, Xenovia and Issei had also revealed their ramen and despite having Naruto's cooking before were not ready for his best dish at all. So is no one besides my sweet little Asia going to taste my ramen? Naruto asked with a lighthearted laugh, while everyone looked to the youngest Uzumaki, who was calmly and elegantly eating her father's ramen before her like it was absolutely normal. It's delightful as always, daddy. Asia complimented, as the young trickster was accustomed to her father's cooking from being raised by the man. So her reaction wasn't as exaggerated as the rest of the table by any means. Venelana and Rias both looked across the table to Asia, thinking that if the young blonde was able to handle the ramen so easily, maybe their first reaction was too much. Though as they slowly brought the noodles to their mouths, they stopped and looked between each other, while the entire table stopped and waited for the mother and daughter to take a bite. "If I didn't know any better, I would say you two seem nervous." Asia spoke up with a dark laugh and shit-eating grin. "I know, why don't all 5 of our guests take a bite together to share the reaction?" "WEC can do that." Akano replied in a husky voice, while she gazed at the ramen with lust-filled eyes. Asia giggled and watched all 5 devils lift the food in their mouths, while her eyes spun into her Sharingan, considering she wanted to make sure to burn this next moment into her memory. "Ah!" The collective group of devils moaned in complete and utter bliss as their eyes rolled back in their heads, while to Issei's immeasurable joy completely lost every single shred of their clothing in one bite. "I've never wanted to learn to cook more than I do now." Issei gasped in awe, as he saw every female except for Asia in the complete nude. However, his perverted mind was distracted by the absolute radiant bowl of noodles before him. So much so that he halted his little peep show to take a bite for himself, only to explode out of his clothing and completely forget about the table filled with naked women. Showing Naruto's cooking was so intense that it overpowered Issei's perverted thoughts and actions. How can anyone create something so perfect?" Venelana asked in a low whimper, while she looked directly at Naruto with. "Well." Naruto trailed off, as he tried to avert his eyes away from the devil. Unfortunately, he wasn't faring all too well considering how captivatingly beautiful Venelana truly was. "I had my clones gather some rather rare local ingredients from different locations around the globe." Naruto then stopped for a moment and took a hard swallow, as Venelana was leaning closer and closer into his personal space. "So fresh rare ingredients are your secret?" Venelana asked softly, while she kept getting closer and closer to Naruto.
Well, not exactly. Naruto began in a nervous voice, as he moved his eyes to the side. Unfortunately, that allowed him to see Griselda, who was practically mirroring Venelana's advances, forcing Naruto to be entrapped between the 2 beautiful and naked females. "Why, you see, I also had extra clones gather senjutsu from different places as well. Let me
explain a little. Senjutsu is something from my dimension and is essentially the life force of the nature around us. So what you're tasting is not just rare ingredients I've hand-selected, but also the essence and life force of some of the most beautiful and radiant places on this planet that I transferred into each and every ingredient I used. It's the only way to capture so many different flavors and sensations into one dish. Senjutsu is the heart and soul of my sage-style ramen." "Incredible." Venelana gasped in admiration, while she slowly smiled and looked over Naruto. "You're quite an interesting man and a phenomenal chef." "I can agree to that." Griselda chimed in, which earned Naruto's attention on her. "After all, you're a man capable of things like no other. Your ramen is just one example of many." Naruto smiled with a small blush and slightly tilted his head. "Thank you, Griselda, and you as well, Venelana. I appreciate both your words, but are any of you going to put your clothes back on?" "Oh, my apologies." Venelana began softly, while she along with everyone else as the table began to quickly redress themselves in a hurry. Though Naruto did catch the little white-haired devil Kaneko looking at him with a rather odd look. One that Naruto didn't understand, but before Naruto could question if something was wrong, Issei suddenly spoke up. "Dad, this ramen is amazing, but I gotta know something that's been bugging me all day." "Well, maybe I can help place you at ease," Naruto offered. Issei grinned at the man. "Well, Lady Asia said we were going to the Underworld, so what exactly is going on?" "That's a wonderful question, Issei, and helps me bring up an important topic." Naruto began with a smile, while holding a hand out to Rias. "You see, little Rias here is currently forced into a marriage contract with a man she does not love nor she wishes to marry. So I've offered to speak on Rias' behalf and stop this marriage dead in its tracks."
"Hell yeah, Dad, helping hot chicks. You're such a goddamn badass." Issei complimented with vigor, which earned giggle from a few of them women at the table. Yes, for once Issei said something that earned a positive reaction from a woman.
"Well, yes, but according to Venelana, the best way to annul this marriage is for both parties to agree to disband this marriage. However, the marriage was formed by the fathers of the potential bride and groom. Unfortunately, one side won't agree to dissolve the agreement, and the other, being the former Lord Gremory, has passed away some time ago, meaning that the most easy and peaceful solution is off the table." "Damn." Issei mumbled softly. "But there is a second choice." Venelana spoke up with a firm tone. "That being a rating game where the stakes are whoever wins has control over the marriage contract. Sadly, Rias has a rather small peerage and no experience within a rating game. Meanwhile, her fiancé Riser Phoenix is not only a very powerful devil, but also very well decorated with rating game victories. But who said Rias has to be the one to challenge him? We just need someone powerful to beat him after all." Asia began with a large smirk, while folding her arms confidently. "See where this is going?" "Oh, totally," Issei yelled with excitement before looking at Naruto. "Dad, you could totally kick his ass, or maybe big bro Jono can rough him up some."
Naruto nodded softly. Yes, I or Jono could easily defeat the devil in question, but we won't.
The table was completely surprised, as even Asia was left with confusion, considering she thought for sure her father was going to manhandle Riser himself. Daddy, I don't understand. If not you or Jono, who? Asia asked. Naruto grinned and looked right at his daughter. Me and Kurama talked it over and we decided you, Issei and Xenovia will be a three-man team to fight Riser and his peerage. Of course that's only if you don't disagree with my plan. Since I would never force my children into something against their will and then would be forced to have Kurama fight instead. Venelana looked at Naruto with an ever-growing admiration, as his words struck deep with the woman. Considering his selfless love for his children was something her former husband clearly never showed for his own child. Meanwhile the rest of the table looked to Asia and waited to the blonde's response, but were quickly surprised the moment Asia began to laugh loudly. Ah daddy, that was very sneaky of you to place me on the spot like this. I may just have to get you back for that. Asia began in a hollow, but creepily upbeat voice. After all, I can be sneaky too daddy. Venelana looked at Asia with a devilish smile, as she saw potential in the girl. Griselda merely took a deep breath, as she believed Asia needed more stern parenting. Naruto on the other hand flinched backwards. Now Princess Daddy wasn't trying to be sneak. Oh, it's very okay daddy, I'm not upset. I'll even agree to your idea, as I know you wouldn't place me in danger. I trust you after all. Well, if Lady Asia is for fighting the devil, I'm on board, Issei declared boldly. Xenovia nodded. Yes, worst case I'll strike the devil down with my sword before he could even touch Asia. Wait, let's backtrack for a moment. Rias suddenly spoke up, while pointing at Asia. Can 3 humans really defeat a high-class devil? I mean, Riser's strength is the reason me and my peerage haven't challenged him. Naruto smirked and folded his arms. Trust me, those 3 will be more than enough. Then you'll get a good idea of just how powerful humanity is. And I promise you, Rias, that you will be free of this contract. I see. Rias mumbled softly, while bowing her head to the man. Well, I shall trust whatever solution you deem best. Naruto looked surprised at Rias finally showing him some respect, as he figured he would have to work just a little more to crack the girl's shell. Asia on the other hand merely grinned wide at the young devil. Well, I appreciate your faith in me, but I must apologize to everyone. Naruto then stood to his feet and took a small curtsy. I didn't foresee having guests at this hour and I have a few documents due on a deadline that need my immediate attention. Please don't take my absence as a feeling of intrusion and make yourselves at home. Asia is more than capable of entertaining everyone while I square a few things away. Don't worry, I'll handle everything daddy. Asia declared happily, which made Naruto merely nod back to his daughter. Thank you sweetie. Watching Naruto slowly move away from his seat, Griselda reached out to the man. Would you like my assistance? Naruto smiled and patted Griselda's shoulder. No, I'm quite fine on my own. You do enough as is Griselda. Take some time to relax and socialize. Oh, okay. The angel mumbled softly, while she watched Naruto walk away. However, her eyes were not the only pair to trail the single father as he walked away. Considering Venelana watched every single movement Naruto made until he was gone from her line of sight. Something that made Asia giggle softly, while resting her elbows onto the table. Find something you like, Lady Gremory? Asia asked with a devilish smirk. Why yes, I have, without any shame or embarrassment before her eyes shifted to Asia. Is that a problem? Not in the slightest. In fact, I encourage any thoughts you have about my daddy, as I think you would make a wonderful new mommy. Asia revealed while her eyes slowly drifted to Griselda, the latter of whom seemed rather flustered. Oh really? Venelana began with a rather low and happy voice. Well, that's good to hear. Asia giggled and winked at Griselda before looking back to Venelana. Just know you're not the only woman I think that way about. After all, I've already been trying to get my daddy and Griselda together, but don't let that discourage you. My end goal is to create the perfect mommy harem. So you won't be the only one chasing after my daddy's love. Oh, that's fine. My first husband had a harem of his own and that didn't bother me none. Besides, I find your father much more interesting than my previous husband. Venelana admitted before looking to her daughter with a soft expression. I hope you don't hold those words against me, Rias. Everyone looked to the girl in question, who shook her head and smiled. No, I don't hold anything against you, mother. I do love and miss father, but I cannot argue that Asia's father is a good man. After all, he is willing to help me with Riser and that means a lot to me. Plus he has a few other impressive qualities. That he does. Venelana replied before looking to Asia with a smirk. Naruto's a very kind and noble man and I would love to corrupt him with my devilish charms. Griselda glared at the devil with angelic fury. Naruto is a great man who will change the entire world for the better. He needs a righteous woman to walk by his side, not some temptress to sway his vision. Venelana looked right at Griselda with an eye smile. Oh, you angels are so boring. I bet you couldn't even pleasure him properly. Griselda gritted her teeth while the teenagers at the table slowly started to sink backwards away from the two. While everyone besides Asia, who was practically bursting with excitement. I'll have you know that being a wife extends past pleasure, which is something I'm perfectly capable of by the way. Griselda began in a firm tone, while her white wings flapped outward. A wife must also be a helpful partner outside of the bedroom, which is Naruto's personal assistant. I cover that area perfectly by helping him on a daily basis. Oh please, in the underworld I'm well known for my business knowledge and ability to find hidden gems that have yet to be discovered. I could easily become a valuable asset to Naruto as someone who oversees all his finances and business dealings. Venelana declared in a firm fine, while smirking at Griselda. Though a lover and partner is only a fraction of a good wife, I'll have you know. The key to a perfect wife is one's capability to be a proper mother, and I have already raised 2 successful children. Griselda huffed and crossed her arms. You're not the only one who has raised children, and I've already been working on helping parent little Asia. The angel revealed as she extended her arms to the bubbly blonde. If you haven't noticed, she is somewhat of a problem child due to her father's parenting style. So she needs a firm hand to help raise her. Asia squinted her eyes at Griselda, but held her tongue. Venelana on the other hand scoffed at the angel. Asia is a fine girl who just needs some proper maternal guidance to help her into the devilish young woman she was meant to be. The flaxen-haired devil declared. Not some boring angel trying to control her. And she would be better off with you, of course. I would shape her into a fine young woman with proper manners and a devil's desire. This is getting rather personal. Asia mumbled softly, as she watched the angel and devil argue. But we are making some wonderful breakthroughs. Maybe I should bring daddy back down here. Griselda tightly turned her neck to the side and forced a smile at. Let's not do that. Well, why not? Asia asked with a large grin, while her eyes traveled around the room. It's turning into a hoedown throwdown and I'm loving it, and I'm sure daddy would too. Might help him pick which one of you to take as his first wife, or at least speed things along. Venelana smiled and waved Asia off. Don't worry child, I've decided that I'm rather interested in your father and will make him my new husband. The devil then turned to Griselda and winked. Well, that's unless he decides to only take the uptight angel for some reason. Then I would just have an affair with him, but I don't see that situation happening. Naruto is a good man and I will never leave his side. I'll be the one to become his wife. Griselda declared, while Asia merely clapped her hands and laughed. Oh, this is such fun. I do enjoy dinner and a show, but let's spice things up. The young Uzumaki began with a devilish grin and her Sharingan spinning to life. Hey Griselda. Said woman in question turned to Asia, but doing so caused her eyes to dilate and her posture to slump slightly. A reaction that surprised all the devils within the room. What did you do to her? Rias asked. A simple genjutsu that should only last for about 10 or 20 minutes. Asia explained in an offhand voice, while looking directly to Venelana with her Sharingan. Sending chills down everyone's spine as the strange pattern in the blonde's eyes made her slightly more intimidating. So tell me Venelana, are you up for a little game? Depends on the game. The devil replied back without fear. Well, you declared you wish to become my new mommy and Griselda isn't going anywhere while in my genjutsu. So the game is rather simple. Asia began as she folded her arms over the dinner table and smirked. You have about 20 minutes max to walk upstairs and make your first move on my daddy with whatever method you deem fit. Venelana shared Asia's smirk and stood to her feet. So you're giving me a free pass, go seduce your father? I'd be disappointed if you didn't, Asia replied. Venelana stood to her feet and took a bow. Then I won't disappoint, the woman declared before walking off. Asia chuckled to herself and reached outward for a drink, but at the same time Rias looked to the girl with surprise. Is this the big part of your plan to get our parents together? Have my mom seduce your dad? No, Asia scoffed before taking a long drink from her glass of water. Then by finishing her glass she rested it back onto the table. That's rather boring and predictable. Oh, so there is more you're not sharing? Akeno asked. Maybe, Asia replied with a smile, which caused Xenovia to frown. Asia, why did you lie to Lady Gremory? The blue-haired girl asked, which surprised everyone present and made Asia smirk. You and I both know that mom has no experience with genjutsu and wouldn't be able to break out of your genjutsu so fast if at all. So you caught that bit. Asia giggled out, while patting her sister. Also thanks for keeping that to yourself till now. Wouldn't want my future mommy to catch on to my surprise. You're a good big sister Xenovia and I'm glad you're on my side. I'm glad as well, Xenovia admitted in a dry voice. What are you planning? Kaneko asked in a slightly hostile tone. Yes, just what exactly are your plans involving my mother? Rias added in. Asia rolled her eyes. You all are incredibly slow if you're asking that. Even Issei can figure out my goal is to get my daddy together with multiple women. Starting with Venelana and Griselda. Yeah, that's totally obvious, Issei chimed in, which earned a sigh from Asia. Issei, don't speak when honestly you're just as in the dark as the devils. I was just trying to be coy, I know you're clueless as well. Right you are, the pervert admitted. Mind filling me in? Asia huffed and pointed to Rias. It all started the moment I realized you had an attractive and single mother, Rias. Right away I started thinking of ways to get your mother attracted to my daddy, But lucky for me he grabbed her attention by coming to use her interests in my daddy rising. I asked Xenovia to extend a dinner invitation to your family. I then had my daddy prepare his best dish knowing the response it would earn from your mother. Of course I knew this dinner and the presence of your mother would also threaten Griselda, as it clearly showed that there was impressive competition for my daddy, making both women rather competitive and rush forward in fear of losing to the other. That brings us to now, where your mother is probably trying her hardest to seduce my daddy, while thinking she has about 20 minutes to do so, when in reality she has about 5 minutes before I release my genjutsu on Griselda. That's, Akeno began, but trailed off as she couldn't find the words. Rias on the other hand could. The fox was right, you're dangerous. Oh, is little Kurama talking about me behind my back again? Asia asked with a light laugh. Well, he will get his soon enough. Though I'm glad you now see what I'm capable of my sister to be. So tell me Rias, when it comes to creating my mommy harem, are you with me or against me? Rias sunk back into her chair, as she felt an enormous pressure hold her down. Considering for once the devil found something she truly feared, and honestly it was a feeling she didn't enjoy. I am with you of course, that's what sisters are for, right? Asia looked excited as she jumped upward. That's wonderful me and you are going to have so much fun. I know, let's celebrate by having a sleepover. With Naruto, slowly going over a few reports and transactions, Naruto was unaware to the devil slowly creeping into his office. However, the moment he heard his door click shut he looked upward to find Venelana already walking in his direction. Venelana, can I help you? Naruto asked in surprise, as he watched the woman maneuver around his desk. Then to the man's shock took a seat directly on his lap, while her arms wrapped around his neck. I just came to thank you for dinner. The devil began in a low voice, while she reached her mouth up to Naruto's ear, forcing her large breasts into his face. It was amazing. Oh, it was nothing. Naruto replied in a nervous voice, while he felt his body heating up. I'd be happy to cook for you again. I'm sure you would. Venelana replied softly, while backing away and looking directly into the blonde's eyes. After all, you had quite the effect on me with just your cooking. It makes me curious as to what else you could do to me. I don't know what you mean. Venelana smirked and wiggled her perfect butt against the man. From what I'm feeling I think you know exactly what I mean. The devil declared as she bit her lip. Very impressive by the way. But I guess you're much bigger than my first husband. Naruto was a crimson red and couldn't even think of a proper retort, but did manage to release a soft moan as he felt Venelana continue to wiggle her butt on his lap. Reaction that forced a pleased grin from the devil. Speaking of my former husband, I have to extend another thank you. I mean, you don't even have to bother, but you insist on helping fix the mess he created. Venelana began, while moving to where she was chest to chest with Naruto and her hands were clamped onto his shoulders. I always resented him for selling our daughter off and saying it was for the better of the devil race. I knew it was bullshit, as Rias could easily find someone on her own to marry, but instead her father sold her in a contract for what? More land and wealth. Just because that's how we got married doesn't mean our daughter had to share the same fate. Naruto's eyes widened as he felt Venelana massage his shoulders. I didn't know that about you. Venelana nodded. It was something I lived with and accepted, thinking it was normal to live in a loveless marriage with a man who couldn't even please me. I lived with the fact that the father of my children cared more about wealth and woman than the happiness of his own daughter. I accepted all of that for years. Venelana. Naruto mumbled softly, as he could sense a mixture of emotions swelling within the woman. Then my husband died and I eventually met a real man.
A man who would die for his family and place their happiness above his own. A man who could please me with his cooking alone. A man who is someone I would have left my husband for if he hadn't died. Venelana slightly leaned forward and smiled, her face close enough for Naruto to feel her breath. You showed me and my family more kindness and compassion in one day than my husband did in years of marriage. So for that I have to properly thank you.
Naruto's heartbeat began to rise as he saw Venelana move forward for a kiss. Thought moments before she could make contact, the door to Naruto's office flung open. Stop right there, Griselda yelled loudly, which caused Venelana to groan in annoyance. That was quick. Venelana began as she glanced back to the angel. Mind leaving? We were about to have sex. Wait, what? Naruto blurted out in shock. I'm not going anywhere, Griselda replied in a stern voice while crossing her arms. Venelana giggled. So are you gonna watch then or join on the fun? I don't mind either way. Griselda turned completely red. That's a completely appalling and vile offer. Do I get a say in this? Naruto spoke up softly, but neither woman was listening to him. Oh, you angels are all the same. Boring and have no sense of experimentation. And all you devils and sick and evil. Hey daddy, Asia called out, as she appeared in the doorway. causing the man to instantly use the substitution jutsu to swap his body with Griselda's, leaving the angel being straddled by the devil and Naruto standing nervously in the middle of the room. Having fun? Something like that. Naruto croaked out in a nervous voice, while his face was red. Can daddy help you? Oh, I just wanted to tell you that me and Rias thought since we are all going to the Underworld tomorrow that the Gremory household should stay the night. I can tell from whatever is going on in here that Lady Gremory wouldn't have any problem sleeping with you and Griselda tonight, Asia declared, which made Venelana turn around and smile. That would be fine by me, the devil replied, which made Asia smile. Perfect. Well, I'll leave you to whatever adults do, Asia said as she skipped out of the room. Asia, wait, Naruto called out as he chased after his daughter, considering he didn't agree to anything yet. Venelana laughed as she was left alone with Griselda. That little child is quite cunning. Yes, she is, but could you please get off me? The angel asked in an annoyed voice.
Glancing down to Griselda, Venelana smirked. Actually, I have a better idea. Let's make a deal. A deal? Venelana nodded and trailed her fingers along Griselda's breasts. Well, we are two beautiful women after the same man. A man whose daughter's goal is to get enough women around her father to make a harem. I can also tell Asia is quite the sly devil and won't stop with just you and I. So there will be more competition for Naruto's love and affection. So why don't we combine our efforts and share Naruto?
Knowing Asia, she wouldn't like that. Griselda began slowly as she tried to ignore the devil's touch. She probably wants us to fight over her father just as much as she wants us to get together with him. She might throw some wrenches in your plan. Besides, I've all but accepted that because of Asia, Naruto will have a harem of women. So I'm shooting for the spot of head wife over the harem.
That's a rather ambiguous goal, but I will be head wife. After all, I oversaw my former husband's harem, which was full of rather plain and slightly above average women if I'm being honest. Asia on the other hand is already hand-selecting only the best, as I have to admit. Venelana stopped as she trailed her finger to the crease of Griselda's breasts. You might be just as stunning as I am, but still lack the nerves it takes to oversee AH.
You devil, Griselda stammered nervously, which only made Venelana's smirk grow. That is what I am, but you're so stern with the children and Naruto. However, you're already melting under my pressure. So that should show you which one of us is cut out to be at the top of the harem. Venelana declared softly while removing her hand from Griselda. Though I promise you that if you work with me you'll be the number 2 right behind me. What do you say? Okay, I'll agree to that, Griselda mumbled softly. Venelana grinned. Told you I was good at business. Now let's seal our alliance with a kiss, the devil declared, as she leaned forward to kiss the shocked angel. However, before the two women's lips could meet, Venelana giggled and backed away. Just kidding, we'll save the sexy girl on girl for when Naruto is watching. Speaking of which, we should talk strategy, because I feel you were onto something early when you mentioned Asia. Considering she's more of a devil than I am and probably has something in store for both of us. Well, what do we do then? You listen to the head wife, that's what. Venelana began, as she leaned forward and started to whisper in Griselda's ear. The next morning, with Jono, yawning softly, the second in command slightly expanded his chest to stretch, but he found something out of the normal. Considering normally in the mornings when the man would awake he would do a few stretches to help wake himself. However, this time Jono felt an unfamiliar heaviness against his chest. So slowly opening his eyes, Jono was met with a familiar pair of eyes. But instead of those eyes being on the cat he had adopted, they were on the face of a beautiful black-haired woman whose large bare chest was currently pressed against his own. Meanwhile, the rest of her body, which he assumed was nude as well, was tucked under his blanket. "NYA, good morning cutie," the woman teased, while she pulled herself closer to Jono. "It's time for breakfast." "What the fuck? Chapter End. Chapter 10. Speech, Thought, Attack, Creature. Chapter 10. Underworld, with Jono, pacing from side to side in the middle of his apartment. Jono had a rather annoyed expression as he held his cell phone close to his face. His pacing only grew faster and faster as the phone continued to ring. However, the oldest of the Uzumaki children instantly stopped dead in his tracks the moment the other end picked up. "Good morning, brother." The surprisingly annoyed voice of Asia spoke up. "Is there something I can help you with?" Turning to the half-naked woman sitting at his small dining table, Jono watched the woman slowly wave her fingers at him before giggling to herself. "This is your doing, isn't it? Well, I'd love to take credit for whatever you're insinuating, but I must be honest, brother. I haven't the slightest clue as to what you're talking about. So you're not responsible for the half-naked woman with cat ears in my apartment? There was a small chuckle on the other end from Asia. No, I'm afraid I'm not the mastermind behind whatever is going on with you. Though it does sound like my handiwork, so I'll forgive your accusations. By chance did you ask your little friend who she is or why she is in your apartment? No, I didn't. I just assumed you were behind my current problem. Asia groaned on the other end. Listen Jono, I'm not responsible for everything going on in your life, and some of us have actual problems. Did you know Daddy had 2 beautiful women in his bed last night and he didn't have sex with either of them? Instead he stayed up all night working out and avoiding the situation. I swear that old man is giving me more trouble than I first thought. It sounds to me like you're the one causing father problems, the older of the 2 pointed out. Perhaps he isn't looking for a relationship? Nonsense, I can sense Daddy's emotions after all. So I know he is heavily interested in both Griselda and Venelana, but Daddy being who he is has made things challenging. Jono sighed. Can your older brother give you some advice? Nope, don't need any. You just go have fun with your naked cat lady friend. Asia chirped happily before hanging up on her older brother. That little brat. Jono mumbled with a twitch in his eye. Little sisters sure are a handful, aren't they? The woman asked with a slight giggle, which earned Jono's full attention. You have no idea, but if you're not one of my sister's little schemes then tell me. Who are you and what are your intentions?
Well, for starters, the name is Kuroka and my intentions were to simply check in on my little sister. The now named Kuroka shared, which caused Gorono to fold his arms.
And how does any of that involve you masquerading as a cat and living in my apartment? Not much of it at all, Kuroka replied. Then tell me why I shouldn't just throw you out right now. Because if you do I will just sneak back in and follow you around, but I'll admit that at first I came to this town to check on my little sister. However, I ran into you and I was instantly encapsulated by the sheer aura of power that you hold. Not to mention how I learned all sorts of interesting things about you and the Passione when I pretended to be a cat. So I'm even more invested in you than ever. Giorno kept a calm expression and folded his arms. What are you and why are you so keen on staying near me? Well, I'm a Nekosho who was turned into a devil and I'm simply interested in you because you could produce strong kittens. Kuroka revealed without shame or deceit behind her voice. If you're a devil, who is your master? The blonde asked, as he ignored the idea of having children with the woman. I have no master, I killed the devil that reincarnated me, Kuroka revealed to an unmoved Giorno. So you're a stray devil. Of sorts. However, I'm strong enough to retain my sanity without a master. But are you not going to ask why I killed my former master? I would be lying if I said I wasn't curious. If you're capable of killing your own master then you're dangerous and I will have to dispose of you. Well, my former master wasn't a good man even for devil standards. He was abusive, manipulative and evil. However, the tipping point was when he tried to experiment on my little sister Sharon to create a stronger devil. I lashed out and killed him, which labeled me as an SS-class criminal in the underworld, and my sister got placed under a new devil. I don't regret my actions, but I do miss my sister and that's why I sneak around and check on her from time to time. After all, our relationship now is a little complicated. That's an interesting story and it doesn't appear like you're lying either, as I'm rather good at reading people. You also don't seem to pose any threat to me or my organization, so I won't kill you. Kuroka smirked and bit the top of her lip. Well, aren't you just a little charmer? However, if you're telling the truth you're a wanted criminal and that could be a problem. Only if you let it be a problem. Because like I said, I'm here to stay and I won't take no for an answer. Giorno frowned as he looked at the devil at his table. He could easily dispose of her. However, he had a sudden idea that made him smirk. Well, if you're insisting on staying you'll be working under me and will listen to what I say. Giorno began as he knew it would be easier to turn the woman into an asset rather than have her energy be focused on pestering him. Is that understood? Absolutely, I love a man who takes charge. We'll make so many beautiful and strong kittens together, NYA. Giorno's eye twitched in annoyance, as he knew he was stuck with the woman for the foreseeable future. Though he at least hoped she would never meet his younger sister, as that would be the end of him. Train to the underworld. Asia was slowly walking back to the seats that contained all her traveling companions, while at the same time placing her phone into her pocket. This of course caused Naruto, who was sitting in between Griselda and Venelana, to lift his brow. Who was on the phone, sweetie? Asia rolled her eyes and frowned before taking a seat across her father by Rias. It was Giorno who accused me of some nefarious plot involving a half-naked catwoman. Naruto looked confused and leaned forward sheepishly. Well, were you behind it? Daddy, don't go off blaming me too. I'm innocent, Asia replied back, which made Naruto nod his head and back away. I'm sorry sweetie, I believe you, but you do have a track record with those kind of things. Asia scowled at her father with a hard gaze, which made the man grin nervously in response. However, Venelana quickly broke the tension by patting the man's thigh and laughing. That she does. After all, I've seen her pranks firsthand. Like that little Jen whatever trick you did on Griselda last night. The matriarch of the Gremory household revealed, which made Naruto's jaw drop. You put Griselda under a genjutsu? Asia, why would you do that? Yes, Asia, why would you do that? Griselda asked with a slight smirk, as she finally had something to hold over the girl. I mean, placing me under a genjutsu is highly inappropriate behavior and calls for punishment. Wouldn't you agree, Naruto? Naruto frowned and remembered his early conversation with Kurama, thinking to himself maybe he should try some more tough parenting or at least have Griselda help him. Possibly, but I want to hear why Asia placed you under a genjutsu in the first place. Griselda had a large grin on her face and even Venelana was quite pleased as well. Considering both women had planned this to start getting more control over Asia during their conquest to form a relationship with Naruto. So they both waited silently for Asia to admit to what she had done and for the consequences to follow. Oh, that's easy, Daddy. Asia began quickly with bubbly enthusiasm that caught Griselda and Venelana off guard. You see, Griselda and Venelana started to argue after you left and I escalate badly without you around. So I used a simple genjutsu on Griselda and asked Venelana to go upstairs and talk with you to calm herself, since I know you're so good with talking to people. I'm sorry if I did something wrong. I was just trying to salvage a bad situation. You could even ask anyone that was there and they would tell you that something needed to be done.
Asia is right, Dad. Xenovia called out from the adjacent booth of seats, which got the man's attention. Lady Gremory and Mom were practically at each other's throats till Asia stepped in and stopped the situation from getting out of hand.
Griselda, is this true? Naruto asked softly, as the angel had a rather nervous look. Well, I mean, yes, but it wasn't that bad. The angel admitted, as it was against her angelic genetics to lie to the man she cared for. An action that caused Venelana to sigh in defeat. I'm sure we could have come to a peaceful ending without Asia's intervention. It was only a small argument after all. I doubt that. Asia replied sternly, as she locked eyes with the woman. I can sense emotions after all, Griselda, and I could tell you and Venelana were only getting more and more aggressive with each other. I did what was necessary and nothing more. The two women were at a loss for words, while Naruto quickly waved his hand in the air and gave his daughter an apologetic look. Oh, I understand you were just trying to keep the peace. In that case, I'm very proud of you, sweetie. Asia giggled happily and gave her father an eye smile. Thanks, I try to be a keeper of peace just like you, Daddy.
Naruto grinned ear to ear at his daughter's declaration, as Asia knew all the right buttons to press with her father.
Asia, if I may ask. Akeno spoke up from her seat by Xenovia. Just how powerful is that ability you used on Griselda? I mean, to stop an angel with a glance is a frightening ability. Surely with something so powerful defeating Riser would be easy. Yeah, really take that douche down a few pegs. Kaneko added in from her seat across Issei. Asia laughed and folded her hands over her lap. Well, genjutsu is a ninja art from my daddy's dimension where the user extends their chakra flow through the cerebral nervous system of their opponent to cause a disruption in their five senses. In my case, I use my eyes to trap my victims in a genjutsu. Now there are a multitude of ways to break a genjutsu. For example, one way is to use your own chakra to disrupt the genjutsu and break the illusion. However, beings from this dimension like Griselda typically don't have chakra or are trained to use what they do have. So that option is off the table, but there is another option. That being the infliction of any sort of pain self-inflicted or not can break the genjutsu. Naruto nodded his head and had a rather serious expression. Another counter is special eyes like the ones I and Asia both have. So there is a possibility of someone from this dimension having some magical or genetically modified eye to counter genjutsu. Or maybe even some other magical power source that can counter illusions. That's a good point, but to answer your question, Akeno, I could use my eyes on Riser. Unfortunately, there are three slight issues. First, I need close direct eye contact to cast my genjutsu over my opponent. Meaning I have to get rather close to Riser and hope he doesn't avoid eye contact with me. Then secondly, any attack I use on Riser that isn't a one-shot move would just snap him out of the genjutsu. But with my holy sword, one attack is all we need, Xenovia spoke up, which made Asia sigh with a slight nod. Yes, but that brings me to my third and final point. I'm still a novice in genjutsu compared to people from Daddy's dimension. So I can only cast and hold a genjutsu on a single person at a time. Meaning in a battle format with multiple opponents I won't be able to easily lock down Riser if his peerage interferes with me. Naruto nodded and folded his arms. Which is exactly why once we set up the rating game you will be under some serious training from me and Kurama. What kind of training are you thinking? Asia asked with a skeptical eye. Well, obviously you have taken a liking to genjutsu and fuinjutsu. So you will be focused on improving yourself in those arts along with basic speed, strength and chakra control training. Xenovia on the other hand has only been trained with swords, so I will focus on teaching her chakra control along with hopefully a few lower ranked justice. Then Issei will of course be getting about the same form of training as Xenovia, but also have more focus on his sacred gears abilities. Finally me and Kurama will run some team exercises with you three to prepare you for the raiding game. Sounds like a solid plan, Daddy, but shouldn't I also be training my Sharingan as well? Asia asked curiously, which earned a huff from Kurama, the latter of whom was in the booth behind Asia and Rias. To hell with the Sharingan, it's a curse on this world that you got those damned eyes in the first place. Asia giggled and turned around to look at the fox behind her. You don't like the Sharingan simply because Madara and Obito both controlled you against your will. You don't have to hate the Sharingan so much now since only me and Daddy have them. If anything, that's more reason to hate those blasted eyes. Naruto's an idiot and I don't worry about him, but you're more cunning and resourceful than either of the damned Uchiha were. Oh Kurama, you're so sweet with your compliments, but don't worry, I'll never use my Sharingan to control you against your will. I will however place you in a bunch of funny genjutsus when I get bored. Kurama's eyes twitched in annoyance. I hope you get the Mangekyo and go blind. Asia giggled and looked down at the fox with her Sharingan activated. Well, between Daddy's genetics that extends my life to rival that of a devil's, I also have my twilight healing. So even if I were to obtain my Mangekyo, I doubt I would ever go blind. Plus with Daddy being an Uzumaki with Senju genetics, there is a strong chance that my eyes will eventually become the Rinnegan. Well, lucky you, brat. Kurama grumbled in annoyance. Smirking and reverting her eyes to their natural green color, Asia flipped back around and took her seat. Anyways, what do you say, Daddy? Can we work on my Sharingan too? We can try, but I'm no expert with the Sharingan, especially with using it with genjutsu. However, it is one of your best offensive weapons, so I'll do all I can. That will be fine, Asia replied back with a smile. Naruto nodded and looked over to Xenovia and Issei. I hope the training regimen I described is okay with both of you as well. If you have any questions or areas you wish to work on, we can make adjustments accordingly. I'm perfectly fine with what you have for me, Dad, and I promise to work hard to make you proud, Xenovia declared softly, which made the man smile. Yeah, we trust your judgment, Dad, and we will work super hard so we can kick that riser jerk's ass, Issei added in. Good, but if you will excuse me. Naruto then slowly pushed his way up and away from the two women he was sitting with. I need to go use the restroom. Asia watched her father slowly walk away with a friendly smile, but the moment the man disappeared into another train car to find a bathroom, her demeanor shifted. Gone was her bright and friendly smile, as now the girl had a rather mischievous and downright dangerous grin directed at Griselda and Venelana. So mommies to be. Asia began with a low laugh behind her voice, while her eyes looked over both women carefully. I see you're trying to go against me. Perhaps, is that a problem? Venelana asked softly, while giving the girl a rather challenging devilish smirk. Asia merely giggled and gave the woman an eye smile. Not in the slightest, mommy. It actually sounds like a lot of fun. Though I'm surprised, Griselda, I didn't cut you for the rebellious type. I always took you for a loyal by the book angel. Well, it looks like you don't know as much as, replied firmly, while she crossed her arms over her chest, trying her absolute hardest to keep her strong and commanding composure from slipping. Not everyone bends to your wishes and you will be punished, daughter-to-be. Couldn't have said it better myself, Venelana added in. Asia's green eyes were practically glowing with anticipation and her smile only grew. Oh, this is getting rather exciting. Xenovia, make a reminder for me to make some extra fun plans for these two. Understood. The blue-haired teen replied before typing on a small tablet. Anything in particular you want me to note down? Asia shook her head. Now I'll let the suspense build for a little while, unless my new big sister has anything to add. Having Asia's mischievous eyes directed at her, Rias looked slightly nervous. Nothing as of now. That's okay. It's better to leave the planning to me anyhow. Asia giggled before leaning her head onto the crimson-haired devil's shoulder. After all, I don't want my big sister to worry about anything except spoiling her baby sister. Venelana looked at her blushing daughter with an interested gaze. So you've turned my own flesh and blood to your side already. You sure work fast, I'm impressed. Griselda folded her arms and looked to her own daughter, the latter of whom was shooting daggers through her eyes at Rias. Asia does have a way of getting people on her side. I mean, my own daughter has become her personal assistant and partner in crime. Keeping her head resting on Rias, Asia merely giggled. Well, Xenovia is the best right-hand woman anyone could ask for, and she treats me so well. Despite her strength and my peerage being lower than some, she is without a doubt my second in command. I'm always happy to serve you, Asia, Xenovia declared with a respectful bow of her head. And your words mean so much, thank you. Hey, I'm happy to serve you too, Lady Asia, Issei shouted eagerly, while the teen pointed to himself with a smile. You've not only saved my life, but made it a million times more awesome. I'm forever in your debt. This might be the longest I've seen you go without talking about boobs, Kaneko noted in a rather surprised voice. I don't know if I should be impressed by the influence she has on you or to be afraid of it. I'm starting to ask myself that same question, Kaneko, Akeno added in as she looked to her cane, the latter of whom was at the mercy of the blonde by her side. What about you, President? Well, I'm certainly not afraid of her, Rias replied sternly, while Asia suddenly wrapped her arms around the girl and squeezed tightly. That's so good to hear. I would be sad if my new big sister was scared of me for no reason, Asia chirped happily, while Kurama scoffed in response. No reason. Please, your father's village feared me as a demon and a walking disaster. However, if they were to meet you, I'm sure you would inflict more fear and terror than I ever did, Kurama declared softly, which caused Asia to pout. Kurama, you've been a naughty fox lately, but don't worry, I'll fix that soon enough. And that's the shit I'm talking about. Shall I move Kurama's surprise up in the schedule? Xenovia asked in a nonchalant tone, while Asia merely nodded. Yeah, might as well. Oh, that's a rough one, Lord Kurama, Issei added in, which caused the fox to perk up with wide eyes. Just what are you planning, brat, and why does the pervert know? So my two little rebellious mommies, back to you, Asia began, as she completely ignored the fox. I hope you know what you're getting into. Asia, I'm not one to back down or hold back. I get that from my daddy after all, Asia continued on, while both women watched Kurama fall out of his seat and stand right beside Asia with sweat dripping down his body. I'm sorry I called you a brat, we can make up. You love your sweet fluffy Kurama. After all, I may not look like much. Panicking, Kurama forcibly placed his jaw onto Asia's lap like some common house pet begging for attention and forgiveness. We can even work together to prank your idiot dad and these women. Remember how much fun we have doing that. Asia merely smirked and ruffled Kurama's head. But you should ask yourself, if I can take a demon fox that left entire nations shaking in fear and reduce him to this. Asia then glanced back to the women with a way too friendly eye smile. Just what are the limitations of what I could do to you? Griselda and Venelana both froze in place, as they watched the seemingly innocent girl scratch the top of Kurama's head, realizing that they had stepped into a dangerous war zone with an absolute master manipulator. A war where they would either have a satisfactory outcome or an absolutely devastating defeat. Either way, it was too late to back down, as at this point it was them versus Asia and everyone else. However, neither woman was going to give up at this point. We won't buckle that easy, Asia. Trust me, you'll be a good little daughter under our control soon enough. Venelana spoke up, while a small amount of conviction to which Griselda agreed with. Asia on the other hand merely smiled wide. In that case, let the game begin, mommies. Gremory territory. Standing outside of the Gremory mansion, Naruto and company looked to their devil hosts with interest, surprised to find a severe lack of servants within the grounds of the household. This of course caused Asia to tilt her head in confusion. For such a large territory, you're surprisingly lacking the amount of help I figured you would have, Asia began in a matter-of-fact tone. Rias nodded. My brother's queen normally oversees the household, but she is currently helping my brother in the Underworld capital. I'm sure you'll see her along with my brother during their time here, however. Well, I look forward to meeting them both, and I must thank you for allowing us to stay here as well, Asia replied, which caused Naruto to nod in agreement. There is no need for thanks, but we have plenty of room inside of our humble little home, so feel free to take any open room for yourselves during your stay. Venelana began in a friendly voice, while winking at Naruto. Well, expect for you, Naruto. Unfortunately, you'll have to bunk with me. Naruto blushed slightly, as he wasn't one to get openly nervous around women. However, he was always embarrassed whenever his kids were around to see him being flirted with. So coughing into his hand and clearing his throat, Naruto tried to keep a calm composure. Very well, but is there an open training ground? I would like to start the children's training as soon as possible, Naruto explained, which made Venelana nod. Yes, we have plenty of open spaces for training of all types, but we should focus more on the matter at hand, considering we only have under an hour before we must meet with Lord Phoenix and Riser. Naruto grinned and created a few shadow clones by his side. While I planned to have my clones train Xenovia and Issei in my absence, while Griselda watches over them. Little bit of multitasking. That's smart, especially since having an angel wandering around the underworld isn't the best idea. Rias, why don't you have your peerage show our guests around, since they won't be needed at our meeting either? Rias nodded and looked to her queen. Could you show them to a training area? Of course, President. I'd even be happy to spar with them a little. I could have a lot of fun with little Issei after all. Shivering by the girl's tone and look, Issei turned to the original Naruto. Dad, don't leave me alone. Laughing and slapping the boy's back, Naruto grinned wide. Don't worry, you'll have my clones with you, but… The man suddenly grew a rather mischievous smirk. After my training sessions, you'll be begging for me to leave you alone. Wait, what does that mean? Issei yelled loudly. Who cares, let's just get a move on it already. Xenovia grumbled as she started to push Issei away. Asia giggled and waved her peerage members off. Don't train too hard now. Griselda, make sure they don't slack off. Naruto ordered with a light laugh, which caused the angel to bow. "I'll keep them working hard," the woman replied, before she walked off with the devils and kids. Naruto grinned ear to ear and noticed he was now left with Asia, Kurama, Venelana and Rias. "Well, shall we go get our meeting over with?" "Not yet. There is still a rather important matter that we have to talk about." Venelana began softly, while she folded her arms and looked at Naruto. "Lord Phoenix is a very prestigious devil and as such won't like speaking with a human. I would assume he would most likely refuse any type of offer or challenge you extend." "That could be an issue, but I'm sure I'll get through to him," Naruto replied with his normal trademark enthusiasm. But Rias merely dropped her head sadly. "I think you're giving too much credit to Lord Phoenix. I know the man and what my mother is saying will definitely happen." "That's okay." Asia chimed in happily, which caused everyone to look at the scheming girl. "It's a simple fix really. All Venelana has to do is claim Daddy as her husband before Lord Gremory. Even if it's a lie and Daddy is still a human, having the head of the Gremory household declare Daddy as her new husband and current head of the house would hold enough power to make any devil listen." "That's a good plan, Asia. I should just come to you for future ideas from now on," Venelana commented, as she leaned forward and grabbed onto Naruto's arm. "You're okay with the plan as well, husband?" Naruto shrugged his shoulders. "I'm not one for lying and deceit, but it's a good idea." "Of course it's a good idea. It's mine after all," Asia chirped in an upbeat voice. "But let's not wait around anymore. Let's stop this marriage." Phoenix territory, being led by a servant of the Phoenix family through the rather large Phoenix family estate. Naruto along with Venelana, Asia, Rias and Kurama all walked without being impressed by any of the expensive furniture or extravagance of the devil household. Considering each one of them was either accustomed to such lifestyles or just didn't care for such things. Naruto being in the lead walking with Venelana to his side casually peered over his shoulder, finding Asia walking with a rather calm expression, but Rias on the other hand seemed quite nervous and upset as she walked with her head down. "Perk up, Rias." Naruto began with a light-hearted laugh, while flashing the crimson-haired girl a smirk. "There is no need to be nervous or afraid as long as I'm here." Venelana smiled at the man and Asia leaned into Rias. "Yeah, listen to Daddy Rias. You're so tense I don't even have to use emotion sensing to tell what you're feeling." "My apologies, I just can't help but be nervous about this whole thing and I especially don't want to be anywhere near Riser." "Well, from what you've shared I wouldn't want to be around him either," Asia replied simply. Naruto grinned and placed his hands behind his head. "Well, that asshole is going to know his place soon enough. So just enjoy yourself a little, Rias. I promise everything is going to be okay." Rias nodded. "I trust you." Venelana smiled at her daughter's comment and reached out to sling her arm around Naruto's bicep. "As do I." "Well, I for one can't wait to get this over with," Kurama grumbled in a low voice, as he stalked behind everyone else. Asia giggled and looked back to the fox. "Oh, don't be such a sour puss, Kurama. Besides, it's better having Riser being the focal point of me and my daddy's schemes than you." "I won't argue that," the nine-tailed fox replied in a dry voice, so on second thought really dragged this out. "Hee we planned too," Asia and Naruto declared in perfect sync, while the group suddenly stopped before a large door. "Lord Phoenix and his son are awaiting your arrival," the servant explained while taking a bow and opening the door. Wasting no time on formalities or introductions, Naruto quickly walked into the private study of Lord Phoenix, who was seated at his desk, while who Naruto could only assume was Riser was standing by the man's side. Considering both father and son had very similar features and body types, while also appearing more akin to brothers. However, the latter was due to devil genetics making Lord Phoenix appear much younger than he was. "Venelana and Rias, it's wonderful to see you both, though I'm afraid I'm not familiar with your companions." Lord Phoenix began in a friendly tone, while Riser cocked a smug grin directed at Rias. "Who cares about them when my beloved is finally here to talk about our marriage?" Riser began, while the man slowly inched forward towards Rias. Rias retracted backwards, but before the devil could even get close to her position, Riser was stopped by Naruto, who held his hand out to block the devil from advancing. "Now you're being quite rude," Naruto chuckled in a light-hearted tone. "I'll be whatever I want you." Naruto laughed as he rested a hand onto Riser's shoulder and gripped tightly, an action that made the devil tense up and drop onto his knees in pain. "What was that?" Naruto asked smugly, while he released the devil. "And what's the matter? Did you drop a coin perhaps?" "You bastard," Riser growled in a low voice, while nursing his shoulder with his opposing hand. "You'll pay for that." Naruto merely rolled his eyes and walked past Riser without sparing the man another glance and instead directed his full attention to the patriarch of the Phoenix household. "Anyways, Lord Phoenix, my name is Naruto Uzumaki and I'm here to inform you of your two options." The man from another dimension began softly, while slowly taking a seat in a chair across Lord Phoenix. Either agree to dissolve the marriage contract between your son and Rias right now, or I'll invoke the right to challenge this marriage through a rating game. Lord Phoenix gritted his teeth and glared at Naruto with pure anger. Who do you think you are to dwell in affairs that do not concern you? This is between the Phoenix and Gremory households. You have no claim or right to even be speaking of such affairs. Just who are you anyway? I've never heard of the Uzumaki before. Are you more of the Gremorys' pet servants? Naruto laughed casually and waved the man off, as he was unmoved from his insult. No, I'm just a simple human here to see justice done on the behalf of Rias Gremory. A human? Lord Phoenix began before looking straight to Venelana. Have the Gremorys really fallen so low since the death of Zeoticus that they have humans speak for them? Though I can't deny I didn't see this coming. I always knew you would run the good name of the Gremory household into the ground without your husband. Asia frowned and contemplated speaking up. Even Rias was furious with the man's words directed at her mother. Though before either girl could speak, Venelana's laughter caused them to look at the woman, as like Naruto she wasn't fazed by the man's insults. Your words are quite harsh, Lord Phoenix, but yes, Naruto is a human and does speak on behalf of me and my family, Venelana declared in a matter-of-fact tone. Lord Phoenix scoffed and made a face of disgust. Well, unfortunately for you, Venelana, this human has no right to speak in devil affairs, as this agreement is only between people of the Phoenix and Gremory family. So I will not dissolve this marriage, nor will I accept any rating game challenges, but… The man stopped for a moment and grinned at Venelana, while his eyes looked the woman up and down. If you were to agree to become my wife and give me the power of the Gremory territory, well then I might be inclined to free Rias from her contract. Father, you wouldn't, Riser yelled in anger directed at the man. Silence, Riser. I am the head of this household and do as I please, Lord Phoenix replied sternly, which made the devil grit his teeth and look away. Well, that is quite the bargain, but you overlooked one simple thing. Venelana began with confidence, walked forward and stopped behind Naruto. Then with a devilish smirk she draped herself over the man and kept her full focus on Naruto as she spoke. When I said Naruto speaks for my family, he isn't speaking as an outsider. He's speaking as my husband and the father of Rias. So I absolutely won't be marrying you and you will accept my husband's challenge. To lay with humans, how disgusting, you wretched. That's enough. Naruto cut in with power and authority, as he could feel Venelana melt further into her embrace from his tone. You can insult me, spit on me and do whatever and I'll laugh it off. I've grown accustomed to such treatment. But disrespect or harm anyone I care for will be the last mistake you make. Lord Phoenix sucked in his teeth and trembled, as the amount of killing intent rolling off Naruto was enough to keep the devil silent. So let's make this understandable, Lord Phoenix. There will be a rating game between your son Riser and my champion, where the winner decides the fate of Rias Gremory. Am I understood? Feeling the overbearing pressure being lifted off of him, Lord Phoenix merely nodded. Fine, but my son will defeat any champion you pick. Naruto grinned and looked over his shoulder. Asia, why don't you introduce yourself? Giggling and skipping forward, Asia stopped by her father's side and was bouncing in excitement. Hey Lord Fried Chicken. My name is Asia Uzumaki and I'm the one who's gonna fight your son in a rating game. This little brat, Riser shouted loudly, while he pointed at Asia before laughing. I'd kill her, but whatever, I'll fight her. Lord Phoenix couldn't help but to agree with his son's declaration and had faith Riser would win and keep the contract in their favor. I accept you as the challenger and approve of this rating game. Good. Naruto began in a calm voice, while he held his hand to Asia. The rating game will be set for 2 weeks. Make sure to gather a large audience, as it will be quite the spectacle to see my baby girl manhandle your son and his peerage. I'll start making preparations immediately, Lord Phoenix replied, as his confidence was slowly growing, fully believing that Riser would beat Asia without trouble. And you should get funeral plans ready for when I fucking murder your bitch daughter, Riser yelled loudly, which made Naruto tense up and his hair overshadow his eyes. However, the soft touch of his daughter's hand and her laugh instantly calmed his building rage. Can I have fun with my new toy, Daddy? Asia asked with a slight giggle, which made Naruto smile. Go ahead, princess. Just don't break him right away, Naruto replied simply, which made Asia perk up and skip directly over to Riser, the latter of whom glared at the smiling girl. Got something to say, bit? Riser began, but went completely silent and his eyes were full and lifeless, almost as if he was looking forward in a trance-like state. Lord Phoenix was stunned by his son's current state, while the two Gremory began to suspect what was happening. Naruto on the other hand sighed and looked at the back of Asia's head. Really, princess? You're showing him the ace up your sleeve already? Turning around to look at her father, Asia smiled and showed the man her Sharingan in all its glory. No, I'm just giving Fried Chicken Jr. a reason to be afraid of me. Break the genjutsu or I will, Naruto replied sternly, which made Asia blow some air from her lips. Fine. The girl mumbled while she made a small hand sign, release. Ah fuck. Riser screamed in terror before falling onto his backside and crawling backwards so fast he slammed into his father's desk. Then with sheer terror he began to tremble and look at the small giggling girl. "What did you do to him?" Lord Phoenix asked loudly. "More like what did you show him?" Kurama added in nervously, as he watched Riser shake in fear. "I already said." Asia began in a low hollow voice, as she tilted her head and looked at the devil. "I gave him a reason to be afraid of me. I hope I didn't break him already. I want to have more fun with him in our raiding game." Lord Phoenix was speechless, as all his confidence from earlier was gone. Meanwhile Rias looked at the terrified Riser with a pleased expression, as she never imagined seeing the devil in such a state. "We'll see ya in 2 weeks." Naruto began in an upbeat voice, as he stood up and began to walk off. "Let's go back to the Gremory territory everyone. Take care Lord Phoenix." Venelana giggled softly, as she held onto Naruto's arm and walked away with the man. See you later Fried Chicken Jr. Asia giggled as she walked away with both Rias and Kurama, leaving behind 2 nervous and terrified devils. Chapter end.